Chapter 1: The Unexpected Succession. The entire clan transports. The Repository of Mines. Mitsai. Bachin Kingdom. Linhai Province. Nestled among Thinla Mountains, dozens soft kilometers outside Sun City, lies an unremarkable little village. At this moment, Asramani of great significance Sito is village taking place with a neat ancestral hall. Thrughouth Bachin Kingdom, such modest village circumplace, lacking Ghana particularly noteworthy feature is Stadra attention. However, this village possesses a distinct characteristic. The villagers are remarkably talent robust. The shortest Malintha village stands at approximately 1.9 meters, and event women do not fall below 1.8 meters. Such astonishing physique quisa run paralleled throughout. He entirety of Chinching, with neither village like Litoraval. The village Fismal, comprising 53 households and a total population of 161 individuals, all belonging to a same clan. The aerial relat in Sami Monaran Levian earlier inclusive existence, with little interaction with the outside world. Today, the ceremony is the inauguration of Tenuklan leader. This event has drawn entire villagemen, women, and children, as well as a few clan members Wahava venture to Broadosinai, therefore witness the occasion. Ultimately, Alana 106 Wa clan members are present, with no tassing a individual absent. One can clearly see the expression so anticipation oniac villagers faces take collectively way the bird hof their leader. Incident the ancestral hall, Asalimtsalan prevails. Despite the presence of over 100 spectators, not a single sound is uttered, even from the ingest children. Tap tap. Standing at approximately 2.2 meters tall, with a powerful yet not cumbersome physique, Yang Shin strides to the center of the ancestral hall like a little giant, his proportions perfect libel and sadiatek suiting strength. Hekneil spefer thealter, his expression solemn na shegazis ahead. Even while kneeling, Yang Shin's stature remains imposing, hardly shorter than the average person standing. This implied to the extraordinary high tofty villagers, making Yang Shin's size unremarkable line this context. At this moment, Assyria's elder, around 60 years of age, approaches the altar with measured steps. He gently extends his large hands, carefully cradling Gatria's sword artifact revered the clan Shakared Herla. Up in closer inspection, this prized possession is synod lie-shaped headstone. What is remarkable about this stone is its resemblance to a human heart, its surface crystalline and translucent, akin to a regem. However, it is mered a conspicuous flaw jagged notch that accounts roughly on a tenth of Testone's entirety. These imperfection appear say fierce escar, lending a touch of lotto an otherwise immaculate Testone. Yang Liming, the most esti metal derofs Iris village, alongside Yang Lion and Yang Lijing, services a steadfast anchor for the Tyra village. Time has a chedi plints upon his face, yet to the villagers robust the alth, hair remains steady and vigor rouse of anatonology of wisdom. He approaches Yang Sheng, holding the heartstone, and when he stands before him, the hall falls into an utter hush, every own holding their breath in anticipation. Yang Liming's weather-red is lock into Yang Sheng, as if seeking to glimpse the village's future ethrafum. Yang Sheng, from this day forth, you shall become the Nuklanli Drof Zyra's village. Yang Liming's voice arrests on a test like a thunderclap, clear and unmistakable to all present. In that moment, the atmosphere laden with gravity and solemnity. Yang Shin feels the weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders, aware of thought accepting the heartstone means shouldering the hopes of the entire clan. Heslo Liratians, his gaze unwavering Ashamit Yang Liming size. In a serious stone, he declares, Elder Ming, rest assured, Yang Shin will not disappoint our expectations. 25 years prior, Yang Sheng was but a child. His parents tragically perished at Sejaringa fishing expedition, succumbing to treacherous weather conditions. From that moment on, he became an orphan. Fortuitously, Everclan member in the harmonious village embraced Jaime Sonoff Thyron. Together, they nurtured him, fostering his growth into adulthood. It is no exaggeration to say that Yang Sheng thrived on elective generosity of the villagers, having been raised on the 100 familials. At the age of 16, Harris alludedly departed Zyra's village to seek his fortune in the outside world. It is noteworthy that the villagers possess extraordinary physical prowess, with Yang Shin being thipim among them. At just 16, he'll read Tauerida Vertwameter stall, His physique quite commanding yet harmoniously proportioned, with well-defined muscles brimming with strength. Such exceptional attributes facilitate his endeavors in the outside world, allowing him to thrive. Over the years, he has explored a myriad of professions: bodyguard, laborer, and even boxer, leveraging his physical advantages to avoid mistreatment. Perhaps it truly reflects the saying, the harder you work, the luckier you get. After years of toil, Yang Shin managed to amass a considerable fortune. However, he did not squander his wealth on personal indulgence. Instead, to devote to enhancing the lives of his clan members. He funded roads, bridges, house repairs, and agricultural tools, among other necessities. One could argue that without he financial support provided, Zyra's village would appear of inmer dilapidated in it. Consequently, the villagers showed a profound sense of appreciation for Yangsheng. After careful consideration and discussion, they revealed their soft village unanimously concluded that under Yangsheng's leadership, a brighter future awaited them. Thus, they resolved to entrust the substantial responsibility of clan leadership to the now, when Tai Irald Yangsheng. Upon hearing Yangsheng's words, Yang Liming's face broke into a satisfied reassuring smile. Hega's edge upon Thieverdeler, increasingly handsome young man before him, murmuring, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." His voice conveyed an ineffable sense of contentment. Then, with utmost care, Yang Liming placed the heart stony to Yangsheng's outstretched hands. Buzz. The moment Yangshen's hands made contact with the stony, an astonishing event unfolded. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, enveloping whirled in an extraordinary silence. The next minute, a blinding light erupted from the heartstone, like lightning streaking gay crossed Hesky, illuminating the entire ancestral hall. Following this, a powerful energy surged outward at an astonishing speed, unleashing a tempestuous wind. Both Yang Liming and Yangshin students stunned amazement at this sudden occurrence. Their eyes wouldn't ask the health unfolding spectacle, utterly perplexed by its origins. The clan members within the hall were equally at a loss, their gazes fixed upon the astonishing event. In that fleeting moment, the heavens shifted. The onsecular sky rapidly darkened, filled with a menace loud sand, the sound of thunder earth trembled beneath their feet, as a font the verge of cataclysm. Surrounding scenery warped and distorted under the influence of this mysterious force, invoking a profound sense of unease. Faced with such an unfathomable spectacle, Yang Liming and Yangshin found themselves paralyzed with confusion. They attempted to struggle free, yet their bodies felt as though they were anchored in place, immovable. As the powerful force continued to surge, they could do nothing but await their revelation unknown fate. Buzz. As the phenomenon reached its zenith, it was as if the cosmos unleashed its most potent force. Thespis surrounding Zyra's village contorted as though manipulated by an invisible giant hand, completely warping into an unfamiliar shape. The insectlier paths, houses, and fields became indistinct, as if drawn into an unknown vortex, severing Galtius with the outside world. At this moment, inside the ancestral hall, all the clan members felt an unprecedented shock. The ground beneath their feet bled violently, and the sky above seemed on the brink of collapse. Soon after, a dizzying whirl overtook them, rendering them unconscious. Chapter 2, Aravalina's Strange World, Sudden Crisis. Buzz. As the extraordinary phenomena subside into tranquility, numerous factions sacristionexing chemioarif the anomaly. The dispatched tediums, some overt lined other sunder pretexts, to investigate the vicinity of Zyra's village. These teams, fled with curiosity and caution, Sufftown covered the cause of this disturbance. Yet ultimately, they returned empty-handed. Only the forces of Bachin Kingdom, after a thorough search, were astonished to discover that the small village, once present, seemed to have vanished into thin air. The entire village had become eerily desolate. This revelation left them bewildered. Even for the vast and powerful Bachin Kingdom, such an occurrence warranted considerable attention. However, after an extensive investigation, the inquiry team found useful leads. Ultimately, the disappearance of this village became an oft-unsolved mystery as Synthinol soft Bachin Kingdom. This did not anticipate anomaly gradually faded into the Sansoft time, becoming an enigmatic artist. Buzz amidst a haze of disorientation, Yangshin felt as though he had been ensnared within a colossal vortex, His body involuntarily spun along with this whirling force, and the sights before him became exceedingly blurred, no matter how earnestly he endeavored to focus. Unlike his fellow tribesmen, Yangshin gad not entirely succumbed town consciousness retained a faint glimmer of awareness. Nevertheless, he remained doblaviasto estado affairs. Buzz. At this moment, the stone that instigated the anomaly, resembling a heart, silently began to merge with Yangsheng. O nalavelum perceptible to thinnic diarevan thessol, intricate and enigmatic violet golden pattern spread through his being like a spider's web. Accompanying this transformation, Yangshin's body commenced an unfathomable metamorphosis. Simultaneously, the body of soft Heather tribes mincy to bane fluent said Yangsheng, undergoing subtle changes unbeknownst to them. Yet, the inhabitants of Shiri village remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary events unfolding around them, still ensnared in their stupor, utterly unprepared for the impending turmoil. Oh, my head feels so dizzy. Yangsheng murmured to himself, feeling as if his voice emanated from a distant realm. Hittite Lisha thicey east and vigorous Lishukisht, attempting to dispel the sensation of vertigo. After an indeterminate period, Yangshin finally sensed the dizziness gradually receding. Heslolio penitas, adjusting to a surrounding light. Upon fully comprehending his environment, he was taken aback. He found himself amid an unfamiliar forest. Stumbling to his feet, his body still slightly swayed, he surveyed his surroundings, filled with bewilderment. This forest was remarkably vast, towering tree stretched towards the heavens, their dense foliage nearly obscuring all sunlight. The ground was carpeted with a tickler of fallen leaves, which crunched softly underfoot. Regaining his composure, Yangshin began to meticulously scrutinize his environment. He discovered here was exceptionally fresh, imbued with aroma flora. Various peculiar plants adorned the landscape, some even emitting a faint glow under the sunlight. These revelations filled Yangshin with both curiosity and trepidation. Ashbandred how he arrived at such a place. At that moment, Yangshin not said something no fair off. He focused say disgazy and ways instant, lie astounded. There lay numerous individuals as prowled haphazardly, every tribesman off Shiri village. Yangshin traced, and hurriedly rushed to her. Everyone, wake up, wake up. He anxiously called out while shaking each tribesman with fervor. Fortunately, under Yangshin's relentless shaking gone dirgent cries, the villagers began to. After some time, they gradually awakened, blinking in confusion as they surveyed their surroundings. Their faces were red with bewilderment, mirroring Yangshin's earlier state. However, these newly awakened tribesmen had yet fully recover from their stupor when a far greater crisis silently approached. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the entire forest seemed to tremble. Following the sound, the villagers were horrified to discover colossal creature staring menacingly at them, not a offer way. At first glance, it resembled an enormous digger, yet it was different in a significant way. Its size was astonishing, measuring at least 6 meters in length, excluding its tail. Furthermore, the beast was cloaked in a light green fur that almost camouflaged its wit, hint the surrounding environment. Most striking were its exposed, gigantic canine teeth sharp and menacing, emanating killing Gora. In Thismet, that peculiar giant to jerficat its fires, vigilant, and greedy gaze upon the people of Shiri village, drooling incessantly. Face said with such a terrifying creature, every individual turned pale, trembling and feared. Yangshin was no exception in dread. Yet, as to village F, Hinu could not afford to exhibit the slightest hint of weakness at this critical juncture. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, resolutely positioning himself in front of his fellow tribesmen, suppressing the tidal wave after surging within him. Simultaneously, his eyes discreetly scanned the surroundings, searching for any advantageous turn for defense potential weapons. At that moment, the Ethereungan strong tribes men began to shake off their initial panic. The two began to observe their surroundings, hoping to find something to defend themselves. Despite overwhelming fear instigated by the sight of the gigantic tiger, they strangely sensed the tight might not be spherosimist he had initially believed. Roar! As the peculiar creature before them seemed to lose seats previous intimidation, they began to jurl to the roar, as if challenging the onlookers or testing their reactions. In an unexpected turn of events, Yangshin gun leashed a tremendous roar towards the beast. Ah! The giantiger, startled by an outburst, widened its size in surprise. Simultaneously, an extraordinary transformation over to Qiangsheng's body. Buzz. A faint violet golden light suddenly illuminated, followed by therapid emergency of mysterious violet golden patterns that swiftly spread across Yangsheng's form. In the next instant, his body began to expand like an inflating balloon. This transformation occurred so swiftly that the tribesmen present stood agape, unable to comprehend the astonishing spectacle before them. The giant Tiger appeared bewildered. In less than a breath's time, Yangshen's stature had reached 5 meters. Buzz. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, akin to a heavy mountain pressing down upon the hearts of the onlookers, rendering them nearly breathless. Yet, at this juncture, Yangsheng himself, like the other tribesmen and the giant Tiger, remained utterly perplexed. He had merely intended to intimidate the giant Tiger with his roar, never anticipating that such a sound would trigger a remarkable transformation within him. Perhaps due to the enigmatic violet golden patterns, even as Yangsheng's form grew colossal, his garments remained entirely intact. Moreover, his satire seemed almost alive, expanding in tandem with his increasing size. At this moment, Yangshen felt a surge of boundless, overwhelming power welling up within him. The insmited giant Tiger, which had appeared so formidable, no seemed hardly more than a trivial creature in comparison. Chapter 3. Crisis averted. The transformation of the entire clan. The sudden upheaval left the colossal tiger hesitant to act rashly. In stark contrast, Yangsheng resolved to heed the call of his inner instincts. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes blazed with determination as he fixed his gaze upon the massive beast in the distance. Without delay, he propelled himself forward with tremendous force, his form slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. Charging towards the giant tiger in the blink of an eye, before the tiger could react, Yangsheng had already reached its formidable presence. With a resounding thud, his fist crashed into the tiger's head. Imbued with an unimaginable strength, the impact was profound. The tiger's immense body swayed involuntarily to one side. Yet, the beast was no novice. Despite the disorienting surprise of the attack, its instinctual reflexes allowed it to stabilize itself even as its body leaned. In a swift motion, the tiger pivoted its massive frame, unleashing its powerful tail, which struck Yangsheng with a resounding blow. A thunderous sound echoed as the clan members fixated on the distant confrontation. Realizing that it was indeed the tiger's tail that had savagely whipped across Yangsheng's midsection. To their astonishment, this strike produced a sound akin to a collision with rock. Remarkably, Yangsheng merely staggered back a couple of steps, seemingly untouched by pain, as if he had merely been propelled backward by an overwhelming force. At that moment, the giant tiger, having regained its composure from the shock of Yangsheng's punch, let out a fearsome roar. Its eyes wide with fury, glinting with a predatory gleam. Lowering its body, it launched itself at Yangsheng with the ferocity of a cannonball. Though the prior tail strike had forced him back, Yangsheng did not lose his balance nor his vigilance. As the tiger lunged with claws bared, Yangsheng instinctively crouched low, his fist poised to deliver another devastating blow. In an instant, he sprang upward. Harnessing the ground's reaction force, his fist shot forth with lightning speed. This punch was nothing short of divine intervention. The onlookers gasped in disbelief as they witnessed Yangsheng's fist connect squarely with the tiger's jaw. With a resounding crack, the force of this blow, drawing upon the majority of Yangsheng's strength, was enough to shatter stone. The tiger's head jerked upward, and its body began to spin in midair, executing a stunning 360-degree roll like a spinning top. With a deafening crash, the massive and weighty form of the tiger came crashing to the ground, sending leaves flying. Seizing the opportunity, Yangsheng felt a surge of exhilaration as he realized he had successfully brought the tiger down. He understood that this rare chance was fleeting and must be grasped without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he leaped forward, swiftly mounting the tiger's broad, sturdy back. Today, I shall emulate Wu Song's legendary battle with the tiger. As this thought crossed his mind, Yangsheng's eyes sparkled with a fierce determination. He raised a powerful arm, clenched into a fist, and with resolute intent, he struck down upon the tiger's vulnerable neck with tremendous force. Thud, thud, thud. Thus, Yangsheng's fists rained down like a relentless storm, alternating blows without a hint of pause. Each punch carried the weight of 1,000 mountains, relentlessly pounding the tiger's comparatively weaker neck. While the tiger's head was encased in a formidable layer of fur for protection, its neck, though similarly covered, could not rival the hardness of its skull. Roaring in protest, the tiger, still dazed, instinctively attempted to roll over and fight back. However, Yang Sheng's legs were locked firmly in place, as if rooted to the ground, preventing the tiger from gaining any leverage. With an earth-shaking force, Yang Sheng's might was overwhelming, thwarting the tiger's multiple attempts to unseat him. The beast could only struggle futilely, causing leaves to scatter in all directions. The sound of terrifying blows echoed as Yang Sheng's fists fell like rain upon the tiger's body. Meanwhile, the clan members stood in stunned silence, witnessing this fantastical scene unfold before them. Is our chieftain not a reincarnation of a divine being? How else could he have transformed into such a formidable giant? Some speculated with involuntary AWE.AS elders of the village. Yang Liming and the others gazed in disbelief at Yang Sheng's incredible display of strength. Never having anticipated such power from him, this surely confirms that our choice was the right one. But what exactly is happening now? Where are we? Upon hearing these words, the clan members fell into a sudden silence. The scene before them, this vast forest, the abnormal size of the tiger, and Yang Sheng's own transformation, did not resemble the world they once knew. Since we are all in the dark, let us wait until Yang Sheng's battle concludes before we devise our next steps. They resolved, remaining rooted in place to observe Yang Sheng's confrontation with the tiger. Finally, after delivering a flurry of blows, Yang Sheng's colossal adversary lay motionless beneath him. Thud, thud, thud. Still feeling uneasy, Yang Sheng unleashed several more heavy punches, ensuring that the tiger remained incapacitated before ceasing his assault. Panting heavily, he stood atop the massive carcass of the tiger, his chest heaving, gasping for breath. This was only natural after such a heart-pounding battle. He couldn't help but reflect on the harrowing struggle he had just endured against the fearsome beast, a memory that still sent shivers down his spine. Once he had calmed his racing heart, Yang Sheng suddenly realized something was amiss. His form remained colossal, showing no signs of reverting to its previous state. This unforeseen development left him momentarily at a loss. It seemed he had been inexplicably severed from his humanity. However, as he looked up to meet the admiring, joyous, yet slightly apprehensive gazes of his clansmen, the tension within him dissipated. It dawned on him that his unease stemmed not from his own transformation, but from a fear that his kin might not accept the new version of himself. Fortunately, this concern proved to be unfounded. Taking a deep breath, Yang Sheng slowly rose to his feet, gracefully leaping down from the tiger's back and striding towards his people with an easy gait. Just then, as he prepared to wave and address them, a faint luminescence began to emanate from the bodies of all the clan members. Much like Yang Sheng, they too glowed with a subtle light. Though it was not of a golden hue in stark contrast to Yang Sheng's sudden transformation into a giant following his roar, the clan members writhed in agony, collapsing to their knees as the radiant light enveloped them. Seeing this, Yang Sheng rushed forward, his heart racing with concern, yet feeling utterly powerless. After all, he was still clueless about the nature of his own transformation, let alone how to address the current crisis. Fortunately, despite their apparent suffering, Yang Sheng sensed that their breaths remained steady, gradually intensifying in strength. In an instant, the clan members began to manifest vibrant, diverse patterns across their bodies, each unique in its design. Simultaneously, their forms began to swell, and within mere moments, they exceeded 3 meters in height, though none reached the astonishing 5 meters that Yang Sheng had attained. Among them, the tallest stood at a modest 4.5 meters. Chapter 4. The entire clan becomes giants. Exploring the forest, confronted with the astonishing transformation of his kin, Yang Sheng found himself utterly speechless, an overwhelming sense of bewilderment and incredulity surging within him. In that moment, it seemed as though all his tribe members had been enchanted, one by one morphing into towering giants. The male members of the tribe stood like small towers, their heights generally reaching 4 meters, with the tallest among them even soaring to 4.5 meters. Their physiques had become broad and robust, their muscles sharply defined, exuding an unparalleled sense of strength. The female members were no less impressive, averaging around 3 meters and 60 to 70 centimeters in height, with the tallest also reaching the astonishing height of 4 meters. Their once delicate and frail forms now radiated an extraordinary majesty and beauty. Even more astonishing was the fact that this transformation extended to the dozen or so children in the tribe. Their bodies swiftly grew, and in the blink of an eye, each possessed a height of 2 meters, becoming enlarged versions of themselves. What on earth is happening? Yang Sheng murmured to himself, unable to comprehend this sudden turn of events, his mind swirling with confusion. At that moment, the transformations gradually subsided, and the tribe members began to recover from their metamorphosis. They gazed at one another, their eyes sparkling with novelty, closely examining the wondrous changes that had occurred within themselves. Look, what did I say before? Since the chieftain has undergone such a transformation, we, as his kin, are naturally influenced as well, one tribe member exclaimed with excitement. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. Our entire tribe has become true giants. Another member laughed heartily, his face alight with exhilaration. Wow, what immense power. I feel as though I could effortlessly uproot that large tree beside us. One tribe member declared, eager to test their newfound strength. Did you not notice? A female tribe member remarked in astonishment. The patterns on our bodies are all unique, and they look rather splendid. Upon hearing her words, everyone lowered their heads to inspect themselves. Indeed, as she had stated, the patterns on each individual S-body were not only of varying colors, but also possessed distinct shapes. Remarkably, all the male tribe members bore patterns with a golden base, while the female members uniformly exhibited a silver hue. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the gold could be further divided into shades such as bright gold, white gold, azure gold, and dark gold, while the silver also had distinctions like bright silver, red silver, and silver gray. After a thorough observation, it became apparent that none of the tribe members shared the same pattern color as Yang Sheng, which was that unique purple gold. Furthermore, among all the tribe members, only one possessed the purple-silver pattern, Yang Lijing's daughter, Yang Qing. Although everyone found this phenomenon perplexing, deep down, they vaguely realized that the purple gold might signify the most critical and esteemed color among them. Likewise, the purple-silver pattern on Yang Qing must surely be an exceedingly rare existence among all the female tribe members. Of course, despite its rarity and nobility, the bonds among the tribe members rendered such distinctions of status irrelevant. In no time, a cacophony of discussions erupted, with everyone immersed in the sudden changes they had experienced. At that moment, they were filled with newfound confidence about the future, their earlier feelings of confusion dissipating entirely. They believed that with this newfound strength, they could face any challenge that lay ahead. Meanwhile, as their transformations came to an end, the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers was thrown into disarray. The abruptness of the tribe members' transformations left them struggling to fully control their newfound power. Consequently, over 100 powerful auras radiated unchecked in all directions, sending the local wildlife into a frenzy. The terrifying pressure from those at the top of the food chain compelled all animals to flee in haste. Such chaos could not escape the notice of Yang Sheng and his kin. Indeed, this sudden upheaval not only rendered their bodies immense, but also significantly heightened their sensory perception. Even disturbances occurring several kilometers, or even tens of kilometers away, were distinctly felt by Yang Sheng and his tribe. It seems that our transformations have frightened the indigenous creatures of this forest, Yang Sheng remarked with a chuckle, sensing the situation around him. Chieftain, where exactly are we now? Just look at the surroundings and then at the green-furred tiger that you just killed. It certainly does not resemble anything from Chenxing, Yang Liming's son, Yang Su, inquired while surveying the environment. Ah, truth be told, I only awakened a few minutes before you did. However, given our current circumstances, it is highly probable that we are no longer on Chenxing. Yang Sheng sighed in response. Over the years, Yang Sheng had navigated various challenges on Chenxing and had perused numerous novels in his leisure time. It was precisely because of this that he had formed a rough deduction regarding the present situation. Not on Chenxing. Could it be that we have truly traversed dimensions as those novels suggest? Yang Yao, who was of similar age to Yang Sheng, asked in astonishment upon hearing his words. It is quite possible. Yang Sheng replied, and his words sent a wave of murmurs through the tribe, with everyone whispering among themselves, speculating the implications. Whether it was due to everyone transforming into giants or some other reason. The sudden immersion in an entirely unfamiliar environment, coupled with the recent terror induced by the ferocious giant tiger, left them all feeling anxious and unsettled. Yet now, it seemed that all their worries and fears had been cast aside. As they engaged in calm discussions, observing the animated conversations among his tribe members, Yang Sheng understood that the cause of this scene could only be attributed to the abrupt changes they had undergone. The sudden surge in their strength had alleviated the profound fear they once held towards their surroundings. It is well known that fear arises from two primary factors. Either one feels excessively weak or harbors a dread of the unknown. However, with sufficient strength, even the unknown could be faced without a hint of trepidation. As the discussions grew increasingly fervent, Yang Sheng could no longer contain himself and raised his hand to call for silence. All right, everyone, let's pause the discussions for now. The most pressing matter at hand is to explore our surroundings and ascertain whether any hazards remained. As for everything else, we can address those matters later. And please, it would be best to stick together in small groups, and do not wander too far from this spot to avoid any unforeseen accidents. With that, Yang Sheng waved his hand to the crowd. Yes, chieftain. All the tribe members responded in unison. Subsequently, they began to explore the area in small groups. Chapter 5. Self-examination, confirming our circumstances. With Yang Sheng's command, all the tribe members scattered like a tide, swiftly dispersing in accordance with his instructions, forming groups to conduct a thorough reconnaissance within the radius of several dozen kilometers. At this moment, after enduring the preceding series of transformations, Yang Sheng finally found a moment to catch his breath and reflect on his own condition. Recalling everything that had transpired, the sudden upheaval during his succession ceremony, the ancestral treasure in his village glowing, the earth shaking, and finally being inexplicably transported to this unfamiliar place, he began to consider the possibility that they might not be on Qinsheng anymore, but rather in an entirely unknown world. Before he could even catch his breath, he encountered the formidable giant tiger he had just slain. Fortunately, at that critical moment, he had unknowingly transformed into his current state, successfully averting a life-and-death crisis. The sequence of events had kept him in a state of heightened tension, leaving no room for contemplation of anything else. Only now, he had finally gained a brief respite, allowing him to observe the full extent of his transformation. As he watched his tribe members springing into action and exploring the surroundings, Yang Sheng slowly approached a nearby pond not far from where they had first arrived. Standing still, he leaned forward to gaze into the mirror-like surface of the water, where his reflection was vividly visible. He now stood approximately 5 meters and 50 centimeters tall, with a robust and statuesque physique. His proportions nothing short of perfect. The muscles on his arms appeared to be sculpted by a master artisan, flowing naturally and exuding an aesthetic beauty, in order to gain a clearer perspective. Yang Sheng resolutely shed his upper garment, exposing his bare torso. Unlike his fellow tribesmen, whose bodies bore an array of vibrant colors and diverse patterns, his skin was adorned with intricate purple and gold markings, far surpassing those of the others in both quantity and complexity. These markings interwove seamlessly, creating an impression of unity. Upon closer inspection, the finer details of the design were both intricate and enigmatic. Yet they evoked a sense of peculiar beauty rather than discomfort. Buzzing, observing closely, the purple-gold patterns appeared to flow and shift gently, changing with every moment, as if endless permutations were at play. Occasionally, a glimmer of platinum light would trace across the markings, imparting a sense of the sacred and indestructible. It was evident that the purpose of these patterns, whether on his body or that of his kin, was far from mere aesthetics. Above, one could see Yang Sheng's sharply defined visage, with a similar purple-gold enigmatic design gracing his forehead. This pattern radiated outward from the center, merging back at the midpoint, resembling a peculiar crown that exuded an inexplicable authority. His thick, solid short hair, knife-like eyebrows and lashes were all tinged with a faint platinum hue. A prominent nose accentuated the angularity of his face, while his distinctly shaped lips occasionally pressed together, revealing his resolute character. Most striking were Yang Shang's eyes, which, when opened or closed, showcased a platinum scara paired with purple-gold irises. Wisps of soft light occasionally emanated from his gaze, resembling flickering platinum flames, exuding an aura of formidable power. From a distance, Yang Shang appeared akin to a deity traversing the earth. Having recognized his own appearance, Yang Shang turned once more to survey his fellow tribesmen, noting their transformations bore a remarkable resemblance to his own, albeit with notable differences. Firstly, their physiques did not match his towering stature, and their presence lacked the same potent aura. Secondly, their markings varied in color from his, with some displaying similar hues or shapes, yet none could rival the intricacy or magnitude of his own. Even Yang Qing, adorned with silver-purple patterns, could not compare to him. Right? Yang Shang mused. They had arrived at this place during the summer, hence the lighter clothing worn by everyone. He had made this observation by examining the arms and necks of his kin. Beyond that, various colored markings adorned their foreheads, though these were mere symbols of unknown significance, lacking the complexity and splendor of his OWN. In contrast, the platinum-colored features on his body bore a striking similarity to those of the other tribesmen, save for the fact that the colors of their pupils corresponded with the hues of their markings. To be candid, irrespective of any other factors, merely based on appearances, in distant regions or even ancient times, they would undoubtedly be regarded as divine beings. Casting a contemplative glance at his reflection in the lake, Yang Shang understood that the extraordinary changes he had undergone were undoubtedly linked to the peculiar heart-shaped stone worshipped in the village. Reflecting on this, he gently pressed his right hand against his chest. In hindsight, amidst the haze of his previous state, he had sensed a faint merging with that mysterious stone. What exactly was that stone? Why had it shown no signs of peculiarity over the years? Yang Shang murmured softly to himself. He was uncertain whether this monumental change was a blessing or a curse, but now that it had transpired, he could only forge ahead with resolve. With determination dispelling his confusion, he thought, regardless of the circumstances, having become the chieftain of Shiri village, it is only right to strive with all my might to ensure the survival and prosperity of my people. With that, Yang Shang rose to join the group tasked with exploring their surroundings. After a day of thorough examination, the people of Shiri village found themselves in awe, having encountered a plethora of strange plants and animals, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to them. After an extensive survey, they could ascertain that within a radius of several dozen kilometers, there appeared to be no immediate threats to their safety. As twilight descended, Yang Shang gathered all his kin once more. The night had fallen, and they would have to make do with resting outdoors for the evening. Looking at his tribesmen, he addressed them. It seems we have likely entered another world, and we are uncertain of what the nights here entail. Moreover, we do not know the length of the nights, so we shall divide into 3 groups to take turns keeping watch. Given our somewhat disorganized arrival, we must endure a bit of hardship and keep track of time ourselves. The tribesmen, naturally, had no objections to Yang Shang's directives, nodding in agreement. Following a brief discussion, they were divided into 3 groups. 2 groups began to seek suitable spots to sit or lean against trees for rest, while the first group diligently patrolled the area, their eyes vigilant to their surroundings. It was crucial to remain alert in this entirely unfamiliar environment, which was not their accustomed Shiri village. As the night passed unnoticed, the 3 groups assigned by Yang Shang smoothly transitioned through their shifts. Fortuitously, despite being in strange surroundings, they experienced a peaceful night without any unusual occurrences or emergencies. Furthermore, Yang Shang observed that the duration of the night in this new realm bore a striking resemblance to that of their home world. This revelation was a moderate boon for Yang Shang. As dawn broke, rays of sunlight filtered through the branches, awakening the tribesmen. Upon awakening and stretching their bodies, they found that they were entirely unblemished, requiring no grooming, and had not accumulated any dirt or dust. Additionally, an intangible aura seemed to emanate from each member of the tribe. It was noteworthy that, despite the presence of mosquitoes in the forest, some larger than those from their homeworld, none dared approach them. Even in this environment, coupled with a lack of sufficient sleep, everyone was brimming with energy, exuding vitality and vigor. This was undoubtedly a significant advantage given their current circumstances. At this moment, Yang Shang was seated with several elders. engaged in a small meeting to discuss their next steps for survival and planning. Meanwhile, other tribesmen had been assigned new tasks. Yang Sheng intended to select a group of robust individuals from the tribe to accompany him on a hunting expedition to procure food. Since their arrival, they had not consumed a morsel, and although hunger was not yet felt, it was prudent to secure sustenance as a precaution. Now, the entire Shiri village had transformed into a race of small giants. With their physical prowess having undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, they possessed towering physiques, unparalleled strength, swifter speeds, tougher skin, and sharper reflexes, among other enhancements. While there were many other changes, they would not be detailed here. It was precisely this newfound confidence that led Yang Sheng to believe they could hunt successfully in this strange forest. He was confident that, with their current capabilities, the tribesmen could easily procure a bountiful catch. Given the numerous unfamiliar species present, Yang Sheng resolved to target those that bore resemblance to the animals found in their homeland. Ensuring they would have a certain degree of experience to rely on, at this juncture, Yang Sheng had been in discussion with the elders for some time. Uncles and elders, we are all aware of our current situation. Feel free to express any thoughts you may have. Yang Sheng addressed several elders, saying, Sheng, you have now become the chieftain of our Shiri village. For these significant matters, you may take the lead. We, the older folks, will merely assist you in managing the mundane affairs of the clan. Whatever you decide, we shall support you wholeheartedly. Yang Liming spoke with clarity, emphasizing that now, with the entire clan transformed into formidable beings, the greatest beneficiaries are undoubtedly the middle-aged and elderly individuals within the village. Previously, although the villagers possessed robust physiques, standing tall and strong, they were still merely ordinary individuals. As age advanced, a decline in physical condition was inevitable. It was not uncommon for the elderly to fall ill or struggle with mobility. However, following the recent extraordinary event, the middle-aged and elderly clansfolk seemed to have rejuvenated, exhibiting remarkable vitality, appearing even more agile than some of the younger members during their movements. Upon hearing Yang Liming's words, Yang Sheng glanced at the other elders, noticing their nods of agreement. He did not press further but began to express his thoughts. Since the uncles and elders have such faith in me, I shall share my perspective. Having gathered my thoughts, I must say that though the reasons remain unclear, now that we have arrived here, it seems we shall not be returning in the immediate future. Therefore, our foremost task is to survive. It is essential to select a location and clear a safe space adequate for our entire clan's existence. On this foundation, we can construct simple shelters to shield ourselves from the elements, along with establishing some defensive structures. Initially, these tasks would have been exceedingly difficult without tools, yet now that our clan has undergone such a transformation, what once seemed impossible is no longer a challenge for us. Pausing momentarily, Yang Sheng observed the elders nodding in agreement before continuing. Next, I shall lead a portion of our clansmen on a hunting expedition to address our food needs. As for the remaining members, I kindly ask the uncles and elders to allocate tasks among them to clear a plot of land within this forest for constructing our dwellings. Upon our return, we will endeavor to identify and neutralize any dangers surrounding our village. Smiling slightly, Yang Sheng added, in truth, having lived in Qinxing for so many years, the living conditions in our village are not vastly different from our current situation. Thus, everyone should adapt without difficulty. Upon hearing this, Yang Liming immediately replied, very well, we shall heed the chieftain's guidance and proceed accordingly. Yang Lijing reminded, although everyone has undergone a remarkable transformation, caution must prevail while hunting or eliminating potential hazards. We must not be complacent. You may confidently lead the young ones on the hunt, while the remaining clansfolk, along with us older ones, will handle logistics. At the very least, we should make a simple preparation for the places where we might reside for an extended period. Yang Sheng nodded in agreement. In that case, let us proceed. With that, he rose and approached the assembled group, ready to embark on the hunting expedition. Is everyone prepared? Let us set forth. We have been ready and await your command. Chieftain, with Yang Sheng at the helm, the clansfolk departed the temporary encampment, embarking on their search for sustenance. Given their substantial numbers and significantly enhanced physiques, Yang Sheng needed to lead them in hunting ample game to serve as provisions. As for plant life, they were still unaware of which were toxic, thus hesitating to experiment recklessly. After Yang Shang and a portion of the clansfolk left, Yang Liming promptly instructed the remaining members to commence their tasks. Swiftly clearing the area they currently occupied, it was evident that Yang Liming had resolved to establish this location as their future village. With vigor, the clansfolk removed the underbrush and fallen leaves from the ground. Remarkably, each member of the clan had become an extraordinary entity. Within the designated area laid numerous trees, and the clansfolk chose to employ brute strength, uprooting them with raw force. They then gathered the felled trees as timber for constructing homes and defensive structures, culminating in a cleared expanse that appeared somewhat chaotic. Chapter 7. A Bountiful Return. The village in its infancy. Meanwhile, the hunting process unfolded much as Yang Shang had anticipated. He and his companions discovered that hunting had indeed transformed into a seemingly effortless endeavor. With their current speed, strength, and reflexes, once they identified a target, capturing it was nearly guaranteed. The only factor limiting their hunting pace was the frequency of spotting prey. Whoosh, chieftain, we've caught another one. Upon hearing the call, Yang Shang looked up to see Yang Su excitedly holding up a catch. Unfortunately, in his exuberance, Yang Su had inadvertently suffocated the creature. The animal resembled a wild boar from Qinxing, measuring nearly 3 meters in length. And while it appeared sizable, it was merely of moderate stature in the eyes of Yang Shang and his companions. Turning, he observed the clansfolk carrying varying amounts of game, some even utilizing vines to bind portions of their catch for easier transport. All right, let us pause here for today. This food should suffice for the time being. Among the captured prey, not all had been slain. Some remained alive but dazed or semi-conscious. Yang Shang recognized that relying solely on hunting to meet the needs of the numerous clansfolk would prove challenging. Therefore, he and the clansmen selectively captured several animals akin to pigs, chickens, ducks, and geese from Qinxing, intending to bring them back for experienced clan members to evaluate their potential for domestication. If feasible, they would secure a sustainable food supply. Upon hearing Yang Shang's directive, the group responded in unison, "Yes, chieftain." With that, they followed Yang Shang, carrying their bountiful catch, and made their way back to their future village. By the time Yang Shang led the clansfolk back, the sun had already dipped low in the sky, and much of the day had passed as they returned with hearts full of joy and laden with provisions. They were taken aback by the scene before them. Before their eyes lay an expansive and open tract of land, a stark contrast to the surrounding dense forest. The area, roughly rectangular, stretched about 4 kilometers in length and 2 kilometers in width, its vastness disrupting the formerly lush canopy above. The afternoon sun poured down unobstructed, illuminating the entire clearing. Within this space, the clansfolk who had remained were industriously engaged in their tasks, each assuming different responsibilities. Some were tirelessly digging the earth, filling in the depressions, while others sought out flatter stones to lay on the ground, ensuring the surface would not become muddy after rainfall. Bang! Under the astonished gaze of Yang Shang and the other returnees, a remaining clansman effortlessly lifted an enormous boulder, which he then forcefully collided with another stone. Thus, the onlookers watched in awe as the 2 colossal rocks first developed cracks, which rapidly spread until, with a resounding crash, they shattered into numerous smaller fragments that scattered across the ground. Subsequently, under the direction of that clansman, the others swiftly gathered these smaller stones, meticulously placing them one by one on the ground to create a relatively even stone surface. Meanwhile, a group of robust clansmen were tearing the bark off felled trees with their bare hands. Their movements were vigorous and powerful. After a series of cracking sounds, the once intact bark lay strewn across the ground like tattered rags. Next, these clansmen used their palms as sharp blades, striking the bases of the trunks with force. With each dull thud, the thick roots were brutally severed. Completing this task, the clansmen did not rest but continued to use their formidable strength to chop these felled trees into smaller segments. Each swing of their arms sent splinters flying through the air. Ultimately, they erected these pieces of wood around the open area, creating a defensive barrier for the village. Concurrently, another group of clansmen meticulously split some timber into irregular strips and planks. Despite their varied shapes, through the efforts of the clansmen, they barely formed the rudimentary outlines of makeshift wooden huts. At this point, on the already compacted and laid stone surface, Some rudimentary wooden structures constructed from these rough planks were beginning to take shape. Throughout this process, the contributions of the female clansmen were equally significant. The tasks that the male clansmen could accomplish, they could also undertake. However, as their numbers were sufficient, the female clansmen sought other duties. With a rustling sound, they snapped off the resilient vines from the surrounding trees and bound them to the wooden barriers for reinforcement. Simultaneously, due to a lack of various usable tools, the rudimentary structures were not particularly sturdy, necessitating the use of these vines for additional support. Thus, the majority of the women were engaged in similar tasks. Observing the bustling activity around him, Yang Sheng felt a profound sense of emotion, accompanied by boundless confidence and anticipation for the future. "We are back," he exclaimed, prompting the busy clansmen to lift their heads and gaze at Yang Sheng and his companions. "The chief has returned," they exclaimed in excitement. "Wow, the chief has brought back a plethora of game. Many of them are still alive. It seems we can designate an area for raising these animals," the clansmen chattered merrily among themselves, while others immediately began to use the timber to create a temporary enclosure for the living animals. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Sheng instructed the clansmen to place all the living animals into that designated area temporarily. He then approached the three elders and marveled. "I can hardly believe that we were only gone for half a day, and yet so much has been accomplished. Ha ha ha, while you were out hunting and facing risks, we merely attended to tasks within our capabilities," Yang Li Jing chuckled. Nearby, Yang Li Yin gazed ahead, his tone reflective. "Soon, we shall put down roots here." Yang Li Ming patted Yang Li Yin on the shoulder and added, "Ha ha ha, what is there to reflect upon? Although we arrived here in a state of confusion, disconnected from our past, we have nonetheless turned misfortune into fortune. We truly are enjoying a serendipitous opportunity." With that, Yang Li Ming pounded his chest with a resounding thump. Hearing this, Yang Li Yan's eyes lit up. "Indeed, who could have imagined that we would become who we are today? Furthermore, I feel more invigorated now than I did in my youth." As he spoke, Yang Li Yin stepped forward to join in the village's construction efforts. Observing this, others, including Yang Sheng, followed suit, immersing themselves in the lively endeavor. Chapter 8. Preliminary Stability. Commence cleanup, with more clansmen joining in. The female members were liberated from their tasks, yet they still had duties to fulfill. Splash! They transported the deceased game to a nearby pond for cleaning. There was no concern about contaminating the water source, as the pond was fed by fresh spring water with a spring-like source beneath. Once the game was cleaned, they retrieved stone tools crafted by other clansmen during the day to skin and cut the animals. It is worth noting that the strength of the clansmen now made many tasks considerably easier. Despite the absence of modern metal tools, they adeptly pried open some peculiar stones with sheer strength. They then performed rudimentary polishing to transform these stones into seemingly rough yet remarkably sharp knives and tools. Additionally, they even found time to fashion rudimentary utensils, such as stone pots for the crucial fire source for cooking. Many of the village elders were knowledgeable in the art of friction fire. Even without specialized tools, they could ignite flames through vigorous hand rubbing. Under the orderly distribution of tasks, the men continued with heavy labor, leveling the ground, laying stones, stripping bark from trees, and tearing them apart for barriers and shelter construction. Meanwhile, the women focused on food preparation, with flames already roaring and stone pots set up, skewering ingredients on sticks for roasting. The only drawback was their unfamiliarity with the local flora, leaving them unsure which plants could serve as seasoning. For the time being, they could only enjoy the pure, unadulterated flavors. Crackle! The sounds of burning would echoed as flames danced. The stone pots simmered with broth while skewers sizzled above the flames, emitting tantalizing aromas. The bubbling broth and the sizzling meat sounded utterly enticing. The clansmen gathered around several large bonfires, preparing to share their first meal in this new land. Yang Sheng rose, holding a bowl of meat broth, each bowl having been crafted by the clansmen from tree trunks, painstakingly hollowed out with their fingers. Remarkably, their fingers had become tougher than the wood itself, making it easy to carve out a slightly rough wooden bowl. Yang Sheng addressed the clansmen. "Now that we have all gathered here, we shall begin anew. I believe that through our collective efforts, our lives will only improve." With that, he raised his wooden bowl, I toast to everyone. Lacking wine, Yang Sheng offered soup in its place. To the chief. The clansmen chorused in unison, raising their wooden bowls after finishing the broth. Yang Sheng urged, now, let us all eat with that. They began to indulge, eagerly grabbing the roasted skewers and scooping pieces of meat from the stone pots. Hey, I must say, these skewers are quite delicious, one remarked. Oh my, this broth just gets better with every sip, another chimed in. Indeed. Although it lacks seasoning, the meat itself is truly flavorful. Ha ha ha, perhaps we can send a group into the forest later to search for plants that resemble seasonings. But we cannot be certain if they are poisonous. How do we test them? This question stumped the clansmen. Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng felt a peculiar sensation, an instinct that he could discern poison. He had sensed this previously. After merging with the Heart Stone, he seemed to possess a condition unlike that of the other clansmen. Observing the enjoyment of his fellow clansmen, Yang Sheng himself felt no pangs of hunger. In fact, he suspected he might not need to rely on food for sustenance like an ordinary person. However, Yang Sheng was not an ascetic, so regardless of necessity, he intended to eat as for toxins. Particularly those found in plants, they would likely have no effect on him now. Yet, Yang Sheng was confident that should he consume something poisonous, he would certainly detect it, though the toxin would not harm him. Initially contemplating using the local animals to test for poison, he realized that their physiology might differ significantly. After all, they were in a different world. Substances that could be toxic to these creatures might pose no threat to native animals. Upon contemplating this, Yang Sheng spoke up, starting tomorrow, everyone can select a few individuals to venture into the forest and gather edible plants for me to sample. Hearing this, Yang Liming hastily interjected, Chieftain, we must not take such reckless risks. What if someone were to be poisoned? Yang Sheng chuckled reassuringly, fear not, Liming. In truth, everyone is aware that my circumstances differ from yours. Therefore, there's no need to worry about me. I shall refrain from making any assertions without utmost certainty. Yang Liming glanced at Yang Sheng and ultimately trusted his words. Very well, but if you feel any discomfort, you must cease immediately. Yang Sheng nodded solemnly. Thus, amidst the lively and joyous atmosphere, everyone indulged heartily in their feast. Once they had satisfied their appetites, the day drew to a close. Yang Sheng instructed the elder clan members to take rest in the houses that had been prepared, while the younger members would temporarily sleep outdoors. After all, although the framework had been hastily constructed, there were not enough houses to accommodate the entire clan's need for rest. After tidying up the dining area, they retired for the night. Nevertheless, the group adhered to Yang Sheng's directive, splitting into 3 shifts to keep watch. Over the ensuing fortnight, Yang Sheng led a portion of the clan in hunting during the day, focusing more on capturing live prey this time. Those remaining in the village tirelessly worked to cultivate new areas for vegetable farming and animal husbandry. A segment of the clan continued constructing new dwellings, while another group scoured the forest for edible plants, suitable for consumption or seasoning. Among the female clan members, some worked to enhance everyday tools, while others experimented with animal husbandry, caring for the creatures they had confined. Additionally, some clan members who had previously roamed beyond their village shared various eclectic skills, exploring their potential utility in the current setting. One such clan member endeavored to determine whether animal fat or other secreted substances could serve as torch fuel, envisioning a future where the village would not be engulfed in darkness during the night. In summary, everyone contributed to their best abilities. Those lacking specialized skills engaged in simple tasks, while those with unique talents sought to apply their expertise to the present environment. Thus, after a fortnight of construction and development, the village had reached a significant level of completion. Shiri village had achieved a preliminary stability, establishing a secure dwelling within the forest. Yang Sheng was finally prepared to initiate a thorough sweep. During these past 2 weeks, he and the clan had encountered numerous formidable beasts. To avoid alarming them, Yang Sheng had tactfully refrained from escalating the situation, opting instead for a strategic avoidance. Now that the new Shiri village had stabilized, Yang Sheng planned to divide the hunting clansmen into groups, armed with the stone knives and spears they had crafted, to eliminate any surrounding threat. He was determined to ensure that no unstable dangers lingered in the vicinity of their habitat. Chapter 9. The battle begins. The purple giant bear. In the village square, Observing the 20-odd clan members wielding an array of stone weapons, Yang Shang addressed them. I have shared all that is necessary. You are all aware of the general directions where we previously encountered those dangerous beasts. With that, Yang Shang raised his stone spear. Now, form into groups of 5 and proceed towards the designated targets I have assigned. In truth, given the current strength of the Shiri villagers, they could manage those beasts without needing 5 in a group. However, for the sake of safety, Yang Shang maintained this arrangement. To him, nothing was more important than the safety of his clan members. Even if it seemed excessive, he deemed it worthwhile. Understood. The villagers replied in unison. Then, 5-person groups set off in various directions. Once the villagers had departed, Yang Shang, accompanied by 2 other clan members, armed with weapons, headed towards the location of the most formidable beast they had encountered. For Yang Shang, the most perilous target was one he would confront himself. Although it was not necessarily the strongest, as the chieftain, he felt it imperative to lead by example. After all, being a chieftain was not merely about standing behind the villagers and leaving all dangers to them. It required protecting them in times of hardship and crisis. Swoosh, 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 Yang Shang led his companions through the dense forest. Their small team was tasked with confronting what they believed to be the most dangerous target, a gigantic purple bear. Based on Yang Shang's observations, this bear was colossal, approximately 8 to 9 meters in length. Undoubtedly, it was the most formidable predator he had discovered within a radius of several dozen kilometers from the village. Accompanied by 2 clan members, each gripping a sharp stone spear, they cautiously approached the bear's territory, taking care not to make a sound that might alert the creature. Despite their newfound stature, standing before the larger-than-life purple bear made Yang Shang and his companions feel a twinge of anxiety, their palms slightly sweating in response to the tense atmosphere. As if sensing the subtle shift in their demeanor, the purple bear, previously hidden deep within its cave, began to stir restlessly, with a low growl. The massive creature slowly emerged. Just as its head peeked out, Yang Shang and his 2 companions had stealthily arrived at the cave's entrance. In the blink of an eye, Yang Shang's gaze sharpened, and he made a swift decision. With a sudden burst of movement, he lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the purple bear. Without hesitation, he thrust his stone spear directly towards the bear's eye. The sequence of events unfolded with astonishing speed. The bear barely had time to react before Yang Shang's spear was thrust before its very eye. Thump! In an instant, the archaic stone spear penetrated deeply into the bear's left eye socket with remarkable precision. This strike was swift, accurate, and fierce. Yang Shang felt a surge of triumph, yet he did not allow his momentum to falter. With a powerful motion, he yanked the spear from the bear's eye and swiftly retreated. This proved to be an astute choice. The bear, overwhelmed by such a grievous blow, was engulfed in excruciating pain. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the giant bear descended into a frenzied state. It flailed its massive paws aimlessly, striking out in all directions. Each swing generated a chilling gust of wind, instilling dread in all who witnessed it. This moment, Yang Shang and his 2 companions, having retreated to a safe distance, could distinctly hear the sharp, piercing sound of the air being sliced by the bear's wild movements. Just then, the bear's remaining eye seemed to catch sight of Yang Shang and his companions, prompting it to unleash a furious roar and charge towards them with wild abandon. Faced with the oncoming giant bear, Yang Shang remained remarkably composed. His eyes were fixed intently on the approaching behemoth. As the distance closed, he shouted without hesitation, "Scatter!" Upon receiving Yang Shang's command, the 2 clan members dashed to the sides without a moment's pause, while Yang Shang leapt up towards a sturdy tree behind him. Roar! At this juncture, the bear had closed in. With a thunderous roar, it slammed its massive paw against the tree trunk. Bang! Realizing it had missed its target, the bear's fury intensified. Its sole remaining eye scanned both sides menacingly before it pounced towards the nearest clan member. Seeing the bear charging toward him, the clan member remained unflustered. Instead, as the bear approached within a certain range, he deftly rolled to the side, evading the creature's line of sight. Without hesitation, he plunged his spear into the bear's paw. Swoosh! Yet, this strike failed to inflict any significant damage. merely scratching the bear's thick fur. Aware of this, the clan member refrained from pursuing Glory. He withdrew his spear and rolled away several times, distancing himself from the bear. Meanwhile, another clan member had swiftly maneuvered behind the bear. His spear appeared larger and sharper. With a fierce yell, he leapt high, aiming directly at the bear's spine. Thump! Snap! This time, the stone spear, combined with the immense strength of the tribe members and the downward inertia, successfully breached the defenses of the colossal bear, piercing deeply into its flesh. However, the bear's powerful muscles ensnared the spear, rendering the tribe member unable to withdraw it. That moment, a deafening roar erupted, as the bear, in excruciating pain, threw its head back and howled at the sky. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yang Sheng decisively leaped down from the tree and thrust the raised stone spear downward with great force. Aiming for the bear's other eye, with a sharp crack, the spear struck the bear's remaining right eye with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, the tremendous impact caused the wooden shaft of the spear to snap under the pressure. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, as that strike had successfully penetrated the bone behind the bear's eye and plunged deeply into its brain. In the wake of such a devastating blow, the bear succumbed to a fit of utter frenzy. Its massive body writhing and contorting violently, it even flung the tribe member, who still clung to the spear and was lying on its back, far away. Meanwhile, Yang Sheng, upon landing, was inadvertently struck by a powerful paw, sending him flying like a cannonball. Bang! Whoosh! Yang Sheng's physical prowess far surpassed that of the other tribe members, so despite being hit with such ferocity by the bear, he emerged unscathed, suffering no injuries. Subsequently, the three gathered together at a distance, quietly observing the bear, now blinded and brain-damaged, as it succumbed to its final moments of madness. As time passed, the bear's movements became increasingly sluggish and feeble, its roars growing weaker. Finally, with a cry filled with reluctance and despair, the enormous creature, akin to a small mountain, crashed heavily to the ground. Its massive body convulsed violently, as if desperately trying to rise again. But ultimately, it succumbed, collapsing into a lifeless heap. However, even though the sight before them indicated that the bear had perished, Yang Sheng and the tribe members did not immediately approach to inspect the situation. After all, facing such a ferocious beast, none dared to let their guard down. Thus, they chose to remain vigilant, waiting cautiously in place. During this time, rather than relaxing, Yang Sheng and his companions adopted even more prudent measures. They occasionally picked up stones from the ground and brandished their weapons, hurling them at the bear from a distance. Each attack bore a hint of testing, seeking to ascertain whether the bear had truly lost its vitality. To their relief, regardless of their provocations, the bear remained unresponsive. After a prolonged observation, Yang Sheng and his group finally set aside their doubts and cautiously approached the bear's corpse. "Haha, Chief, this truly is a giant. Our mission today has been accomplished splendidly," exclaimed one tribe member, unable to conceal his excitement as he gazed at the massive creature before them. Prior to this moment, he had never envisioned himself capable of conquering such a colossal and formidable beast. Now, having successfully slain it, he felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how the other tribe members were faring. Amidst their joy, another member cast a worried glance into the distance. They had indeed undertaken the most perilous task, confronting this terrifying bear, but the threats faced by the other tribe members were not to be underestimated. While not as formidable as the fallen bear, they were still quite formidable. Fortunately, although they were not led by Yang Sheng, they were organized into groups of 5, which should mitigate any potential issues. As Yang Sheng led 2 tribe members to successfully bring down the large and powerful purple bear. The remaining teams were diligently executing their respective tasks. Before departing, Yang Sheng had meticulously selected over 20 individuals from among the tribe, dividing them into 4 small teams, in addition to the one he personally led, forming a total of 5 teams. This arrangement was made in response to the 5 significant dangers he had identified during his previous reconnaissance of the area, spanning several dozen kilometers. In addition to the purple bear that had just fallen to Yang Sheng's hand, and the giant tiger he had eliminated and turned into a feast 2 weeks prior, the remaining 4 dangers included a massive and agile python, A mysterious and aggressive beast lurking in the water, a giant man-eating tree capable of attacking and devouring passers-by, and a formidable and fierce giant ape. Undoubtedly, this vast forest harbored countless unknown perils. However, for Yang Sheng and his tribe members, as long as they could successfully neutralize these most dangerous threats, the other relatively minor dangers would remain within their control. The other 4 teams were led by the children of 3 village elders, Yang Su, Yang Hao, Yang Yao, and Yang Qing, who bore distinctive purple-silver markings. Compared to other female tribe members, Yang Qing preferred hunting and possessed a more fiery temperament. Yang Su's target was none other than the enormous man-eating tree. In all honesty, compared to the other tasks, this one was likely the least difficult. The reason was simple. Despite its massive size, the man-eating tree's area of activity was quite limited. Moreover, even its branch-like tendrils used for attacking could not extend too far. Given this situation, Yang Su merely needed to accurately gauge the safe distance from the target, avoiding stepping within the dangerous radius of 50 meters from the man-eating tree. He could then launch distant attacks using various means. Certainly, they had no advanced equipment at their disposal. However, in terms of their own strength, even casually picking up a few appropriately sized stones and hurling them with full force could deliver a heavy blow to the man-eating tree. Thus, Yang Su led 4 tribe members, carefully adhering to the outlined tactics, remaining at the edge of the tree's attack range. Bang, bang, bang. They continuously gathered suitably sized stones and unleashed their full might, hurling them forcefully at the tree's robust trunk. Under their relentless barrage, the man-eating tree quickly became battered and unrecognizable. Countless stones rained down upon it like cannonballs, and its tough exterior could not withstand such fierce assaults, cracking open and revealing its crimson sap. As if the tree were bleeding. Reeling from such a heavy blow, the man-eating tree fell into a state of extreme frenzy. Its terrifying branch-like tendrils, used for capturing prey, flailed wildly in a desperate struggle, attempting to seize Yang Su and his companions and pull them into its digestive system. Unfortunately, the distance between them was simply too great. No matter how hard the tree stretched, its tendrils could not reach Yang Su. Thus, the man-eating tree succumbed under the relentless assault from Yang Su and his group, collapsing in utter frustration. After the tribe members continued to bombard it with stones for a while longer, Yang Su finally led the other 4 tribe members closer to the fallen, severed trunk of the man-eating tree. They brandished sharp stone weapons and, with all their might, successfully uprooted the entire tree. Following this, they tore apart all the branches and prepared to bring them back to the village to be burned as firewood. They were uncertain whether leaving the branches behind might allow them to reignite in the future. In the other 3 teams, Yang Qing and Yang Hao focused their attention on the enormous python and the formidable ape. Compared to the eerie man-eating tree, the enemies they faced were undoubtedly more perilous. Thankfully, Yang Qing and her group demonstrated excellent synergy and collaboration, ultimately succeeding in their mission to eliminate their targets. Hiss! As Yang Qing brandished a sharp stone spear, she struck with the swiftness of lightning, piercing the enormous serpent's skull with unerring precision and pinning it firmly to the ground. Meanwhile, the massive body of the serpent was secured by 4 other robust tribe members, each employing their own stone spears to ensure it remained immobile. Despite the serpent's desperate attempts to break free from its constraints, it was ultimately in vain. United in purpose, the group ensured its demise. Turning to the formidable ape, it was apparent that dispatching this creature would not pose a significant challenge. However, its extraordinary agility and ability to navigate the forest with ease proved to be quite vexing. Initially, it had indeed caused considerable distress for Yang Hao and his companions. Yet, upon realizing their own physical prowess and defensive capabilities surpassed their expectations, they no longer feared falling from the trees and sustaining injuries. Emboldened by their newfound reaction speed, they decided to engage the fierce ape in a relentless chase among the branches, ultimately, with one remarkably accurate throw. Yang Hao hurled a spear that struck the ape's arm, instantly robbing it of its nimbleness. The creature fell heavily to the ground, becoming a mere target for Yang Hao and his companions. Unlike the serpent, the appearance of the ape bore a closer resemblance to that of a human. Thus, they opted not to dismember it as Yang Qing had done with the serpent, choosing instead to confirm its death before burying it on the spot. Subsequently, to ensure their mission bore fruit, Yang Hao led the tribe in further hunting within the vicinity, yielding a bountiful harvest of prey, and they returned to the village with a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 11. Unexpected Discoveries. The State of the Village. During this mission, aside from the overwhelmingly powerful purple giant bear, the most troublesome foe was undoubtedly the mysterious beast lurking beneath the water. Due to its aquatic nature, the tribe was unaware of its true form until Yang Sheng had nearly fallen victim to its ambush during his reconnaissance. Fortunately, it was merely a beast lacking sufficient intelligence, at Yang Yao's suggestion. They devised a rather clever strategy. First, they gathered resilient vines and bound a massive piece of meat, soaked in blood, securely before cautiously submerging it in the water. The sheer size of the meat made it nearly impossible for ordinary creatures to seize, alleviating concerns of it being snatched away by smaller fish. After a period of patient waiting, the beast concealed in the depths of the water could no longer restrain its appetite and lunged at the meat with a voracious bite. In that crucial moment, Yang Yao and the others exerted their strength, desperately pulling on the vines. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted, dragging the aquatic beast from the unfathomable depths. It was only then that Yang Yao and the others could clearly discern the creature's true appearance. It measured an astounding 12 meters when including its tail, resembling a bizarre hybrid of crocodile and lizard. Even more astonishingly, it possessed 3 long and robust tails. Undoubtedly, it was these peculiar appendages that had previously attacked Yang Sheng in terms of length, while it surpassed the purple giant bear. The unnamed beast's overall mass was evidently less formidable. Now fully exposed above the water's surface, it became significantly easier to confront. Eventually, under the relentless assault of Yang Yao and his 4 companions, the nameless aquatic beast succumbed to the barrage of fists raining down upon it, its remarkably tough skull shattering under the blows, and it fell lifeless to the ground. However, the beast proved to be quite fierce, managing to inflict injuries on 2 tribe members during the fierce confrontation. Fortunately, these wounds were not overly severe. Remarkably, they soon discovered an unexpected surprise. The wounds began to clot and heal almost immediately, suggesting that they might recover fully by the next day. Meanwhile, Yang Sheng was swiftly guiding 2 tribe members as they bore the lifeless form of the purple giant bear through the dense forest towards the village. After a period of travel, their path suddenly opened up, revealing a vast clearing. Clearly, this was the site of Shiri village, painstakingly constructed by the tribe over the course of half a month. Notably, the tribe members had undergone a remarkable transformation, each becoming a towering figure of strength and vitality. As a result, their collective efforts had resulted in a well-constructed village. Although lacking the electrical conveniences of Chinskxing, its appearance bore little difference from the ancient, primitive charm of those villages. Upon closer inspection, the perimeter of the clearing was surrounded by sturdy barriers constructed from robust wooden stakes, meticulously arranged to prevent wild beasts from inadvertently entering the village and ensuring the safety of its inhabitants. Simultaneously, this arrangement provided the tribe with ample time to react should any incidents arise. At the forefront of the village stood an awe-inspiring entrance, a colossal door that would astound any human from Chinskxing. Towering over 20 meters, crafted entirely from wood and resilient vines, it stood as an impregnable barrier, safeguarding the tranquility of Shiri village. At that moment, the grand door stood open, clearly designed for the convenience of returning tribe members. As Yang Sheng and his 2 companions entered through the portal, they were greeted by a magnificent sight. On either side of the entrance stood 2 rows of grand, towering structures, each meticulously crafted from sturdy timber, rising at least 10 meters in height. However, due to the inevitable gaps between the wooden beams, the tribe members had ingeniously filled them with earth, transforming the once plain wooden houses into exquisite earthen dwellings. The roofs were constructed from wood, adorned with a multitude of expansive leaves, overlapping like a protective canopy bestowed by nature, effectively shielding the interiors from rain. Surrounding the houses were designated areas for raising various domesticated animals and cultivating edible plants, thus ensuring a sustainable supply of resources for the residents' daily lives. At the village's heart lay an expansive, open plaza, where Yang Sheng often trained the younger tribe members, recognizing the necessity of maintaining martial prowess in these uncharted territories. In the back half of the village, the tribe had collaboratively erected an imposing shrine, its height exceeding 20 meters, standing taller than the surrounding structures. The shrine was prominently visible upon entering the village. As a clan-based settlement, the shrine was an indispensable part of the village's architecture, with Yangshang's and the three elders' residences situated nearby. At this moment, upon witnessing Yangshang's triumphant return, the passing tribe members greeted him with enthusiasm. "Chief, you have finally returned. Wow, Chief, you are truly remarkable. Such a massive bear, and with purple fur." In response to their excited exclamations, Yangshang maintained a warm smile. Addressing their inquiries one by one, simultaneously, he inquired about the status of the other teams. "Have the other 4 teams returned?" At that moment, a female tribe member replied with enthusiasm, "Chief, 2 teams have returned safely. We are only awaiting Yang Hao and Yang Yao." Upon hearing this, Yangshang mused to himself, "As I suspected, those 2 must still be out." After all, despite the ape being substantial, its resemblance to humans rendered it unsuitable for sustenance. Thus, after dealing with the ape, Yang Hao's nature would certainly compel him to continue hunting with the tribe. Meanwhile, Yang Yao's task of confronting the aquatic beast would undoubtedly require considerable effort to lure it out, naturally prolonging the time needed compared to others. With this in mind, Yangshang entrusted the processing of the purple giant bear's carcass to the other tribe members. Chapter 12, Daily Interactions, The Unusual Elements. After attending to all matters, Yangshang finally found the opportunity to seek out Yang Su and Yang Qing. Upon arriving at their location, he was astonished to see them igniting a pile of wood to roast another. What is the purpose of this? Why the urgency in turning against one another? Yangshang could not help but chuckle as he approached them. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the roasted wood was inexplicably emanating a strange crimson aura. Without a doubt, this timber must be the trunk of that man-eating tree. As soon as Yangshang arrived, Yang Su and Yang Qing immediately rose to greet him. "Tribe leader, you have returned," they exclaimed. "Please do not misunderstand, tribe leader. We are not exerting ourselves in vain. You see, what we are roasting is indeed the trunk of that man-eating tree." Yang Qing retorted, pouting slightly, seemingly displeased by Yangshang's misunderstanding. Although Yang Qing was one of the elders of the village, being the daughter of Yang Lijing, she was still quite young. Having just celebrated her 24th spring, it must be acknowledged that the physical prowess of the former residents of Shiri village was truly remarkable. Had it not been for this, how could Yang Lijing and his wife, at such an advanced age, have given birth to such a precious daughter as Yang Qing? Hearing Yang Qing's words, Yangshang smiled gently and patted her on the head. All right, I understand. I was merely teasing you." After saying this, he took a couple of steps back and scrutinized Yang Qing. "Now, do tell me, how did you manage to deal with that enormous python? You weren't hurt? Were you?" Yang Qing proudly lifted her chin, declaring triumphantly, "As if it could harm me. With just a flick of my hand, I pierced its head." Upon witnessing this, Yangshang burst into hearty laughter. Just as he was about to tease her further, he suddenly sensed something and turned sharply towards the village entrance. It appeared that Yang Hao and Yang Yao had encountered one another and returned together. He then turned back to Yang Su and Yang Qing, saying, "Let's go greet them." Without delay, he took the lead, walking alongside Yang Su and Yang Qing toward the village entrance. When Yangshang arrived at the village entrance, he found that Yang Hao and Yang Yao were being warmly welcomed. Much like he and Yang Su had been earlier, the villagers crowded around the 2 returning teams, excitedly exchanging stories. Yang Hao and his group returned laden with an array of game. Particularly notable was the massive carcass of a deer-like creature being dragged by 2 strong villagers. This colossal beast was so large that its size surpassed even that of an elephant from the Qinxing. Yet, even more captivating was the mysterious aquatic beast brought back by Yang Yao. Its peculiar and bizarre appearance elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. "Wow, that creature looks so strange. Indeed, it resembles neither a lizard nor a crocodile. Look at its 3 tails. It looks quite eerie." "Well, it's all right. We are no longer on Qinxing, so encountering oddities is quite normal." Someone chuckled in reassurance. "Exactly. In this other world, who knows what bizarre things might appear? Personally, I find it all rather fascinating." Faced with this unprecedented and peculiar beast, the villagers were filled with curiosity. They surrounded Yang Yao, chattering excitedly as they attempted to observe and comprehend the enigmatic creature from various angles. Yang Yao proudly recounted his experience of capturing the beast, drawing a chorus of admiration from the onlookers. Standing beside the carcass of the aquatic beast, Yang Yao remarked, "This fellow was quite cunning. We exerted considerable effort to bring it down, based on its appearance." IVE decided to name it the three-tailed crocodile lizard. Upon hearing Yang Yao's words, the villagers gasped in awe once more. At that moment, Yang Sheng, along with Yang Hao and Yang Qing, approached them. "Welcome back. Was this mission successful?" With his voice ringing out, everyone turned their attention to him. Yang Sheng strode in confidently, accompanied by Yang Hao and Yang Qing. Tribe leader, the villagers called out excitedly. Yang Sheng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and then turned to Yang Yao. "Tribe leader, this mission was generally quite successful, though we did encounter some new developments," Yang Yao stated after a moment's reflection. He then called out to the two injured villagers, "Yang Yu, Yang Lai, come over here." Upon hearing their names, the two villagers rushed over. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yao led them into the village, while the spoils of their hunt were left to the other villagers for processing. At that moment, Yang Su, Yang Hao, and Yang Qing exchanged knowing glances and seamlessly followed behind Yang Sheng and the others into the village square. Once inside, Yang Yao gestured to the two injured villagers and addressed Yang Sheng, saying, "Tribe leader, both of them sustained injuries of varying degrees while hunting the three-tailed crocodile lizard. However, not long after, their wounds began to heal and scab over." As he spoke, Yang Yao indicated the two villagers, who promptly displayed their scabbed injuries. Yang Sheng and the others looked on with curiosity. Indeed, both villagers bore numerous wounds that appeared to have only recently formed. Yet at this moment, the wounds were already scabbing over, and some scabs were nearly ready to fall off. This was undoubtedly a positive sign. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Sheng was unsure of what to say, so he offered some gentle encouragement before allowing everyone to disperse. Meanwhile, Yang Sheng stood in place, deep in thought, before returning to his home beside the ancestral hall with a click. He closed the door behind him and walked over to pick up a stone spear lying in the room. After examining it, he steeled himself and pressed it firmly against his arm. However, to his embarrassment, this attempt caused no harm whatsoever to his arm. "Well," Yang Sheng mused awkwardly. He then aimed the spear's tip at his arm once more. This time, rather than cutting, he thrust it down with force. Finally, after exerting considerable effort, he managed to prick a small wound on his arm. Yet, before he could even begin to inspect it, the wound astonishingly healed within moments, closing up so rapidly that not a drop of blood had the chance to seep through. Yang Sheng was left speechless, gazing at the now-healed spot on his arm in astonishment. Clearly, while he had come to recognize that the two villagers possessed remarkable healing abilities, his own situation evidently far exceeded theirs. Chapter 13. The Stone Hypothesis. Steady Development. It appears that the changes I and the villagers are undergoing extend beyond mere appearances, encompassing strength, speed, and other fundamental aspects. Yang Sheng gazed quietly at his arm, where no trace of the previous wound remained visible. It seemed that this body held countless secrets waiting for him to uncover. He then placed his hand back on his chest. If it were not for the conspiracy of some powerful being, then this stone could very well be the fortuitous opportunity one have encountered, much like those described in novels. In Yang Sheng's eyes, wisps of light began to emanate ever more densely. To be precise, this stone must be some kind of extraordinary treasure, or perhaps, as depicted in novels, it was formed from some advanced power or even laws and rules. Yang Sheng clenched his fists, feeling the immense power coursing through his being. This power was inexhaustible and entirely under his control. In a moment of reverie, Yang Sheng sensed that he was gradually approaching some kind of barrier. Regardless, it was this stone that brought us to this entirely unfamiliar world. Likewise, this stone's merging with me has led to the current transformations among the villagers. Since I cannot yet discern the exact nature of these changes, I shall continue to grow stronger. As long as I become sufficiently powerful, I shall eventually uncover all the truths I wish to know. With a vigorous swing of his arm, a gust of wind followed. Yang Sheng could distinctly feel the continuous flow of power surging from his heart, relentlessly enhancing his physique. This strengthening was not merely an increase in raw strength or speed. It encompassed deeper transformations, as if he were gradually transcending the realm of ordinary life, evolving toward some higher, more extraordinary dimension. Moreover, Yang Sheng could feel that as he grew stronger, the presence of all the villagers in Shiri village seemed to be gradually elevated as well, seemingly in connection with him. Although their progress paled in comparison to his own, it was nonetheless a tangible enhancement. Conversely, the villagers' gradual improvements appeared to reciprocally benefit him, accelerating his own growth and transformation. Thus, it was as if a peculiar positive cycle had formed between Yang Sheng and the villagers, akin to a glitch in the system. Accompanied by a series of resounding crashes, enormous trees fell in response to the tumult. As far as the eye could see around Shiri village, a group of towering tribespeople, each exceeding 4 meters in height, was enthusiastically uprooting the lofty, sky-reaching trees. These colossal trees, if placed on chins, would undoubtedly be considered monumental. To extract them solely through brute force would require a strength measured in tons point. One can only imagine the terrifying prowess possessed by the tribespeople of Shiri village at this moment. The reason for their relentless removal of the surrounding trees was undoubtedly in obedience to the orders of their chieftain, Yang Sheng. Although they were unaware of the rationale behind Yang Sheng's directives, their faith in their chieftain remained unshakable. Consequently, they complied without hesitation with his instructions. With a grunt, one tribesman effortlessly hoisted a freshly uprooted tree to the side and carefully placed it beside the already towering pile of trees. In addition to these individuals engaged in tree removal, another group of tribespeople, as was customary, followed closely behind Yang Sheng, delving deeper into the vast, boundless forest in search of exploration. Time passed swiftly, and a full month had elapsed since they first entered this wilderness. During this period, they had expanded their exploration radius from Shiri village to over 100 kilometers. Despite their diligent efforts, they had yet to reach the forest's edge, as if it were an endless expanse with no conclusion in sight. Faced with such a situation, Yang Sheng remained calm and composed, advancing steadily without taking reckless risks or succumbing to impatience. Each time they returned, he brought back a bountiful catch, just as he had in the past. After all, their arrival at this location was still recent. Although they had begun to domesticate the lively animals they had captured, their numbers were still sparse, and they had yet to establish a substantial breeding scale. Now, another fortnight had passed, and many tribespeople had gradually discovered various edible plants. Yang Sheng welcomed each find, experimenting with them and ultimately compiling a preliminary list of confirmed non-toxic, consumable plants. Remarkably, despite being in an alternate world, the edible plants identified by Yang Sheng bore a striking resemblance to the vegetables commonly consumed on chins. In addition to vegetables, certain fruits also shared similar characteristics. Naturally, there were also some odd-shaped plants that appeared peculiar. Upon confirming the edibility of these plant varieties, the tribespeople were treated to many delightful and bizarre experiences. As for the meat of animals, aside from discovering that one peculiar toad-like creature with immense blossoms on its back was toxic, all other animal meats were deemed consumable. However, similar to chins, the flavor of carnivorous animals was generally inferior to that of herbivorous ones. Consequently, the tribespeople primarily hunted herbivores, while they tended to avoid slaughtering carnivores unless they found the taste agreeable. Otherwise, they simply left them undisturbed. After all, the forest maintained its own ecosystem, and excessive destruction of any species, be it animal or plant, would not bode well for them. Regarding the ongoing tree removal and expansion of the village's territory, Yang Sheng had his own contemplations. Although there was no concrete evidence, ever since he sensed an inexplicable barrier within himself, his instincts hinted that once he touched or even breached that barrier, both he and his tribespeople might undergo another transformation, one that would likely surpass their initial change. Thus, Yang Sheng contemplated their physical forms. Should they grow larger once more, the current structures in the village might no longer accommodate them. Therefore, he needed to prepare in advance to avoid a chaotic situation later. Today, Yang Sheng continued to lead several tribespeople in exploring northward from the village. Chieftain, the area we've explored over this period is quite substantial. Yet why have we not yet found the forest's edge? One inquired. Indeed, Chieftain, Could it be that this is a world entirely composed of forest? Yang Sheng chuckled in response. Do you think I, as your chieftain, possess all knowledge? How could I possibly know the answer to such a question? Hearing Yang Sheng's playful retort, the tribespeople responded with sheepish smiles, scratching their heads. At that moment, Yang Sheng's heightened perception, surpassing that of his comrades, suddenly detected something unusual, prompting him to raise his gaze towards the northern expanse. That is the scent of the sea, he murmured. With a sweeping gesture, he led his tribespeople in a swift rush towards the north. Chapter 14. Discovering the edge, crafting rafts to set sail. The tribespeople were somewhat perplexed, uncertain as to why their chieftain was suddenly so exhilarated. However, after running several dozen kilometers alongside Yang Sheng, their expressions transformed to mirror his excitement. This is indeed the scent of the sea. We have found the edge of the forest. Ha ha ha. It turns out this alternate world possesses a vast ocean. Does this mean we can venture out to fish and feast? Absolutely. It has been over a month since we last enjoyed fish or seafood. I have been yearning for it. Although the ocean remained unseen, the tribespeople's heightened sensory abilities allowed them to distinctly identify the unmistakable essence of the sea wafting from afar. After running for another 10 kilometers, Yang Sheng and his tribespeople suddenly found themselves in an open expanse. Before them lay an unbounded, azure ocean, and they stood upon a modest, low cliff. Ha ha ha, it truly is the sea. How wondrous that it is blue, Yang Sheng marveled, gazing at the endless cerulean expanse. At last, our explorations have borne fruit. This forest indeed has an edge. Just then, amidst the excitement of Yang Sheng and his tribespeople, a colossal figure erupted from the distant sea, crashing back down with a resounding splash. In an instant, it sent forth a shower of enormous droplets. Although Yang Sheng and the others could not ascertain the nature of the creature, its size and form bore a striking resemblance to the whales of Chin's. As the immense figure struck the ocean's surface, it seemed to disturb the aquatic inhabitants, causing countless smaller fish to leap from the water, creating a spectacular scene. Excellent! Now that we have discovered the forest's edge, our task concludes here. Let us return to the village to share this splendid news with everyone, and then we can begin crafting some rafts to facilitate our fishing expeditions. Confirming the existence of the forest's boundary and the vast ocean beyond, resembling that of Chin's, Yang Sheng felt no longing to linger and promptly turned to lead his tribespeople back to the village. The other tribespeople, while a bit reluctant to part from the endless sea, understood that it would still be there when they returned, so they obediently followed Yang Sheng back. Eagerly, Yang Sheng and several tribespeople hastened back to the village, impatient to share the news with their entire clan. Upon hearing this revelation, the villagers erupted with excitement and, under Yang Sheng's guidance, joyfully immersed themselves in the task of constructing wooden rafts. Naturally, they would not choose to build the rafts within the village itself, as it lay over 100 kilometers from the ocean. Ultimately, Yang Sheng meticulously selected a group of tribespeople skilled in crafting such tools from their time on Chin's. This group, upon receiving their orders, eagerly made their way to the coastline to gather suitable materials and commence work on the rafts. Despite the lack of various essential tools, it was undeniable that their immense strength provided a distinct advantage. Before long, leveraging their extraordinary might and nimble hands, the tribespeople miraculously succeeded in constructing several colossal rafts. It is no exaggeration to say that, compared to ordinary humans, the rafts fashioned by the Shiri village tribespeople were truly behemoths. Each raft comprised numerous tree trunks, each measuring several dozen meters in length and incredibly robust, all skillfully bound together with exceptionally resilient vines to form a sturdy and stable whole. Once the rafts were completed, Yang Sheng and the tribespeople eagerly climbed aboard, ready to set sail. While the tribespeople were busy building the rafts, Yang Sheng and a few others had already ventured into the sea to test the waters. Once again, they marveled at the extraordinary ability their bodies possessed. They moved effortlessly through the water, astonishingly without the need to breathe through their mouths or noses. Yang Sheng and his kin seemed to operate as a singular entity, engaging in a remarkable internal circulation. This revelation dispelled any lingering apprehensions they had about venturing into the vast ocean of the otherworld. After all, they were no longer the frail humans they once were. Therefore, The peculiar creatures or formidable monsters lurking in the foreign sea did not instill excessive fear in them. Their sole concern before plunging into the depths was the potential destruction of their raft. Should it fail, prolonged exposure to the water might deplete their strength, leading them to sink beneath the waves, unable to breathe and ultimately meet their demise in the ocean's embrace. Now, assured of their ability to survive without the need for breath, nothing could hinder their quest to hunt in the sea. With a splash, the raft descended into the water, and Yang Sheng, armed alongside his kin, began to paddle toward the horizon with several others wielding specially crafted, oversized wooden oars. Throughout their journey, Yang Sheng maintained a heightened state of alertness. His senses were finely tuned, vigilantly scanning for any threats that might arise from the depth. Yang Sheng remained ever watchful. His companions were not idle, perhaps due to the fish in these waters having never encountered such a peculiar vessel. A number of curious fish approached the raft. It was at this moment that the heightened perception and agility of Yang Sheng's kin came into play. Their stone spears pierced the water with precision, striking down numerous large sea fish. "Ha ha ha, it seems our fishing skills have not diminished," one of them exclaimed. "Regrettably, we lack the materials to craft a large fishing net. Otherwise, we would not have to catch them one by one. Indeed, however, upon our return, we could encourage the tribe to explore ways to weave some nets." In the midst of their jovial banter, the tribe members aboard the rafts had already captured a significant number of fish, each one impressively large, some reaching lengths of 3 to 4 meters, though their names remained unknown. Nonetheless, the tribe members felt certain that these fish would offer delightful flavors. Just as they enthusiastically speared the fish, Yang Sheng suddenly detected a massive silhouette within his perceptive range. What could that be? He pondered. While uncertain of its nature, the unmistakable scent of blood emanating from the figure heightened his alarm. He immediately raised a hand and commanded, "Everyone, stay alert." Upon hearing his words, all members of the tribe ceased their light-hearted banter and focused intently on the surrounding waters, although they continued to fish. Moments later, a colossal dorsal fin emerged within their line of sight. Upon seeing it, Yang Sheng let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a creature akin to a shark from their home world. Yang Sheng's tone lightened. After all, his greatest fear had been encountering an unfamiliar creature with unknown powers. Now, confronted by a creature resembling a shark, he could surmise its likely means of attack based on its appearance. Clearly, it had been drawn here by the tantalizing scent of blood released by their speared fish. Chapter 15. A struggle beneath the waves, returning to shore. As the dorsal fin approached, the tribe members were astonished by its sheer size, rivaling that of Yang Sheng himself. This implied that the overall length of this shark-like entity must exceed 40 meters. As the fin passed between the rafts, Yang Sheng acted decisively, thrusting his massive stone spear towards the body beneath the fin. Thud! To his astonishment, the spear inflicted no harm on the creature. Instead, his attack seemed to provoke the massive beast. With a mighty splash, it surged forward, turning sharply to ram into the raft where Yang Sheng stood. Bam! The raft rocked violently. Fortunately, constructed from numerous colossal tree trunks, it withstood the impact without disintegrating. Seizing the moment of chaos, Yang Sheng leaped into the water, grasping the enormous dorsal fin and landing atop the unknown creature's back. Realizing it had acquired an unwelcome passenger, the shark-like entity began thrashing violently in the water. Frustrated by the lack of effect, it dove deeper. Attempting to shake Yang Sheng off, however, he expertly clung to the fin with one hand, showing no signs of being dislodged. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity, Yang Sheng's other hand gripped a gill-like structure along the creature's side, and with all his might, he tore it free. With a savage roar of pain, the shark-like creature thrashed even more wildly, releasing torrents of blood into the water. Seizing the chance, Yang Sheng continued to tear at additional gill-like structures. Subsequently, he relinquished his grip on the fin and pressed both hands against the edges of the creature's wounds. Half his body plunging into its interior, inside, he unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes. Thud, thud, thud. Above the surface, crimson shapes began to spread across the water. The creature's thrashing sent waves crashing, causing the nearby rafts to rock incessantly. Eventually, as the blood cloud expanded, The water settled into a calm surface. With a burst, Yang Sheng emerged from the depths, and in his grasp was the massive creature, its size dwarfing him several times over. Thud! He utilized his unparalleled strength to hurl the 40-meter-long shark-like corpse onto the raft. Instantly, the immense weight of the body caused the raft to sink noticeably. With agility, Yang Sheng swam to another raft, effortlessly leaping aboard. "The chief is incredible," one exclaimed. "Indeed, I could never hope to handle such a formidable creature. Truly, this otherworld is astonishing, harboring such colossal sharks." The tribe members gazed in awe at the gigantic carcass. Nearly as long as their raft itself, it is worth noting that even the largest creatures recorded on their home world, such as dinosaurs, seemed unlikely to surpass this behemoth in size. And yet, this was merely their first venture into the sea, encountering such a magnificent creature. Clearly, in this vast ocean of the otherworld, similar entities were bound to be plentiful. With a gentle smile at the praise from his kin, Yang Sheng calmly declared, "With this magnificent creature, our maiden hunt at sea has been a resounding success." He paused momentarily, then added, "On our first expedition, there is no need for recklessness. Safety must remain our top priority." The tribe members nodded in agreement, signaling their understanding. Yang Sheng then waved his hand decisively and called out, "Turn around, we shall return to shore." In response, the tribe members echoed his command, and together they wielded their massive wooden oars. Rowing in unison toward the land as the sound of splashing filled the air, their vessels swiftly cut through the water. Racing toward the shore, it is important to note that they had set out from a desolate region, so their journey had not taken them far from the coast. Yet, even within these nearshore waters, they had managed to capture such an abundance of prey, including the unexpectedly massive creature. This clearly indicated that the vast ocean before them was teeming with rich and plentiful resources. As the multitude disembarked onto the shore, a group of clansmen, dispatched by Yang Sheng, swiftly approached to offer their greetings after having stood vigil at the water's edge for some time. Subsequently, under Yang Sheng's direction, the assembly exuberantly unloaded the spoils from the raft, proceeding in an orderly fashion towards the village, with each individual responsible for a portion of the task, exemplifying a harmonious division of labor that rendered their efforts remarkably efficient. Meanwhile, Yang Sheng and several other clansmen utilized their remarkable strength upon reaching the land. In groups, they effortlessly lifted the massive raft, methodically transporting it to a location well away from the shore. It is worth noting that this raft was a makeshift construction, with several aspects still lacking refinement. Moreover, due to the corrosive nature of seawater, prolonged exposure could easily result in significant deterioration. Fortunately, they possessed the means to exert the necessary effort to drag the raft ashore. With a flurry of activity, the clansmen secured the raft firmly to the sturdy trees, lining the bank using robust vines, ensuring it would not be swept away by the wind or carried back into the sea. Once this task was accomplished, the group began their journey home, following the path taken by those who had previously transported the game, engaging in lighthearted banter while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Upon their return to the village, Yang Sheng and his companions discovered that the villagers, under the guidance of Yang Su and others, had already begun to allocate the captured game. Several clansmen were diligently working to dissect the colossal creature. Measuring over 40 meters in length, upon seeing Yang Sheng's return, the villagers greeted him as usual. Yang Yao, gazing at the massive carcass, exclaimed in astonishment, "Chief, this beast is truly enormous. I wonder how it tastes." In response, Yang Qing, his sister, playfully smacked him on the back of the head, retorting, "All you think about is food. Don't you care whether the chief has been injured?" Despite being chastised by his sister, Yang Yao appeared unfazed, casually replying, "Oh, come on. How could the chief possibly be harmed? This creature, though large, surely poses no threat to him." Hearing his brother's assertion, Yang Qing, still fuming, raised her hand to strike him again, only to be swiftly halted by Yang Sheng's intervention. "All right, enough of that. You needn't keep hitting your brother. He's not exactly the brightest," he said. Yang Qing reluctantly lowered her hand, while Yang Yao protested, "Chief, how could you slander me so? I am quite clever and capable." Yang Sheng, feigning indifference, replied, Sure, you are the smartest and the most capable. Is that satisfactory? Oblivious to Yang Sheng's sarcasm, Yang Yao nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Hee hee, you truly have an eye for talent. Chief, unlike my brutish sister." Just then, as if foreseeing trouble, he swiftly moved aside, allowing Yang Qing's hand to swing harmlessly through the air. Disregarding the playful squabble between the siblings, Yang Sheng approached Yang Lijing, who was overseeing the dismemberment of the carcass. "Uncle Jing, I cannot accompany the clansmen on every expedition to see. I will need your vigilant oversight, especially since we encountered such a formidable creature on our first outing. The waters of this other world are hardly safe." Yang Lijing nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Ashang, I will communicate this matter to each clansman, ensuring it remains firmly etched in their minds, amidst the fervent distribution of provisions and the spectacle of clansmen laboriously dissecting the enormous beast." An urgent commotion erupted. Clattering footsteps echoed as those tasked with patrolling the village perimeter rushed in, and two clansmen hastily secured the towering wooden gate at the village entrance point. One of the clansmen approached Yang Sheng. Breathless with urgency, "Chief, grave news. While we were on patrol, we discovered a vast horde of wolf-like beasts charging towards the village." Yang Sheng's expression turned grave at this revelation. He inquired, "Yang Hu, where did you spot this pack? Approximately how many are there?" The clansman, named Yang Hu, quickly responded, "About 30 kilometers southwest of the village. There are at least 100 of them, and each wolf is at least 3 to 4 meters in size." The mention of such a large number of colossal beasts prompted Yang Su to curse. This other world is truly bizarre. How can there be a pack of over 100 wolves, all of such massive proportions? Yang Su's frustration was not unfounded. On the planet of Qinxing, wolf packs typically consisted of only a few individuals, rarely exceeding 20. The mere notion of a pack of over 100 was unheard of, as the sustenance required for such a number would be insurmountable in their realm. Yet, in this other world, strange occurrences appeared to be commonplace. Gather all able-bodied men at once. Elders, women, and children must remain indoors and not venture out. Yang Sheng's response was swift and decisive. He recognized that time was of the essence. Since Yang Hu and his companions had returned, it signified that the wolf pack was drawing near. Instantly, the village sprang into action, functioning like a well-oiled machine. Under Yang Sheng's guidance, the elderly, women, and children quickly retreated to their homes, securing their doors tightly as if to ward off any impending danger. In the meantime, Yang Sheng led the robust clansmen, armed with a variety of stone weapons, such as stone spears and knives, gathering at the village entrance with utmost urgency. Once assembled, they ascended the specially crafted wooden ladders, designed for climbing to the top of the village's formidable barriers. Standing atop this natural defense, the clansmen could survey their surroundings from a vantage point, allowing them to identify any potential threats and devise appropriate countermeasures. In fact, during the initial planning and construction of the village, Yang Sheng had foreseen various challenges that might arise. Thus, he had ordered the creation of numerous ladders to ensure they could play a pivotal role in critical moments. After all, to guarantee the village's security, the barriers were constructed to be both high and sturdy. Without adequate tools, it would have been difficult to create sufficient observation points to monitor external movements. However, with these ladders, the villagers could easily ascend and maintain vigilance over their surroundings. Yang Sheng climbed the ladder, leaning forward slightly to peer beyond the barrier. At that moment, he keenly detected a cacophony of unusual sounds emanating from the distant forest, suggesting a multitude of creatures were approaching. According to Yang Hu, the wolves measured approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, while the village's barrier stood over 20 meters high. If this were true, breaching this formidable defense would be nearly impossible for them. Nevertheless, Yang Sheng was not content to rely solely on passive defense. He had already devised a plan. Turning to Yang Su and Yang Hao, he stated, when the pack mentioned by Yang Hu draws near, "I intend to leap over the barrier with the clansmen and engage these beasts head-on." Yang Su's face betrayed concern as he attempted to dissuade him. "Chief, isn't that a rather reckless course of action?" Yang Sheng shook his head gently. "Merely defending ourselves is not a sustainable strategy. Only through proactive engagement can we seize control of the situation. If we can eradicate them entirely, the threat will dissipate." With that, he clapped Yang Su on the shoulder, indicating his resolve. Recognizing Yang Sheng's determination, Yang Su refrained from further protest and nodded in silent support. The air was soon filled with the deafening howls of the wolves, echoing ominously as if to pierce the heavens. The villagers focused intently ahead, and gradually, the silhouettes of the wolf pack emerged. Upon closer observation, it became evident that over 100 massive wolves, each approximately 4 meters long, were advancing. These creatures darted out from the thicket with remarkable agility, resembling a tempest as they approached the open space outside the village. While they bore a resemblance to the wolves commonly seen on Earth, they exhibited striking differences. Each wolf possessed 2 exceptionally powerful forelimbs and robust hind legs. Their tails resembled those of lizards, thick and elongated, cloaked in a dense coat of fur, enveloped in a layer of grayish-green fur. This enigmatic pack of wolf-like beasts bore 4 keen ears atop their heads, and a delicate, upright horn adorned their foreheads. Upon reaching the village entrance, they refrained from launching an immediate assault. Instead, they paused to meticulously scrutinize their surroundings. As their gaze fell upon the silhouettes of their kin appearing above the barrier, their previously restless demeanor intensified with excitement. Though they maintained a degree of restraint, at that moment, an unexpected event transpired. With a swift motion, the entire pack lowered their heads in unison and parted to either side, creating a broad passageway. To the astonishment of Yang Shang and his companions, an enormous wolf-like creature gradually emerged before them. This colossal beast measured over 6 meters in length, dwarfing its companions and exuding an imposing presence. Its body was cloaked in a shimmering coat of silvery gray fur, radiating a faint glow. The formidable, sharp horn atop its head drew particular attention, symbolizing its supreme status and authority. Though the distance was considerable, Yang Shang discerned a peculiar mark behind the horn of the wolf leader. However, he dismissed it, pondering that it might simply be a natural feature, akin to the regal markings of a tiger. It appeared that this formidable creature was indeed the leader of the pack. Yang Shang fixed his gaze upon the massive wolf with unwavering determination. He swiftly gestured to his fellow clansmen, signaling them to prepare for battle. Just as the wolf leader halted near the village, Yang Shang unleashed a fierce roar. Ha! In an instant, nearly 50 clansmen, including Yang Shang, leaped from the sturdy barrier with the swiftness of arrows released from bows. Their agile forms descended like a pride of tigers, charging with unyielding force into the throng of wolves below. As previously mentioned, the entire Shiri village comprises 53 households, totaling 162 souls, including 43 elderly and 15 children, with a roughly equal gender distribution. Among the remaining 104 able-bodied adults, the male-to-female ratio also hovered around 4 to 6, thus, those who leaped from the barrier represented a significant portion of the village's vigorous youth. At that moment, Yang Shang, leveraging his superior strength, advanced directly toward the wolf leader. Before the creature could react, he swiftly brandished his sharp stone spear and thrust it fiercely toward the beast. Bang! To his astonishment, the spear failed to inflict any damage upon the powerful wolf leader. It was worth noting that the once mighty purple bear had perished under a similar strike due to a critical hit. Yet, this wolf leader was evidently far more formidable than the bear he had previously encountered. Although the origins of this wolf pack remained a mystery, they undeniably ranked among the apex predators of this vast forest. Other clansmen faced similar predicaments, prompting them to relinquish their spears without hesitation. Opting to confront the wolves with bare hands, it soon became evident that the current fighting prowess of the Shiri villagers, unarmed, far surpassed their capabilities when wielding spears. Each individual could effortlessly contend with 2 or even 3 wolves, maintaining the upper hand throughout the skirmish. Notably, the 4 siblings, Yang Su, Yang Hao, Yang Yao, and Yang Qing, distinguished themselves with exceptional performance. They unleashed powerful punches not aimed at the wolves' potential weak points around the waist, but rather directly targeted the beasts' heads. Their astonishing strength, coupled with remarkable defensive capabilities, left the wolves dazed and disoriented. However, these wolves were no easy foes. Their fierce biting force, sharp claws and teeth, and robust, elongated tails were lethal weapons. Soon, several clansmen suffered scratches and bites from the wolves. Fortunately, these injuries were not severe, and thanks to their formidable healing abilities, the wounds began to close and scab over swiftly, allowing them to continue the fight. Nevertheless, the impact of their punches and kicks was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow like that of blades or other weapons. Thus, amidst the fray, Yang Sheng began to contemplate the possibility of resolving this inexplicable conflict by defeating or even subduing the wolf leader. Wolves are hierarchical animals. Should the leader fall, the others would likely retreat. With the ineffectiveness of their weapons, the villagers resorted to utilizing their full repertoire of skills against the tenacious wolves, now entrenched in a fierce battle. As it became clear that the conflict would not conclude in the immediate future, an astonishing idea surged into Yang Sheng's mind. The behavioral patterns of these wolves appeared strikingly similar to those of packs on Earth. Could they attempt to defeat, suppress, or even tame the wolf leader to defuse this crisis? Encouraged by this thought, Yang Sheng resolved to adopt a more aggressive strategy against the wolf leader. Boom. He swiftly evaded the leader's ferocious lunges with the agility of a dragon emerging from the sea. Simultaneously, his tightly clenched fists struck with the ferocity of a tempest, crashing down upon the wolf leader's formidable body whenever he spotted an opening. With a daring kick, Yang Sheng targeted the wolf leader's neck, delivering a powerful blow that caused the beast to stagger, nearly losing its balance. However, the wolf leader responded with remarkable speed, its steel tail whipping out like lightning, striking Yang Sheng. Fortunately, his robust physique rendered such assaults inconsequential. Seizing the opportunity presented by the wolf leader's momentary instability, Yang Sheng dashed forward, leaping onto the creature's broad and sturdy back. Unlike ordinary wolves, this leader sported a thick, lion-like mane around its neck, complicating direct attacks to its vital areas. After careful consideration, Yang Sheng decisively shifted his focus to the wolf leader's spine. Thud, thud, thud. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each strike resonating with tremendous force upon the wolf leader's vertebrae. Not content with that, he skillfully exploited openings to rain blows upon the beast's ribs. Each punch bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, eliciting anguished howls from the wolf leader that echoed through the forest. Yet, unlike the giant tiger, the cunning wolf leader swiftly rolled and attempted to shake him off. Nevertheless, Yang Sheng's legs clung tightly to the wolf leader's back, showing no signs of being dislodged by its thrashing. Realizing this tactic was futile, the wolf leader surged to its feet and charged ferociously toward a nearby tree. Yet, in light of Yang Sheng's indomitable physique, even if the wolf leader collided with the trunk, it could never harm him. Boom, boom. With each tremendous impact, sturdy trees splintered beneath the force of the wolf leader's charge. At this moment, the wolf leader was left dazed and disoriented from its own violent collisions. Seizing the moment, Yang Sheng launched another relentless assault, pummeling the wolf leader's ribs with unyielding fury. The excruciating pain compelled the wolf leader to emit heart-wrenching cries, reverberating through the air like a chilling wind that swept over the wolves surrounding the Shiri villagers. The ferocity of their attacks began to wane, as if an invisible force had subdued them. Some of the more robust wolves, filled with concern for their leader, attempted to rush to its aid. However, the villagers of Shiri would not allow such interference. Witnessing their leader gaining the upper hand in the fierce struggle against the wolf leader, the villagers' spirits soared, and they fought with renewed vigor. Each punch and kick infused with boundless strength. In an instant, the battlefield erupted in a whirlwind of dust and battle cries, as both sides engaged in a breathtaking clash. Unbeknownst to them, the other clanspeople of Shiri village had also hurriedly gathered atop the barrier. They gazed anxiously at the breathtaking spectacle of battle unfolding outside the village, worry etched upon their faces. However, upon noticing that their kin were prevailing in the conflict and that there had been no casualties thus far, the heavy stones of anxiety in their hearts were finally lifted. The elderly, women, and children in the village exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Soon after, someone among them was the first to raise their voice in fervent encouragement for the warriors engaged in the fierce combat below. This rallying cry ignited like a spark, rapidly spreading as more and more joined in the chorus of support. The resounding wave of sound surged like tumultuous tides, each swell more powerful than the last. Even the beasts of prey sensed the subtle influence of this formidable momentum. The warriors below, hearing the uplifting voices from above, felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through them. Their fists became resolute and powerful. Fatigue forgotten as they threw themselves wholeheartedly into the fray. Ultimately, after enduring several hours of relentless struggle, the leader of the wolf beasts could bear no more. With a thud, its breath grew weak. Flickering like a candle in the wind, in that moment, the once mighty beast lay helplessly upon the ground, its body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Sheng steadfastly rode upon the back of the wolf beast leader, mercilessly delivering blow after blow. Each strike bore an intense ferocity that instilled dread in the wolf beast leader. Suddenly, the wolf beast leader emitted a low, mournful cry, a sound that resonated like a lament from the depths of hell. Filled with limitless anguish, upon hearing this mournful wail, Yang Sheng's movements faltered momentarily. A flicker of confusion crossed his gaze, as if he were striving to comprehend the message the wolf beast leader sought to convey. Simultaneously, as the leader's cry echoed around them, the other wolf beasts, who had been fiercely battling the clanspeople of Shiri village, ceased their attacks. They quietly gathered around, their eyes revealing a complex array of emotions, some filled with sorrow, others with resignation. In this prolonged skirmish lasting several hours, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. Not a single clansman had perished, yet many of the wolf beasts bore severe injuries, with some teetering on the brink of death. Merely a breath away from the abyss, Yang Sheng pondered this perplexity. What was the meaning of the wolf beasts' peculiar behavior? Were they out of their minds? Why were they so determined to fight to the bitter end? This question lingered in his mind, eluding a satisfactory answer. At that moment, Yang Sheng finally grasped the deeper significance behind the wolf beast leader's CRYIT was an expression of complete surrender. After all, Yang Sheng's overwhelming power had thoroughly subdued the wolf beast leader. Yet, Yang Sheng did not leap down from the leader's back. Instead, he gently squeezed his legs, lightly touching the beast's abdomen, as if sharing a silent understanding. The wolf beast leader immediately comprehended Yang Sheng's intent. Despite its grave injuries, it slowly rose to its feet. Moreover, the other robust wolf beasts, still capable of movement, also hoisted their massive bodies upright, and no longer did they pay heed to the clanspeople of Shiri village. Instead, they turned in unison, bowing towards the wolf beast leader and Yang Sheng. The scene before the clanspeople atop the barrier unfolded like a soul-stirring tableau. They gazed in silent reverence at this solemn spectacle, a profound sense of awe swelling within them in the ensuing endless stretch of time. The wolf beasts that loyally followed Yang Sheng and the clanspeople of Shiri village after this battle would endure countless trials and tribulations, growing and ultimately transforming into a formidable and renowned race of divine beasts, the Sun Wolf tribe. Thus, a breathtaking and unprecedented war between the two factions concluded with the humble submission of one leader. At this moment, having confirmed the wolf beast leader's allegiance, Yang Sheng gracefully dismounted from its back. The other wolf beasts, witnessing this, hurriedly dashed to the leader's side, bowing their heads and emitting soft whimpers. The wolf beast leader responded with a few low calls, as if acknowledging them. Thus, the fierce battle came to an end. The multitude of wolf beasts no longer clashed with the clanspeople of Shiri village. Instead, they stood obediently in place. Meanwhile, the clansmen who had been peering over the wooden railing quickly descended, opening the village's massive wooden gates. "Chief, are you unharmed? Child, are you safe? You useless brat, how could you sustain such severe injuries dealing with these beasts?" In an instant, the remaining clanspeople flocked to express their concern for those who had fought valiantly on the front lines. Under Yang Sheng's direction, the villagers swiftly gathered wooden planks and slender vines to provide rudimentary bandaging for the severely injured wolf beasts. Furthermore, they administered the recently effective otherworldly herbs that Yang Sheng had used to treat the wounded beasts. Of course, they did not neglect their own injured kin, simultaneously tending to their wounds, due to the orders given by the wolf beast leader. The injured beasts exhibited remarkable docility, allowing the clanspeople to treat their wounds without resistance, as if they understood it was for their healing. Concurrently, these highly intelligent wolf beasts expressed a curious fascination towards the clanspeople, who had managed to defeat them in battle. Perhaps it was true what they said, no conflict leads to no acquaintance, though such a saying felt somewhat peculiar between two different species. Nevertheless, the clanspeople of Shiri village still harbored resentment and dissatisfaction towards the wolf beasts that had suddenly attacked them. Only because their leader had been subdued by their chief did their anger wane to some extent. Yet, they remained puzzled as to why these wolf beasts had recklessly come to provoke trouble. At that moment, the wolf beast leader was being attended to by Yang Sheng personally. The wolf beast leader was indeed much stronger than the other beasts. Just moments ago, it had been on the brink of death. Yet now it had recovered significantly. Additionally, the ribs that Yang Sheng had forcefully broken earlier were beginning to show signs of realignment. Consequently, Yang Sheng found no need to bandage it. Instead, he simply fed the wolf beast leader some healing herbs directly. "Tell me, why did you come to attack our village?" Yang Sheng inquired as he continued to administer the herbs. Observing the wolf beast leader dutifully consuming the herbs he provided, Yang Sheng instinctively reached out to stroke its head. The wolf beast leader offered no resistance to Yang Sheng's gesture, even narrowing its eyes in apparent enjoyment. Witnessing this, Yang Sheng's confusion deepened. Frankly, he could discern that these wolf beasts, particularly their leader, possessed remarkable intelligence. Yang Sheng even suspected that its intellect was not much inferior to that of humans. Yet, why would such powerful predators come to their territory unprovoked, seemingly intent on engaging in a fierce battle? Yang Sheng was certain that the area within a radius of several hundred kilometers around their village was not the territory of these formidable predators. After all, the powerful beasts that Yang Sheng and his kin had previously slain would not have dared to dwell here. The strength of those beasts, while perhaps surpassing that of one or two wolf beasts individually, would only lead to their demise when faced with a pack of these creatures. Wu. Observing Yang Sheng's expression, the wolf beast leader seemed to grasp his thoughts. He let out a low whimper, as if attempting to explain something to him. Unfortunately, Yang Sheng did not understand the language of the wolves, rendering him incapable of comprehension. Just then, Yang Sheng noticed that the peculiar mark on the wolf beast leader's forehead was beginning to emit a glow. Chapter 19. Unknown Threat. Hunting Partners. Gazing at the mark upon the wolf beast leader's head, Yang Sheng observed that it even radiated a faint green light. At that moment, he sensed a sudden agitation in the wolf beast leader beside him. With the leader's restlessness, the previously calm wolf beasts also began to exhibit signs of unease, though they did not attempt to attack Yang Sheng's kin once more. Seeing this, Yang Sheng's expression turned serious as he regarded the wolf beast leader, noticing a glimmer of struggle in its eyes. Coupled with the inexplicable glow that had suddenly appeared on the mark, Yang Sheng seemed to come to a realization. "Are you being controlled?" Yang Sheng suddenly recalled that when he first encountered the wolf beast leader, there appeared to be a mark on its forehead, situated just behind the enormous horn. At that moment, he paid it little heed, merely assuming it was a natural feature of the wolf beast leader. However, now, reflecting upon it, he remembered that when he had nearly defeated the wolf beast leader and it expressed its submission, the radiance emanating from that mark seemed to have vanished. Now, as the wolf beast leader's condition improved, the glow from the mark re-emerged. For some unknown reason, upon seeing the mark, Yang Sheng felt as though he had grasped something profound. In an instinctive motion, he raised a hand and gently touched the peculiar mark atop the wolf beast leader's head with his index finger. In an instant, amidst the astonished gazes of Yang Sheng and his kin, a strand of purple-gold light ignited from his fingertip. Subsequently, this purple-gold luminescence began to spread and envelop the extraordinary mark on the wolf beast leader's head. The green light emanating from the mark seemed to sense a threat, suddenly intensifying in brilliance, attempting to repel the purple-gold glow that Yang Sheng exuded. Yet, the essence of the two was as disparate as cotton and metal. No matter how fervently the green light shone, it could not displace even the slightest flicker of the purple-gold radiance. Ultimately, under the slow yet unwavering encroachment of the purple-gold light, the green glowing mark was gradually obliterated. Just before its disappearance, Yang Sheng sensed something vaguely, though it remained too unclear for him to ascertain whether it was merely an illusion. Once the mark vanished entirely, the wolf beast leader's gaze returned to normal. Without regard for its injuries, it staggered to its feet and respectfully knelt before Yang Sheng. Following this, numerous other wolf beasts also rose and knelt in reverence towards him. Observing this scene, Yang Sheng stood tall. graciously accepting the homage of the wolf beasts, and gently patted the leader's head. "Now that all is well, I shall confer with my kin. Henceforth, you shall accompany me, and your clan shall join mine." Upon hearing these words, the wolf beast leader seemed to comprehend Yang Shang's intent, rising to issue a long howl. Instantly, a chorus of howls erupted from the other wolf beasts. Then, several more spirited ones dashed towards the villagers of Shiri village. Eager to curry favor, at this moment, Yang Shang gently stroked the head of the wolf beast leader. He could not help but acknowledge the pleasant texture of its fur, and the imposing horn atop its head was quite impressive as well. Yang Shang's gaze drifted towards the direction from which the wolf beasts had emerged. Enveloped in contemplative silence, it appeared that this forest indeed harbored dangers unknown to him. Nevertheless, his demeanor remained serene. "Since the matter has escalated, I shall remember this debt point one day. I will reclaim it with my kin." With that, Yang Shang first patted the wolf beast leader before leading his kin back into the village. Given the recent fierce battle with the wolf beasts, he opted not to allow them into the village, instructing the leader and its kin to remain outside. With the intellect of the wolf beast leader, it easily grasped Yang Shang's intentions and, after a gentle nudge against him, patiently awaited outside the village. Witnessing their leader's actions, the other wolf beasts dutifully complied, staying put without wandering. Upon returning to the village, Yang Shang first closed the massive wooden gate and then summoned all his kin to the central plaza. Addressing the gathered villagers, Yang Shang organized his thoughts before proclaiming, "Esteemed kin, I wish to discuss a matter with you. We have just endured a fierce battle, yet fortunately, there were no fatalities. While some among us were injured, they should have recovered well by now. Moreover, as you witnessed, I have successfully subdued the leader of the wolf beasts. Thus, I seek your opinions on whether we can incorporate these wolf beasts into our village." Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted into fervent discussion. "I find the chieftain's proposal commendable, but how can we ensure these beasts will not harm us? They did injure many of our kin during the battle. That may not be impossible. The wolf beasts seem highly loyal to their leader. I concur. We should give it a try." Indeed, during the fight, I noticed that these wolf beasts did not seem intent on our destruction. They were likely compelled to engage with us due to some external pressure. Your observation holds merit. One of the wolf beasts had the opportunity to seize my throat, but chose not to. Listening to the villagers' discourse, Yang Shang felt confident that his suggestion would likely gain their approval. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed them once more. "Everyone, please quiet down and lend me your ears." As Yang Shang's voice resonated, the chatter ceased, and all eyes turned towards him. "When I subdued the wolf beast leader, I gained some insight. This world, or at least this forest we inhabit, harbors inexplicable, perhaps supernatural forces. Moreover, this power appears unfriendly to us. The wolf beast leader was likely under its control, which is why it sought us out. As for the other wolf beasts, they merely acted in allegiance to their leader. My thought is this: since we have ventured into this unfamiliar realm and there exists a malevolent force against us, augmenting our village with additional strength would enhance our safety. Although we have transformed in this manner for reasons unknown, it seems I have recently acquired a power that enabled me to free the wolf beast leader from its control, so we need not fear another assault." Upon hearing Yang Shang's explanation, the villagers engaged in discussion once more, ultimately nodding in agreement with his proposal. The chieftain speaks wisely, and by incorporating those wolf beasts, we could gain additional assistance in our hunts. Indeed, it is akin to the hunting dogs we trained back on Qinqing. Thus, under Yang Shang's decisive leadership, the wolf beast leader and its kin were welcomed into Shiri village, becoming a part of their community henceforth. Chapter 20. A transformation, a rebirth. After deliberations among Yang Shang and the villagers, they consented to allow the wolf beast leader and its kin to join Shiri village. Consequently, Yang Shang led his kin once more to the village entrance, swinging open the massive wooden gate. As the gate creaked, Yang Shang was met with the eager gaze of the wolf beast leader not far away. The other wolf beasts appeared somewhat anxious, seemingly concerned that they and their leader might be rebuffed by Yang Shang and his kin. This further confirmed for Yang Shang and his companions that these creatures indeed possessed intelligence nearly on par with that of humans. At that moment, observing the wolf beast leader's eyes filled with a hint of pitiable yearning, Yang Shang could not help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha! You really know how to feign vulnerability." With that, he approached the wolf beast leader and gently ruffled its large head. Yang Sheng's gesture instantly relieved the wolf beast leader, causing its entire form to relax. He then addressed the leader and the other obediently stationary wolf beasts. "I am uncertain if you can comprehend my words, but henceforth, you shall be considered a part of Shiri village." With that, Yang Sheng waved towards the villagers who had accompanied him during the battle against the wolf beasts. The villagers, who had fought alongside him, stepped forward. Observing their approach, the wolf beasts seemed to grasp the situation, gathering in small groups to interact with the villagers. Finally, with a flourish of his hand, Yang Sheng ushered both the villagers and the wolf beasts into the village. As he was unsure whether these wolf beasts possessed a specific race name in this world, he decided to bestow names upon them. The wolf beast leader was named Zhu Ri, and the clan to which these wolf beasts belonged was dubbed the Zhu Ri Wolf Clan by the villagers. The essence of eternally pursuing the sun, following its path, and accompanying the sun-chasing wolf clan in the following fortnight. Yang Sheng remained ever vigilant, instructing his clansmen to conduct alternating patrols with the members of the sun-chasing wolf clan within a radius of several dozen kilometers, all to thwart any malicious schemes that might arise again. However, as the fortnight elapsed, the surrounding forests exhibited no anomalies. This led Yang Sheng to suspect whether the sun-chasing was indeed the most formidable entity that the unknown force could dispatch. Observing that the sun-chasing wolf clan had now become a part of Shiri village, it became unclear how to deal with them. Nonetheless, the absence of an enemy's assault was a blessing. Yang Sheng did not allow his clansmen to lower their guard completely. The necessary patrols continued, albeit with a less frantic air than before. Then, on this day, 2 weeks later, a significant event unfolded in Shiri village. On this day, Yang Sheng had set out to patrol the village as usual, intending to venture outside with the sun chasing. However, shortly after stepping out of his room, he suddenly sensed the disappearance of that barrier-like presence he had previously sensed. Accompanying this was a surge of power flowing endlessly within him. Yang Sheng's abnormality naturally caught the attention of both his clansmen and the sun chasing. They swiftly gathered around him, anxious, seeing Yang Sheng remain still. The sun chasing, now his devoted follower, was exceedingly distressed. It attempted several times to reach out and touch Yang Sheng, but was thwarted by the villagers of Shiri. "Don't cause trouble, sun chasing. It appears the chief is undergoing yet another transformation." During the past fortnight, their communication had gradually increased, enabling the members of the sun-chasing wolf clan to understand some simple phrases from the villagers of Shiri. As the leader of the sun-chasing wolf clan, Sun Chasing possessed significantly higher intelligence than the others. Therefore, although it could not speak, it could fully comprehend and grasp their meaning. Hearing the villagers' words, Sun Chasing could only suppress its impulses and remain still. Yang Sheng had long informed the villagers about the existence of the barrier and the possibility of further transformations, so there was no great concern among them. Buzz! At that moment, a resplendent purplish-golden light emanated from Yang Sheng's being once more. This radiance was far more dazzling than when he first transformed from an ordinary person to his current state. As the light intensified, a powerful pressure enveloped the entire village and the surrounding area within several kilometers, centering around Yang Sheng. This overwhelming sense of oppression left the villagers feeling uneasy, yet none retreated. Their eyes still fixed on Yang Sheng with concern. As the brilliance reached its zenith, Yang Sheng's form began to swell once again. Fortunately, this expansion, like the last, was accompanied by the mysterious light that caused Yang Sheng's clothing to enlarge proportionately. Otherwise, in front of so many witnesses, should his garments completely tear, Yang Sheng would not have perished, but he would have certainly wished he had. Swish! Soon, when Yang Sheng's stature reached 9 meters, he came to a halt. At this moment, not only had Yang Sheng grown significantly larger, but the villagers sensed that he had undergone an even more wondrous transformation, though they could not fathom what it was. Buzz crackle. Just then, the radiance emanating from Yang Sheng suddenly retracted. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all, a hazy purplish-golden halo appeared behind his form. The halo appeared exceptionally vague, almost ethereal, hovering behind Yang Sheng's head, making him resemble a divine being from myth. Although the outline of the halo was so indistinct that it was nearly impossible to discern, and its glow was faint, Everyone could feel an unparalleled aura emanating from it. Furthermore, it seemed that the halo bore countless mysterious patterns and textures. While none could identify these designs, they inexplicably sensed the greatness of the sun, the passage of time, the embrace of space, the cycles of fate, the birth of life, and the authority of creation ex nihilo emanating from that halo. Beyond that, there seemed to be something else within the halo, but none could discern it clearly as the halo gradually faded with Yang Shang's awakening. Disappearing behind his head, he looked down at his concerned clansmen and the members of the sun-chasing wolf clan. He clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within him and all that he had inexplicably learned from this transformation. Perhaps this truly is a divine gift, Yang Shang murmured. Chapter 21. Awakening Abilities. A transformation for the entire clan. Chief, are you all right? Upon seeing Yang Shang open his eyes, Yang Su hurriedly approached and looked up at him. At that moment, not only he but all the villagers gazed at Yang Shang with worry, yet even more so with an admiration that stemmed from deep respect. At this point, Yang Shang towered at a full 9 meters, while the tallest among the villagers was scarcely half his height. Looking down at the many clansmen who barely reached his waist, Yang Shang smiled. Apologies for causing you all concern. Rest assured, I am fine. Not only am I fine, but I have truly gained immense benefits this time. Whoosh, as he spoke, Sun Chasing had already arrived at Yang Shang's feet, gently rubbing against his leg. Observing the now diminutive and adorable Sun Chasing, Yang Shang crouched down to affectionately stroke its head. He then stood up and addressed the surrounding villagers. Everyone, please disperse and inform all to gather at the central square. Understood. The villagers held their chief's orders in utmost reverence. Clatter, 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 with the sound of hurried footsteps. Soon all the villagers received the notice and gathered at the central square, alongside a considerable number of members from the sun-chasing wolf clan at the periphery. Boom, boom, boom. As Yang Shang's colossal form strode with purposeful steps into the central square. Some villagers who had yet to witness Yang Shang's transformation widened their eyes in disbelief. Wow, the chief has grown so much again. Goodness, now we are not even half his height. I wonder what the chief has summoned us for? Yang Shang ascended a platform constructed of stones in the central square and addressed the assembled villagers with a resonant voice. As you have all seen, I have once again undergone a transformation. And in this transformation, your chief has acquired some remarkable powers, including the ability to actively assist all of you in experiencing another transformation. Unlike the first time, which was abrupt and left you unprepared. Now, everyone, brace yourselves. I will first facilitate your transformation and thereafter, you may gradually experience the changes. After speaking, Yang Shang awaited the villagers' nods of readiness before he immediately communicated with the 161 luminous dots in his mind. Buzz! As Yang Shang's consciousness touched those dots, the 161 villagers in the central square suddenly felt their bodies undergoing intense changes. This time, the transformation was not as painful as the first. Rather, it bore a hint of gentle comfort. All the villagers instinctively closed their eyes. Buzz, whoosh, in an instant, various hues of gold and silver light enveloped all the villagers. Subsequently, amidst the bewildered gazes of the surrounding members of the sun-chasing wolf clan, the bodies of all the members of Shiri village began to swell rapidly. Buzz. As they expanded, intricate patterns on the bodies of the villagers began to undergo subtle changes. Crack, in a moment. Their very essence of life seemed to break through a barrier, leading to a momentous transformation. As the changes commenced, Yang Shang could perceive that the entire Shiri village, along with a vast expanse of the surrounding forest, began to undergo some inexplicable metamorphosis. Eventually, all adult villagers found their heights exceeding 7 meters. Among them, the tallest reached an astonishing 8 meters, and even the children now stood close to 5 meters tall. Following this, to Yang Shang's astonished gaze, halos began to materialize behind all the villagers' heads as well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of Yang Shang's own transformation. However, compared to the radiant halo surrounding Yang Shang, the auras of his kin were considerably smaller, their brilliance dimmer and their clarity more obscured. Under Yang Shang's keen observation, the patterns and textures etched upon the halos of his kin appeared rather monotonous in comparison to his own. The majority of the halos were composed of merely 3 distinct patterns and textures, 2 of which were virtually identical, towering giants and the sun illuminating all realms. Only the third pattern varied among the kin, with only a select few possessing halos that featured all 3 patterns uniformly. Notably, a mere handful of kin exhibited a 4th or even 5th pattern in their halos, suggesting that these designs likely represented the diverse developmental trajectories and innate talents of different kin. Quietly observing the transformations of his kin, Yang Sheng ultimately arrived at this conclusion. Finally, as all the kin completed their metamorphosis and gradually opened their eyes, their halos, akin to Yang Sheng's, slowly faded until they vanished entirely from sight. The awakened kin regarded Yang Sheng with newfound reverence. Instead of immediately familiarizing themselves with their powers, they gathered around Yang Sheng, chattering excitedly. "It is truly astonishing that we have undergone another transformation. Indeed, I had thought the last transformation was a monumental opportunity. Haha, this time feels entirely different from the last. Yes, I seem to have acquired some unique powers." Upon saying this, one kin gently waved his hands. Buzz! A light ignited in his eyes, and soon an exceedingly vague green-gold halo appeared behind his head. As he moved, cracks began to emerge on the ground of the central square. Crack! Subsequently, vines, saplings, and even edible vegetables that the kin had gathered began to sprout as if conjured from thin air. Growing rapidly without regard for the law of conservation of energy, in the blink of an eye, the ground within 1,000 square meters surrounding that kin was covered with an array of peculiar plants. "How marvelous! I shall try as well," exclaimed another kin, summoning his own power, and a halo appeared behind his head. However, unlike the previous kin's green-gold halo, his was a peculiar golden-brown boom. As he moved, the ground trembled slightly, and the next moment, a vast area of land visibly changed color, transforming into a type of rock they had never encountered before. Under the kin's command, towering stone walls and massive stone columns began to rise from that patch of earth. Boom! In an instant, a grand, sturdy yet beautifully archaic stone house manifested before the eyes of all. Witnessing the astonishing experiments of the two kin, the others could not help but join in, eager to test their own abilities. The central square became a hub of excitement. Crackle! Unique fireballs burst forth, springs of water appeared from nowhere, thunder roared, and tempests howled, creating a scene of delightful chaos. Beyond these elemental displays, many kin discovered that their powers were more peculiar than those that manifested externally. Chapter 22. Shared honor and shame, gradually becoming non-human. In contrast to many kin whose abilities were evidently elemental in nature, others possessed powers that were less conspicuous. Buzz. Some kin could influence, transform, and manipulate the soul waves emitted by other life forms. Others perceived phenomena that even they themselves could not fully comprehend, such as peculiar scenes or things invisible to the naked eye. Some kin vaguely saw countless thread-like forms permeating the world, attempting to touch them but finding themselves unable. Additionally, many kin experienced transformations concerning their own forms. At this moment, some had already shifted into the massive tiger they had encountered upon their arrival. Others appeared unchanged, yet Yang Sheng could sense that the air around them quivered with every movement they made, indicating a tremendous surge in their power. Despite the diverse and intricate manifestations of power exhibited by the kin, Yang Sheng was able to categorize them broadly into 4 types. The first category pertained to physical prowess, enhanced strength, fortified defenses, and even shape-shifting abilities. The second category encompassed powers related to energy, including the manipulation of elements such as wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and poison, with some energies hinting at kinetic and gravitational forces. Clearly, these energies transcended traditional notions found in novels or myths, encompassing even the material forces discovered by modern science. The third category related to powers of the soul and consciousness, which were more ethereal and wielded by fewer kin. The fourth category, representing the smallest group of wielders, eluded Yang Sheng's clear understanding but seemed to encompass more abstract and advanced forces, possibly including time, space, fate, causality, and other such concepts. Whoosh, clap, bang. As the kin grew increasingly exuberant in their experiments, Yang Sheng quickly intervened. Everyone, please pause for a moment. Upon hearing his voice, the kin halted their actions and turned to Yang Sheng. Awaiting his guidance, I recognize that you are all thrilled to have suddenly acquired these powers, but we must first attend to our responsibilities. We can ponder our abilities further during our leisure time. Afterward, Yang Sheng addressed a few kin who had demonstrated elemental powers. You shall remain here for the time being. I have observed that your abilities are exceptionally suited for the upcoming construction of our village. Given our recent growth, the original size of the village and its structures no longer accommodate us. Therefore, I hope you can utilize your powers to help expand and redesign our village, allowing you to fully explore your newfound abilities. Looking at the other kin, Yang Sheng added, if anyone else believes their powers can contribute to the village's expansion, feel free to join in. Upon hearing this, many kin exchanged knowing smiles and began consulting with the designated kin to devise plans for the village's transformation. Following Yang Sheng's suggestion, numerous kin realized that their powers could be highly beneficial to the village's construction, prompting them to seek out tasks to undertake. Meanwhile, those possessing soul-related or more abstract abilities, finding their powers less applicable to village matters, departed to patrol and hunt under Yang Sheng's direction, taking along what had become much smaller members of the Daybreak Wolf clan. The members of the Daybreak Wolf clan, already astonished by the unfolding changes, now found themselves being carried away like small puppies. At that moment, Yang Sheng noticed the slightly anxious figure of Zhuri not far away. Due to the profound transformations of the villagers, Zhuri suddenly realized that it and its kin seemed to offer little assistance to Yang Sheng and the others, leading to its unease about being deemed unnecessary. Observing this, Yang Sheng approached and knelt down, gently patting Zhuri. Rest assured, we will not abandon you. A smile graced Yang Sheng's lips. This transformation encompasses not only myself and the kin, but includes you as well, that in due time you shall come to understand. Having spoken, he no longer gazed at the bewildered expression on Zhuri's face, but instead rose to his feet and walked over to a nearby open space where he sat down, beginning to reflect upon the gains brought about by this recent transformation. This metamorphosis seemed to represent a pivotal turning point for Yang Sheng. Initially, he believed that his previous transformation was already astonishing, yet in comparison to this one, it could only be described as a minor feat overshadowed by a greater marvel. Firstly, the most apparent change was, of course, his physical transformation. The number 9 evoked memories of the northern star of the Qinxing Kingdom, a number imbued with special significance for the nation he once belonged to. It became evident that his current height of 9 meters rendered him even more extraordinary than before. The second notable change was that, following the successful metamorphosis, Yang Sheng suddenly found himself with 161 luminous points in his mind. Upon discovering these points, he instinctively associated them with the tribespeople he now led in an inexplicable manner. He understood that from this moment forth, with each new member added to Shiri village, another luminous point would manifest in his consciousness. The function of these points was not particularly complex. They symbolized the tribespeople as extensions of Yang Sheng, akin to branches stemming from a trunk. As the trunk flourished, it would nourish these branches, allowing them to thrive. However, akin to a grand tree, the leaves on these branches, through the process of photosynthesis, would also return energy to the trunk, thereby establishing a robust positive feedback loop. Simultaneously, these luminous points bore another significant implication. From henceforth, the lives and deaths of all his tribespeople would rest within a mere thought of Yang Sheng. Although this notion may seem somewhat cold-blooded, in the intricate web of existence, no being can guarantee that relationships will remain unchanged. The emergence of these luminous points endowed Yang Sheng with the highest authority and an absolute assurance of stability. Their presence would draw the tribespeople ever closer to him, extinguishing any thoughts of dissent. Furthermore, these luminous points united all tribespeople into a cohesive entity in a certain sense. Any entity seeking to manipulate or distort the soul or thoughts of even a single member would be, in essence, contending with the entirety of Shiri village. Moreover, subsequent discoveries left Yang Sheng increasingly awestruck. He and his tribespeople had definitively transcended the realm of ordinary life, venturing further down the path of the non-human. Chapter 23. Ecological Transformation, Creation from the Void. Beyond the collective physical growth of all tribespeople, including Yang Sheng, and the luminous points in his mind, every member of the tribe had awakened to an array of formidable powers. The most fundamental of these was an enhanced ability to control their own beings, enabling them to masterfully command their physiques and strength. Building upon this foundation, they developed a unique biological force field reminiscent of a deity from a film Yang Sheng had once seen before his crossing. This force field allowed Yang Sheng and his tribespeople to exert their power without the need for constant deliberation, preventing any unintentional harm to those things they wished to preserve. Otherwise, what might seem to be a trivial or natural force for the tribespeople could wreak unimaginable devastation upon other entities or even lives. In addition, there existed a capability that Yang Sheng had just mentioned to Zhuri, an innate power that would become perceptible to him after a certain duration, if one were to make a comparison. This ability bore some resemblance to the biological force field and could also be classified as a unique force field. However, unlike the biological force field, the influence of this particular force field was outwardly directed. While the biological force field primarily affected the self, Yang Sheng designated this power as ecological transformation. In truth, this capability could be divided into two distinct aspects: transforming dependence and radiating ecology. Following this metamorphosis, both Yang Sheng and the other tribespeople's bodies and consciousness would passively emit an imperceptible force field that neither could be touched nor sensed by other forms of life. This force field would unconsciously influence the environment within a certain radius centered around them whenever Yang Sheng and his tribespeople lingered in a specific area for an extended period. To illustrate with the current Shiri village as an example, over time, the village and the surrounding forest would passively begin to adapt to the presence of Yang Sheng and his tribespeople, altering themselves to grow increasingly harmonious with them. An inappropriate analogy might liken Yang Sheng and his tribespeople to a walking super-radiation source. Within a certain radius, all things enveloped in this radiation would gradually contort and passively align themselves to the form and intentions of the radiation source. In the context of peculiar narratives, Yang Sheng and his tribespeople could be likened to a self-aware meme pollution. Their existence required no additional actions. Merely being was the utmost anomaly, naturally, within this radius of influence. Not only flora but fauna would also be affected. Building upon this, the aspect of transforming dependence indicated that life forms recognized by Yang Sheng would bear his mark, thereby gradually acquiring an ecological niche in this extraordinary ecosystem, second only to Yang Sheng and his tribespeople. Thus, they would be eternally bound to him and his kin. In fact, beyond these aspects, Yang Sheng felt an inkling that this transformation had bestowed upon them several other passive abilities. Though perhaps due to a lack of suitable circumstances, they had yet to manifest. Aside from these passive abilities, the most conspicuous change following this metamorphosis was undeniably the diverse array of powers exhibited by his tribespeople. Regardless of classification, these powers were unequivocally extraordinary. Simultaneously, the powers displayed by the tribespeople were evidently intertwined with the mysterious luminous halos behind their heads. For instance, one tribesman who instantaneously conjured a vast expanse of vegetation bore a pattern and texture behind his head that, alongside the common giant and sun motifs shared by all, featured an endless array of peculiar plants. The other tribespeople similarly displayed distinct patterns, allowing one to discern the nature of their powers by observing the halos behind their heads. In contrast, Yang Sheng's halo appeared markedly unique. After all, not only was it significantly larger than those of his tribespeople, but the number of patterns and textures upon it far exceeded theirs. In addition to the ubiquitous giant and sun motifs, Yang Sheng had already discerned elements of time, space, fate, and life among others. Although Yang Sheng could not yet fully comprehend the depths of his uniqueness, he was certain of his exceptional nature. Upon this realization, Yang Sheng suddenly raised his hands. Buzz. At that moment, Zhuri, who had been standing beside him, noticed the resplendent purplish-golden halo reappearing behind Yang Sheng's head. Then, it seemed as though something shifted between Yang Sheng's hands, as if the space between them had been severed from everything surrounding it. Before Zhuri's widening eyes, a profound transformation commenced between Yang Sheng's hands. First, a small sapling materialized from thin air, then began to grow in an utterly contradictory manner. Although it was continuously expanding, its size remained unchanged, creating the illusion that the space around the sapling was being distorted. Soon, the sapling matured into a grand tree, laden with fruit, only to swiftly decay and ultimately transform into a piece of withered wood. Crash! In the next instant, the withered wood vanished, replaced by a small orb of water. What astonished everyone was that a radiant flame burned at the center of this water orb. Next, within Jury's increasingly dazed gaze, Yang Shang's hands conjured various metallic creations, such as swords and spears, even some peculiar metals of which Yang Shang had only heard in tales. Following this, a small patch of land emerged, teeming with exotic flora. Yang Shang appeared to attempt to create new life upon this diminutive expanse, but perhaps due to insufficient power or the absence of certain essential conditions, this endeavor ultimately failed. As Yang Shang's actions became increasingly incomprehensible to Jury. Yang Su, Yang Hao, Yang Yao, and Yang Qing had somehow taken their place behind him, equally captivated by Yang Shang's astonishing display. While his previous actions fell within the realm of elemental manipulation, at this moment, they seemed to witness some peculiar lines forming between Yang Shang's hands. No, perhaps they were not lines at all. Rather, their comprehension rendered them as such, leading them to perceive them in that manner. Afterward, Yang Shang began to manipulate these lines. He succeeded. Buzz. As the lines were deftly manipulated, Yang Su and his companions observed that Yang Shang's hands seemed to undergo an extraordinary transformation in the blink of an eye, as if they had traversed the vastness of time and fate itself. Thus, they silently beheld Yang Shang's actions, standing behind him for a full hour, witnessing the legend of the Star of the Morning. The village's metamorphosis. With the passage of time, all the peculiar phenomena in Yang Shang's hands vanished. Just as Yang Su and the others believed that Yang Shang had concluded his experiment, a faint glimmer of light ignited. Rapidly expanding. Buzz. What is that? The sun. Yang Su spoke uncertainly. At that moment, Yang Shang held a small luminous orb between his hands. This orb, no larger than 2 human fists, radiated a profound light and warmth that filled Yang Su and the others with reverence. Furthermore, within that orb, they sensed the essence of the sacred, the brilliance, the cyclical nature of time, the hope of life, and the boundless potential for destruction. Buzz. Under Yang Shang's mental command, the orb descended into his right hand. Subsequently, Yang Shang clenched his fist tightly, causing the orb, reminiscent of a miniature sun, to vanish before the astonished eyes of Yang Su and his companions. Gazing at his right hand, Yang Shang silently mused. Though it is unfathomable, the extent of my control currently seems to be limited to this size. Beyond this, while the range may suffice, the intensity would likely diminish significantly. Yet, is this truly the power that I and my kin, mere mortals, can wield? If we continue to grow, it is almost unimaginable. Could it be akin to the legends of our village? Yang Shang and his companions resided in a village named Shiri, a name bestowed by the elder generations of the village who had once studied long ago. The term Shiri refers to a formidable giant deity from the ancient mythologies of the northern Star Kingdom. The villagers, towering in stature, appeared as though they were composed of giants. However, naming it Giant Village seemed rather unappealing. Hence the adoption of this name. According to legend, this giant deity created the world and the myriad stars, among which the most radiant were the sun and the moon. Subsequently, the giant deity fashioned all things and life. He then dispatched subordinate deities to oversee the alternation of day and night, as well as the changing of the seasons. Whenever daylight waned, the deities sent by the giant would extinguish the sun, while the moon would be the extinguished sun of myth. When night concluded, the deities would reignite the sun, bringing light to the world and nurturing all living things. Due to his supreme powers alongside those of his subordinates, he was bestowed with numerous divine titles: Creator God, Lord of the Sun, God of the Seasons, Immortal Giant, Master of Time and Space, Will of Life, Emperor of the Stars, and among them, the god of Shiri was one of the more widely recognized. Now, having just tested his powers, Yang Shang felt that if he could grow indefinitely, perhaps one day myths would no longer be mere tales. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Chief, how much incredible power have you mastered? At that moment, Yang Qing's incredulous voice echoed in Yang Shang's ear. Upon hearing this, Yang Shang rose and turned to pat Yang Qing on the shoulder. Do not be astonished. One day, perhaps all of you will be able to do as I do. Despite his words, witnessing the encouragement radiating from Yang Su and the others, Yang Sheng understood that he was indeed the exceptional one among them. Though his kin were increasingly extraordinary, they would likely never reach his level. After sending Yang Su and the others away, Yang Sheng turned to Zhu Ri and said, "Let us go accompany your master on a patrol through the forest." With that, he strode purposefully towards the village's outskirts. "Woof!" Zhu Ri joyfully barked, quickly keeping pace with Yang Sheng. It must be noted that the efficiency of these kin, endowed with extraordinary powers, was indeed remarkable. Yang Sheng and Zhu Ri merely took a short excursion and returned in just half a day. However, in that brief span, under the diligent efforts of the villagers, Shiri Village had undergone a remarkable transformation. Following Yang Sheng's advice, the village's area had expanded tenfold or more. As such, even with further transformations to come, this expanse should suffice. Next came the fortifications surrounding the village. Through the collaboration of several villagers adorned with golden-brown halos, a colossal wall, exceeding 30 meters in thickness and 60 meters in height, rose from the ground, encircling the entire village. The villagers had already tested this peculiar stone wall, discovering its extraordinary hardness, even when other villagers struck it with the largest boulders found in the forest. They could only leave shallow imprints. This immense stone wall bore a striking resemblance to the ancient city walls of the Northern Star Kingdom, albeit on a much grander scale, under the villagers' planning. They believed that with their newfound extraordinary powers, there was no need for restraint. Everything was constructed to achieve the best possible outcome. Moreover, they utilized their abilities to create a broad and deep moat surrounding the wall. As for the water within the moat, it was naturally filled by those villagers capable of manipulating water. Thus, when Yang Sheng and Zhu Ri returned, they nearly thought they had wandered into the wrong place. Standing before an enhanced version of a city on the star of the morning, upon passing through the entrance left in the stone wall, Yang Sheng's astonishment only deepened. He beheld the villagers fervently employing their powers to enhance the interior of the walls. To be honest, Yang Sheng had not anticipated the villagers' remarkable versatility. If it were not for the constant reminders of their existence in another world, he might have believed he had stumbled into an opulent city from the ancient Northern Star Kingdom. Rustic wooden structures, slightly simplistic in design, rose continuously under the villagers' diligent efforts. The style unmistakably reflected the ancient architectural aesthetics of the Northern Star Kingdom. The villagers opted against using stone for the internal structures, preferring wooden frameworks as they found stone buildings to be uncomfortably cold. Thus, only the ancestral hall was constructed from stone materials akin to those of the walls. Walking on the 200-meter-wide road, the ground beneath his feet was composed of transformed stone, broad, solid, and imbued with an ancient charm. With the villagers all utilizing their powers for their respective tasks, the halos behind their heads radiated prominently. If individuals from feudal times, or even many modern people, were to witness the scene before them, they would surely believe they had inadvertently entered a realm of deities. After all, the extraordinary powers exhibited by the villagers, combined with their towering physiques, enigmatic patterns, and the divine halos that only appeared in the myths of the Northern Star Kingdom, rendered this place far from ordinary. Chapter 25. A comprehensive upgrade. Left and right arms. Yang Sheng realized that whether for himself or his kin, following the awakening of these astonishing powers, there seemed to be little constraint in their use. There was no sign of the limitations he had previously conjectured, no inability to use their powers for extended periods, nor the risk of exhausting their physical forms after a few uses. Their command over their powers resembled that of an unyielding magical force, seemingly devoid of exhaustion, reliant solely on their desire to wield it. If this truly indicated a lack of limits, it was indeed terrifying. With their current vitality, they were akin to human perpetual motion machines. At this moment, Zhu Ri, following closely beside Yang Sheng, was wide-eyed, the surroundings appearing extraordinarily novel. Meanwhile, witnessing the villagers of Shiri Village unleash such formidable powers with each movement only heightened Zhu Ri's anticipation regarding its own transformation. In recent times, Zhu Ri had not only learned to comprehend the language of the villagers, but also realized that the transformations occurring throughout Shiri Village were all attributed to its master. Thus, when Yang Sheng spoke of its own impending changes, Zhu Ri harbored no doubts. Upon reaching the significantly enlarged central square, Yang Sheng spotted Yang Su vigorously transforming the ground and the original stones embedded within it. Yang Su was reshaping and adjusting the terrain with his powers, creating an ever-expanding, even surface of rock. Additionally, he had even adorned it with intricate patterns, which, surprisingly, appeared quite appealing, an ancient grandeur that harmonized with the surrounding environment. Exuding a sense of solemnity, as one takes a few more steps forward, one can behold Yang Hao standing at the very heart of the square, this moment, the center of the square, having been meticulously transformed by Yang Su, has evolved into a vast circular pool. The pool's diameter exceeds 300 meters, and its edges are flanked by walls rising 3 meters high. Radiant blue-gold halo manifests behind Yang Hao's head, from which an unceasing stream of water flows, swiftly filling the entire pool. In the very center of the pool, Yang Hao's body miraculously floats upon the water's surface, which beneath his feet feels as solid as the ground. A dazzling blue-gold light flickers in his eyes. Soon after, 9 orbs resembling springs emerge within the pool, initiating a cycle of water flow. Subsequently, 9 columns of water surge forth, creating an effect akin to a fountain. Following this, Yang Hao departs from the pool, heading towards other areas of the city to continue his endeavors. During this process, Yang Sheng did not catch sight of the siblings Yang Yao and Yang Qing, nor did he know where they had wandered off to play. Observing the recently departed Yang Hao and the industrious Yang Su at the center of the square, Yang Sheng, after careful observation, deduces that they, along with Yang Yao and Yang Qing, are among the most formidable of their kin, second only to himself. Although the powers they can currently wield are limited to single elements, it is evident that the halos behind their heads bear more than just 3 patterns. Upon Yang Sheng's confirmation, the designs on their halos, including the fundamental giant and the sun, number a total of 7. Moreover, even the basic elemental abilities they currently command appear to surpass those of other clansmen in terms of range, intensity, control, and certain deeper transformations. Whether it is merely Yang Sheng's imagination or not, the powers wielded by Yang Su, Yang Hao, Yang Yao, and Yang Qing correspond distinctly to the elements of earth, water, flame, and storm, simplified as earth, water, fire, and wind. While differing from the 5 elemental categories Yang Sheng understood during his time in Beichen Kingdom, he is also aware that various other nations possess legends regarding the creation of these 4 elements. Coupled with their evident strength, there seems to exist a deeper connection among the 4. An affinity that is second only to the bond they share with Yang Sheng himself, prompting him to ponder further. If they could indeed grow alongside him, perhaps they could forge a unique legendary narrative. Although such musings may seem somewhat self-aggrandizing, the extraordinary events of his crossing into this realm coupled with his newfound powers warrant a hopeful gaze towards a broader future. Despite having previously experimented with his abilities in the village and realizing his uniqueness compared to other clansmen, this does not diminish the potential of his kin. On the contrary, he perceives that every clansman possesses the potential for greatness, should their abilities continue to expand, as he has not yet seen the other 3. Yang Sheng sits with Zhu Ri upon the wall of the central pool, observing the industrious Yang Su in the distance, keenly examining the halo behind his head. He notes that from Yang Su's golden-brown halo, occasional flickers of earthy yellow light emerge, altering the nature of the ground beneath and around him. Yang Sheng discerns 7 distinct patterns imprinted upon the halo in a unique manner. However, compared to the symbols representing the giant, the sun, and Yang Su's current manipulation of the earth, the 4 remaining patterns are significantly more obscure. It is noteworthy that these patterns are distinctly separated, not representing a singular entity. For instance, the pattern associated with the giant is centered around a very vague, indistinct representation of an ancient giant, surrounded by numerous intricate designs. While the specific meanings of these designs remain unknown, their connection to the giant's image is palpably intertwined and inseparable. At this juncture, Yang Sheng shifts his focus from the 3 recognizable patterns to scrutinize the 4 elusive ones. Perhaps it is merely his illusion, but as he concentrates on these 4 patterns, they gradually become clearer. However, should his focus waver for even a moment, they revert to their former obscurity. Through his diligent observation, he identifies the 4 patterns as a vague and peculiar human silhouette, an oddly shaped long sword, a dim and foreboding sky, and a constantly swaying balance scale. While the significance of these four patterns remains elusive, Yang Sheng understands that they symbolize powers of considerable import. He feels a sense of relief, recognizing that the four remain extraordinary. His tone carries both comfort and a hint of gratitude. After all, they are the most distinguished clansmen in Shiri village, aside from Yang Sheng himself. Following his ascension to clan leader, he had intended to promote the four to assist in managing Shiri village. Now, with their evident prowess, they are even more suited to serve as his trusted allies. Although they have acquired transcendent abilities, Yang Sheng firmly believes in the principle that unity is strength, even in a world of the extraordinary. The collective power of united extraordinary beings far surpasses that of any singular individual of equal status. Chapter 26. The City of Shiri. On the path to progress, after a thorough search, Yang Sheng discovers that Yang Yao and Yang Qing are currently busy in the large kitchen located at the rear of the central square. As it is already afternoon, it is indeed time to prepare the evening meal. Most of the clansmen are fervently engaged in constructing their new home. Consequently, elders such as Yang Liming are busy in the kitchen, cooking for all the clansmen. The sound of sizzling fills the air. As Yang Yao wields his power of fire, he collaborates with several other clansmen possessing similar abilities to tend the flames. Meanwhile, Yang Qing, who commands the power of wind, has only two other clansmen with the same ability. Thus they have taken on the role of operating the range hood. With a whoosh, they utilize their powers to continually blow the smoke generated from the cooking process outside through the windows. Since their arrival, their culinary skills have vastly improved, a stark contrast to when they first arrived here. The rhythmic chopping of meat and various vegetables, which Yang Sheng has verified to be edible, is performed with precision by those wielding metallic powers, neatly arranged for later use. Subsequently, the animal fats extracted by the clansmen are heated in the pan, followed closely by the addition of various ingredients once the temperature is just right. Finally, the spices confirmed by Yang Sheng are incorporated. Under the meticulous control of Yang Yao and his companions, copious, delicious dishes are swiftly prepared. Yang Sheng refrains from interrupting them, instead standing at the doorway for a moment, then turning his gaze to the other clansmen diligently constructing within the city. The smile upon his lips has not faded since his entry into the city. In his heart, he will forever cherish the unity and collective effort of his clansmen, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Soon, as the meal preparations draw to a close, Yang Qing rushes out of the kitchen to inform the clansmen that it is time to eat. Upon exiting, she spots Yang Sheng standing just outside the kitchen, while Zhuri, the gluttonous fellow, drools, occasionally stealing glances into the kitchen. "Leader, why are you standing here?" Yang Qing inquires, her tone tinged with surprise. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely passed by after my patrol and saw everyone busy, so I chose to remain silent." He gently pats Yang Qing on the head. "Go on. Everyone has worked hard today. Hurry and let them know it's time to eat." Though slightly displeased by the head pat, Yang Qing pouts and scurries off to notify the clansmen. That girl, her body has long surpassed the age for continued growth. A pat on the head won't make her shorter. Why does she always seem so unhappy about it? Yang Sheng finds himself bemused by Yang Qing's aversion to having her head patted. Besides, even if the clansmen grow taller in the future, it would be due to his own influence. What does a mere head pat have to do with it? Upon concluding his words, Yang Sheng took the lead and accompanied Zhu Ri to the expansive open-air dining hall adjacent to the grand kitchen. The reason for its outdoor setting was that the construction of a proper dining facility had yet to be completed, thus necessitating meals in the embrace of nature. The dining hall was indeed vast, as they were all towering giants, each exceeding 7 to 8 meters in height. Consequently, the entire hall occupied an extensive area. Within, numerous enormous round wooden tables adorned the space, crafted in an exceptionally rustic style, with each table boasting a diameter no less than 30 meters. Fortunately, among the current tribesfolk were some who possessed the ability to manipulate plants. Otherwise, creating such colossal wooden tables would have been an insurmountable challenge due to the scarcity of suitable materials. The largest trees they had discovered in the forest measured only about 10 meters in diameter, and their numbers were exceedingly limited. After Yang Qing completed the notifications, The entire tribe gathered in the dining hall for a lively meal. Following Yang Sheng's instructions, they chose not to toil through the night, but rather to rest and resume their labors the following day. After all, they had no pressing matters at hand, so there was no need to rush. Thus, time swiftly passed, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. Although only a brief span had elapsed, it was undeniable that possessing extraordinary powers facilitated their endeavors immensely. Through the collective efforts of the tribe, the village of Shiri had successfully realized all its envisioned constructions, undergoing a complete transformation. Ultimately, at the suggestion of the tribesfolk, Yang Sheng embedded a colossal black stone at the entrance of the city wall, upon which he personally carved the name, Shiri City. This marked the new appellation for what was once merely Shiri Village. Given the current size and structure of this settlement, referring to it as a village felt somewhat inappropriate. From a bird's eye view, one could observe a magnificent city towering amidst the boundless forest. A super city stretching approximately 30 kilometers in length and exceeding 15 kilometers in width. While these figures may seem monumental, with the tribe comprising 162 individuals, each a giant of 7 to 8 meters, the dimensions were not overly grand for them. Moreover, with the potential for further growth in their sizes, such proportions were hardly excessive. It was merely that constructing a larger city would render it somewhat vacant for their current stature. Thus this size was deemed appropriate. The entire Shiri city was encircled by an imposing wall rising to 60 meters and spanning 30 meters in width. Beyond the wall lay a formidable moat, exceeding 100 meters in width and plunging several dozen meters deep. Upon entering Shiri city, one was immediately struck by the sight of towering buildings, all surpassing 30 meters in height. These structures were entirely composed of single-story wooden houses. The grand entrances and expansive thoroughfares evoked a sense of awe, indicating that this was no ordinary settlement for mundane beings. The number of edifices within Shiri city exceeded 100 in truth. Such a multitude of buildings was unnecessary for the originally small tribe of 50 households. However, at Yang Sheng's suggestion, this plan was executed, and aside from the married couples, the single tribesfolk were allocated appropriate residences. Thus, the numerous buildings were put to good use in addition to residential purposes. The latter half of Shiri city boasted various structures serving other functions, including the original grand kitchen where they prepared meals. The previously open-air dining area had been transformed into a magnificent wooden restaurant. The kitchen could accommodate dozens of tribesfolk simultaneously, while the dining hall effortlessly catered to the needs of the entire tribe. Furthermore, the rear section of Shiri city housed designated facilities for animal husbandry, vegetable cultivation, and resource storage. The towering ancestral hall, standing over 60 meters, remained positioned at the heart of Shiri city. At long last, the city had truly embarked on a new path. Yang Sheng also contemplated that if their physiques were to increase further in the future, their extraordinary powers would allow for the proportional enlargement of Shiri city without necessitating alterations to its overall layout. Chapter 27. A month later, the transformation of Zhu Ri, time flew by, and another month had passed. After such an extended period, while Shiri city was not bustling with noise, it was far from quiet. Although the tribe comprised fewer than 200 individuals, their colossal sizes ensured that the city did not feel too spacious. It must be acknowledged that humanity is a remarkably adaptable species. Regardless of the adverse conditions, a suitable path is invariably discovered. Just as Yang Sheng and his kin, compared to their initial trepidation and bewilderment upon arriving here, had now fully acclimatized to life in this otherworldly realm. Under Yang Sheng's guidance, some tribesfolk would ascend the city walls in groups of 3 to patrol the perimeter of Shiri city. Others would venture into the forest in small bands, seeking out various novel flora and fauna. Any plants or animals deemed beneficial to the tribe would be brought back. Meanwhile, another group would set sail in boats crafted from their abilities to fish or frolic in the sea during moments of leisure, providing ample entertainment. Additionally, many inventive tribesfolk busied themselves in the city, devising all manner of peculiar contraptions, leading to a fulfilling and enriched existence. Remarkably, numerous useful items for Shiri city had emerged from these endeavors. This way of life, combined with their current appearances, bestowed upon them an uncanny sense of harmony with the forest, evoking the impression of a race of extraordinary giants who had resided here for generations. Yang Shang and his tribesfolk often reminisced about their days on Qinsheng, feeling as though those memories belonged to a distant dream, long since past. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, groups of 3 tribesfolk could be seen diligently patrolling Shiri City. In total, there were 5 such patrol units throughout the city, rotating periodically with the other groups. The entire patrol system operated on a 3-shift schedule. As for timekeeping, a tribesman had ingeniously devised a sundial-like apparatus. While it could not measure time to the precise second, it sufficed to discern the hours. Presently in Shiri City, the attire and armaments of the 3 patrolling tribesfolk had undergone significant transformation. They were clad in primitive yet elegant metal armor, intricately engraved with patterns reminiscent of their own physiques. The armor was crafted from a silvery gray metal, with a matte finish that was not blinding, and the engravings imparted a striking appearance. The armor did not encase their entire bodies. Rather, it covered the chest, back, groin, forearms, and calves, leaving other areas exposed to maintain agility. However, there was no cause for concern, as the tribesfolk's innate defensive capabilities were formidable. And even the uncovered parts were adorned with garments woven from a special plant fiber, cultivated by the tribesfolk skilled in plant manipulation. These garments, resulting from meticulous weaving, were remarkably comfortable, rivaling even the finest attire from Qinsheng, while also providing a degree of protection. Moreover, being products of extraordinary powers, they could be produced en masse with remarkable efficiency, ensuring every tribesman had ample spare sets. Additionally, as the weather remained warm, the garments fashioned from the pelts of captured prey had yet to be donned. Yang Shang was uncertain whether their bodies would withstand the cold once the weather turned, so he had the tribesfolk prepare in advance. As a result, the attire they had originally brought from Qinsheng had been entirely phased out. In the hands of the 3 tribesfolk were formidable, sharp metallic weapons, resembling exceedingly hefty long knives. However, for them, the size, length, and weight were perfectly suited. They also bore rugged, oversized bows on their backs, and their quivers were filled with numerous enormous arrows measuring several meters in length. Upon the amalgamation of these 2 entities, when subsequently unleashed by the clansmen, their might may well surpass that of the ancient siege crossbows of the Qinsheng era. The arrows projected could traverse distances measured in kilometers, effortlessly piercing through the trunks of 7 or 8 stout trees. As dusk descended, the clanspeople commenced the preparation of their evening meal. One could observe the flickering flames illuminating the streets and rooms of every household within Shiri City, emanating from the torches innovated by Yang Yao. Fueled by extraordinary power, these flames burned with exceptional longevity, ensuring they would not extinguish throughout the night. Concurrently, the clansfolk were engaged in cooking within their homes, reserving the grand kitchens and dining halls for festive occasions or significant events. The dozen or so children frolicking in the city, upon hearing their parents' calls, waved goodbye to their companions and scurried home to prepare for dinner. The clansmen who had ventured into the forest returned, each bearing bountiful harvests, their faces radiating joy as they entered their abodes. At this moment, Yang Shang remained in his dwelling, having prepared a simple meal while also setting aside several substantial cuts of meat for Juri's dinner. Watching Juri devour the food with fervor, Yang Shang felt his own appetite noticeably increase. Truth be told, his current need for sustenance was minimal, almost negligible. After hastily concluding dinner, Yang Shang reclined upon his enormous wooden bed. At that moment, having finished its meal, Juri approached the bedside, lying on the ground and gazing up at its master. Sensing Juri's gaze, Yang Shang turned his head slightly and extended a hand to gently stroke Juri's large head. It seemed that the time had nearly arrived for Juri's transformation to commence. Upon hearing Yang Shang's words, Juri's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet, out of deference to its master, it resignedly lay down, forcing itself into slumber. Early the next morning, before Yang Shang's usual rising hour, he was suddenly aware of an unusual disturbance nearby. Now possessing mastery over extraordinary powers, Yang Shang's senses were acutely attuned. Upon detecting the anomaly, he swiftly opened his eyes and sat upright, glancing towards the source. Upon perceiving the scene before him, he paused momentarily, then his entire being relaxed. "Your transformation has indeed progressed rapidly," he exclaimed, observing Juri quietly lying beside him. Appearing still in slumber, however, It was apparent that a faint golden glow emanated from its form, signifying the commencement of its transformation, unbeknownst to it. Chapter 28. The Shiri Clan, Chasing Clouds and the Sun. In truth, it was not only Juri in Yang Shang's room that was undergoing transformation. The entire population of the Shiri clan in Shiri City was similarly roused by the peculiar occurrences surrounding them. Awakening, they discovered that their beloved canine had abruptly embarked upon its metamorphosis, catching all of them off guard. As dawn broke outside, the subtle glow emitted by the transforming canines within their homes was not conspicuous. Had this transpired at night, it would likely have startled every household awake. Within Yang Shang's home, the luminous aura enveloping Juri became increasingly pronounced. Simultaneously, Juri's exterior was undergoing continuous transformation. With a hum, under Yang Shang's eager gaze, Juri's form began to expand gradually as it grew. Its shape also underwent notable adjustments. The originally silver-gray fur began to transition, bit by bit, from the roots to a pure golden hue, radiating warmth, brilliance, and vitality. While concurrently harboring a formidable destructive power, Juri's neck mane appeared increasingly dense and robust, enhancing its already imposing presence as the leader of the Juri wolf clan. Meanwhile, Juri's limbs grew sturdier, the muscular contours becoming distinctly defined. The claws on its paws extended significantly, gleaming with a deadly sharpness. The long tail, already notably elongated and robust, now surpassed its body in length, producing a clear whoosh as it swung through the air. Should this tail strike, it would likely result in grievous injury. Juri's previously elongated muzzle now appeared somewhat shortened, yet its overall width and robustness had increased markedly. Its visage now exuded a commanding presence befitting a leader. The prominent fangs, already formidable, had grown even longer, revealing subtle golden patterns along their ivory surfaces. Yang Shang surmised that no creature would dare to be bitten by them, in contrast to the fangs. The massive horn atop Juri's head grew in tandem with its form, becoming more upright and smooth, adorned with intricate golden patterns that enhanced its already regal demeanor. Notably, a new mark appeared behind the horn. Unlike the initial green glowing emblem, this one radiated a purple-gold hue, mirroring the colors of the patterns adorning Yang Shang. Upon the emergence of this mark, Yang Shang suddenly felt a deeper connection with Juri. Soon after, Yang Shang perceived that beyond the original 162 luminous points, many more had manifested. Unlike the dark golden points representing the Shiri clansfolk, these newly appeared points shimmered in a soft golden hue. With minimal effort, Yang Shang discerned that these points symbolized the members of the Juri wolf clan who had become part of Shiri City. Among them, the largest point represented Juri itself. Now, it seems that Juri and its kin have truly merged with my Shiri clan. Yang Shang mused with delight at this transformation. Despite having previously allied with the Juri wolf clan, the bond had not been entirely secure. The emergence of these points in Yang Shang's consciousness signified that, at their essence, they were now virtually indistinguishable from his clansfolk. It appeared that this development heralded the Juri wolf clan's transition into the extended family of the Shiri clan. Having perused numerous novels, Yang Shang recognized that powerful races often possess vassals bound to them in life and death. It seemed that the Juri wolf clan might have formed a similar bond. Contemplating this, he turned to observe Juri by the bedside, realizing that it had awakened and was now eagerly gazing at him. The transformation had indeed concluded, and Juri's size had expanded to 10 meters, with its tail reaching an impressive 12 meters. Now surpassing Yang Shang and becoming the largest living being in Shiri City. As Juri reveled in its newly transformed physique and the power coursing through its body, it sensed the deepening connection with its master, filling it with exhilaration and admiration. With a joyful bark, Juri leaped onto the bed, much to Yang Shang's alarm, and began to frolic, licking Yang Shang's face with abandon. "No?" Yang Shang exclaimed, realizing too late Juri's intentions. The bed, unable to withstand the weight of two colossal beings, collapsed with a resounding crash. Juri, once filled with adoration and excitement for its master, now froze in place, exchanging wide-eyed glances with Yang Shang, creating an awkward atmosphere in the room. Subsequently, amidst Yang Shang's incredulous stare, Juri casually stepped back a few paces, leaping off the now-collapsed bed and feigning sleep nearby. "How should I address you now?" Yang Sheng pondered, rising to gently pat Zhuri's head as a halo of light shimmered behind him. With a soft hum, Yang Sheng lightly touched the disassembled wooden bed. Suddenly, as if time had reversed, the once disassembled wooden bed restored itself with each breath, simultaneously solidifying and becoming remarkably more robust at a visibly accelerated pace. Satisfied with this transformation, Yang Sheng gently patted the headboard, remarking that there was no longer any need to worry about it falling apart again. Meanwhile, as Yang Sheng engaged with the sun-chasing wolves, the other members of the pack in the city awakened as well. Following a somewhat similar pattern, all the clan members began frolicking joyfully in the presence of their master. As they sensed a closer bond with Yang Sheng, they also became acutely aware that their connection with the master they recognized had deepened significantly. Thus, as doors swung open one after another, hundreds of sun-chasing wolves rushed out excitedly, forming groups to dash through the city. Chapter 29. Radiant Ecology. The Forest Mutation. A substantial chapter of 4,000 words. Within Shiri City, it was observable that the sun-chasing wolves now generally exceeded 6 meters in height, with the largest reaching around 7 meters. Although still smaller than the sun-chaser itself, they were undeniably colossal entities. Remarkably, all members of the sun-chasing wolf tribe underwent notable changes in their appearance. Strangely, all the male wolves sported golden fur. Albeit lighter in hue compared to the sun-chaser, in contrast, the female wolf's fur transformed into silver, with minimal differences among them. Noticing this, Yang Sheng reflected on his own kin, realizing that there were indeed some similarities between the sun-chaser and its pack and themselves. Although the sun-chaser and its kin had just completed their metamorphosis, Yang Sheng could discern the nature of their awakened abilities through the luminous points in his mind that represented them. In truth, the capabilities possessed by the entire sun-chasing wolf tribe post-metamorphosis were neither numerous nor overly complex. It was evident that their strength and speed had significantly increased. Furthermore, the sheen reflecting off their fur suggested that their pelts now boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Aside from this, the abilities awakened within the sun-chasing wolves were few but undeniably potent. First, the sun-chaser now possessed an ability akin to that of the Hounds of Tindalos from the Cthulhu mythos. Albeit currently far less powerful, as it stood, any target marked and recognized by the sun-chasing wolves would be sensed within a radius of 1,000 kilometers from any of their clan members. Additionally, when pursuing prey, they exhibited an almost perpetual energy, their stamina never waning until their target was slain. In Yang Sheng's vision, should this ability continue to develop, there would inevitably come a day when the tracking prowess of the sun-chasing wolves reached an astonishing level. Once marked by them, no being, regardless of distance, even across different worlds or realms, could evade their relentless pursuit. Thus, they would truly embody the essence of the perfect predator. Secondly, perhaps due to the intricate patterns awakened within the Sun tribe's luminous wheel, the sun-chasing wolves acquired a remarkably unique immunity. They could resist to a certain extent any power possessed by the Sun tribe members, unless Yang Sheng adjusted the luminous points in his mind, which would nullify their immunity. Furthermore, only pure physical strength lay outside their immunity range. However, owing to their significantly enhanced physique, their defensive capabilities were greatly augmented. Therefore, even without immunity to physical attacks, they would not shy away from close combat. Moreover, should their adversaries wield powers akin to those of the Sun tribe, their immunity would increase substantially. This enabled them to serve as the Sun tribe's most formidable allies, unafraid of collateral damage while attacking foes. Simultaneously, their bodies could greatly mitigate the effects of opposing attributes, such as various negative abilities, malice, bloodlust, curses, and other vile forces. As they grew alongside Yang Sheng and the Sun tribe, it was only a matter of time before nothing, save for Yang Sheng himself, could inflict harm upon them. By that time, they would undoubtedly become the most formidable presence in the world, and anyone marked by them would be wise to choose early demise. Thirdly, while the sun-chasing wolves had not awakened a plethora of diverse powers akin to those of the Sun tribe, the strength they possessed was by no means negligible. Their offensive capabilities underwent a specific enhancement, with their claws, fangs, horns, and tails imbued with a peculiar concept. Any target struck by them could be affected, regardless of the nature of their essence, even if they were not corporeal, whether it be energy forms, spiritual entities, or more abstract concepts, all were susceptible, though their current strength rendered them less effective against such cases. Should this ability grow sufficiently powerful, Yang Sheng believed they could achieve effects akin to true damage in games. At that point, be it corporeal or energy-based, or even more abstract concepts, anything marked by the sun-chasing wolves would find no refuge from their relentless pursuit. They would rend asunder all enemies of the Sun tribe with their sharp fangs and claws. Beyond these abilities, Yang Sheng sensed that the sun-chasing wolves likely harbored additional powers awaiting activation, though they presently lacked the requisite strength. Aside from the powers held by the sun-chasing wolves, Yang Sheng felt immense joy in discovering that communication issues with them had been resolved. Since the luminous points representing the sun-chasing wolves appeared in his mind, Yang Sheng and his kin were thrilled to realize they could fully comprehend the intentions expressed by the wolves. In other words, the howls and gestures of the sun-chasing wolves conveyed clear messages, while their own words were entirely understood by the wolves as well. Consequently, the previously existing communication barriers had been entirely eradicated. Whoosh, whoosh, woof. Woof the sun-chaser and its pack frolicked in the city for a while, exuberantly expressing their joy at their transformation. Moreover, the sun-chaser was especially thrilled by its newfound strength, which would enable it to assist its master more effectively. After some time, as their excitement waned, the sun-chaser and its kin finally returned to their respective masters. Observing the sun-chaser wagging its long tail and panting adorably at him, Yang Sheng couldn't resist reaching out to affectionately stroke its head. Now, the sun-chaser's size was quite compatible with Yang Sheng, resembling an adult with a large pet dog. While most people were engaged in interactions with their wolf companions, Yang Sheng sensed other changes as well. Inhale-exhale with each breath, Yang Sheng distinctly felt the air around him becoming increasingly fresh. Simultaneously, he perceived that a certain component in the air was gradually increasing, nearly doubling compared to before. Just as Yang Sheng prepared to extend his senses to fully assess the environment of Shiri City and the surrounding forest, a clan member hurriedly approached him. "Chief, you must come and see." It was a female clan member, responsible for managing the animals captured from the forest by other tribe members. During the second metamorphosis, she had acquired the ability to command many animals to behave obediently. Or rather, two abilities. Among all the tribe members, those who possessed two abilities aside from the giants and the sun-chasers were few in number. Her first ability allowed her to enhance an animal's fondness for her, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Additionally, she could form a contract with satisfactory beasts, enabling them to grow alongside her, much like the sun-chasing wolves. However, she had only currently contracted a single sun-chasing wolf. Other animals had yet to capture her interest. Her second ability granted her direct control over animals weaker than herself, disregarding their will and forcibly claiming them as subservient beasts. These subservient beasts were merely expendable cannon fodder to her, devoid of any emotional ties. Hence, her abilities were perfectly suited for the ongoing breeding efforts in Shiri City. By transforming all domesticated animals into subservient beasts, she would never need to worry about them escaping. Seeing the clan member approach, Yang Sheng promptly said, "Yang Xian, don't be anxious." "What has happened?" "Speak slowly." Yang Xian dashed up to Yang Sheng, grasping his hand and pulling him towards the enclosure area of Shiri City. Reluctantly, Yang Sheng followed suit, while Zhu Ri trailed behind him, its larger frame still resembling a devoted shadow. Before long, Yang Sheng and Yang Xian arrived at the designated area within Shiri City, meant for the rearing of various creatures. Upon entering the enclosure, Yang Sheng was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Before him lay a vast expanse of open land, its surface resembling the soil outside the city rather than cobbled paths. This enormous square, measuring several kilometers on each side, was enclosed by formidable stone walls, dividing it into multiple distinct enclosures. The walls towered 6 meters high and boasted a thickness of 2 meters. With pathways connecting the various enclosures. Each enclosure housed several large stone troughs designed for feeding the animals within. At that moment, the creatures, previously captured by Yang Sheng and his kin, had undergone remarkable transformations. Originally, these captured beasts averaged 3 to 4 meters in size, with the smallest around 2 meters. However, Within the enclosures, all the animals had seemingly doubled in size. Notably, 2 enclosures contained creatures exceeding 10 meters in length. One such creature bore a striking resemblance to a bison, yet its body was covered in a serpentine skin devoid of fur. Its head sported 5 enormous horns, 2 on each side and a central horn curving backward. Following Yang Shang's decision, he chose to name this extraordinary creature the 5-horned bison. Now, this peculiar creature had grown to such an extent that it surpassed the confines of the enclosure walls. Thankfully, due to Yang Xian's abilities, they had all been transformed into slave beasts. Otherwise, the enclosures would surely have proven inadequate. In another enclosure, there existed a creature of similar size to the 5-horned bison, which was reminiscent of a wild boar. This was the first beast Yang Shang had led his tribe to hunt. Its form bore similarities to Zhu Ri, with 4 stout forelimbs and 2 hind legs. Its mouth lined with interlocking sharp teeth and robust tusks curling upward. Yang Shang named this creature the 6-legged mountain boar. This 6-legged mountain boar was known for its fierce temperament. Before Yang Xian had awakened her powers, they frequently attempted to breach the wooden barriers of Shiri village in their bid for freedom. Yet now, they remained docile within their enclosures. "Look, Chief, their sizes have suddenly increased immensely," Yang Xian remarked, pointing at the animals with enlarged forms within the enclosures. Yang Shang, having regained his composure, pondered for a moment before arriving at a conclusion. "Do not be alarmed. This is merely a natural occurrence," he reassured her. He had realized that the changes in these animals were undoubtedly linked to the ecological transformation abilities he and his tribe had awakened. With Zhu Ri having undergone its metamorphosis, it was only fitting that the surrounding environment should exhibit significant changes as well. Upon closer inspection, Yang Sheng noted that while the animals had indeed grown larger, they had not formed any connection with him or his tribe, nor had they undergone any transformation or awakening akin to the Zhu Ri wolf clan. Thus, despite their increased size, they merely represented a larger reserve of food for Yang Shang and his people. As he contemplated this, Yang Shang suddenly sensed a shift in the forest outside Shiri City. Sparse, in his perception, as well as in the astonished gazes of his tribe members, the flora within a several-kilometer radius surrounding Shiri City began to visibly flourish. In no time, these plants outgrew those in the outer areas, appearing more vibrant and full of life. Simultaneously, Yang Shang felt an unexpected wave of relaxation wash over him, a sensation mirrored by the other tribe members. It was as if they had transitioned from a stifling environment to basking under a clear blue sky. It felt akin to being a guest in someone else's home, where one might feel constrained. But now they felt the comfort of returning to their own abode. "It seems we may have been under the surveillance of an inexplicable malevolent force," Yang Shang mused, stroking his chin. "It is likely that the ecological transformation powers we possess have effectively established this space as our own. Hence the disappearance of that sensation." As Yang Shang continued to analyze the situation in silence, he suddenly detected an undercurrent of danger. Meanwhile, an unprecedented transformation loomed on the horizon within the sprawling forest. Chapter 30. The Will of the Forest, My Supremacy. A 4,000-word chapter. Yang Shang recognized the ongoing changes beyond Shiri City, but after observing for a while, he shifted his attention elsewhere. Turning around, he and Yang Xian began to survey the entirety of the enclosure area. It was evident that Yang Xian's ability to control and transform creatures into slave beasts was indeed formidable. Yang Shang even found himself questioning whether there was an upper limit to this ability. Curious, Yang Shang naturally inquired about it. After pondering for a moment, Yang Xian replied earnestly, "Chief, my ability isn't quite as flawless as it seems. Currently, the creatures I can transform into slave beasts are limited to these ordinary animals." She then glanced towards the eclectic array of large creatures within the enclosure. Although these beings appear vastly different from those on our planet, they are fundamentally similar. I can sense that if I were to attempt to forcibly transform extraordinary beings like the Zhu Ri wolf clan, it would undoubtedly fail. My ability to transform creatures into slave beasts is tied to the level of life I possess, rather than their extraordinary nature. I can only transform those weaker than me, those whose life essence is lesser. If faced with creatures of equal or greater strength, the ability becomes ineffective. As for the number of creatures I can transform, I have yet to perceive any limits. I only know that the current transformations pose no pressure on me. Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, it seemed that perfection in abilities was a rarity in this world. While he had excluded himself from this notion, he realized that aside from his own limitations and power that restricted the range of his abilities, he had not encountered any significant drawbacks. At that moment, Yang Xian elaborated further. Chief, beyond the ability to create slave beasts, my beast mastery powers are not as formidable as one might imagine. While this power allows me to form contracts with beings of equal or even greater strength, they must be willing. Any resistance or dissatisfaction would negate the effectiveness. Moreover, not every creature can become my beast, as compatibility factors into the equation. Nonetheless, this power is indeed potent. Currently, I only have De Hui as my beast, which isn't particularly evident. However, once I have more beasts under my command, my advantages will multiply significantly. Yang Sheng was familiar with De Hui, a member of the Zhuri clan. Despite being named De Hui, the creature was a female Zhuri wolf. The name derived from the silvery fur interlaced with muted gray, giving her an appearance akin to a massive silver-gray wolf. After absorbing Yang Xian's explanation, Yang Sheng refrained from further inquiries and suggested, Yang Xian, please remember to summon Yang Su to visit us. While your abilities ensure these creatures remain contained, the walls of the enclosure certainly require reinforcement. Yang Xian nodded and, shortly thereafter, began a day of bustling activity alongside several fellow tribespeople responsible for the captive area. Upon departing from the enclosure, Yang Sheng, accompanied by Zhuri, made his way toward the outskirts of the city. Although he had sensed the changes occurring within the forest, Yang Sheng was determined to witness them firsthand and experience the transformation in person. Furthermore, he intended to visit the boundary where the altered forest met the original. To deeply appreciate the distinctions between the two, along with Yang Sheng and Zhuri, numerous other tribespeople exited the city. Regarding the metamorphosis of the Zhuri wolf clan, the inexplicable changes in Shiri City, and the striking transformations within the forest, it was not only Yang Sheng who was curious. Others shared the desire to investigate. The departing tribespeople largely consisted of those who regularly ventured into the outdoors. As for the remaining members, they diligently adhered to their responsibilities, patrolling, exploring, and repairing. Everything seemed to progress in an orderly fashion. As they emerged from the main gate of Shiri City, the other tribespeople dispersed in clusters, setting off into the depths of the forest. Yang Sheng and Zhuri, however, chose not to join them, instead strolling leisurely on their own. Observing the disappearing figures of his kin, Yang Sheng felt a deep sense of reflection. In contrast to the youthful vigor of these young tribespeople, he could not help but wonder if his newfound role as leader had altered his perspective. Indeed, he felt that his mindset had diverged significantly from theirs. One must admit that the existence of pressure, the weight of responsibility, and the change in status could profoundly affect an individual. For some, such transformations incite discomfort and anguish, leading to resistance. For others, they are embraced, accommodated, and even enjoyed. Yang Sheng clearly belonged to the latter group. Thus, while he no longer shared the youthful exuberance of his kin, he found a different kind of fulfillment in witnessing their carefree spirit. As he stepped cautiously into the forest, Yang Sheng immediately sensed a heightened vitality in the surrounding life force. The flora and fauna seemed to communicate an air of joy as he passed a towering tree. He gently patted its trunk, recalling that it was the tallest giant in the vicinity, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters and a height surpassing 120 meters in the wake of the recent transformations. Yang Sheng and his kin's passive ecological alterations had significantly changed the tree's dimensions, which now reached a diameter of 12 meters and a height nearing 150 meters. Surveying the surrounding area, Yang Sheng marveled at the striking changes wrought by their influence, exclaiming in delight, "It is truly astonishing. Such extraordinary power does not adhere to logic." His incredulity stemmed from two aspects. Firstly, the sheer existence of himself and his kin possessing such power. And secondly, the rapidity of the surrounding transformations. After all, on the planet of Qinsheng, a realm governed by scientific principles and materialism, such dramatic changes across vast expanses were unprecedented. While there existed certain fast-growing plants and animals capable of remarkable transformations in short spans, The scale of such changes was incomparable to the forest before him. The time from Yang Shang's initial awareness of the changes to the tree's remarkable growth had taken less than an hour. However, recognizing that the source of these alterations lay within himself, Yang Shang felt no need for lamentation or conflict. The benefits bestowed upon him rendered such concerns trivial. He would simply savor the moment. Soon, Yang Shang arrived at the forest's edge where the changes had occurred. Observing closely, he gained a more visceral understanding of the transformations they had initiated. The forest ahead, in terms of size, density, and the vitality contained within, was considerably weaker than the area he currently occupied. As he stepped forward into the unchanged forest, an inexplicable malice emerged within his perception, accompanied by a faint sense of oppression and a somewhat stifling constraint. It seemed that the forest no longer wished to conceal its hostility. Quietly absorbing the surroundings, a glint of coldness flickered in Yang Shang's gaze. Prior to the changes, while traversing the forest, he had felt a trace of oppression. Yet it had not been overly alarming. Now, however, it was as if the forest's malice had become glaringly apparent, laid bare for him to witness. This palpable sense of hostility and oppression, coupled with the subtle constraint, was undeniably present, yet it posed no substantial threat to Yang Shang or his kin. Closing his eyes, Yang Shang fully relinquished his perception for the first time, extending his awareness toward the more distant forest. Throughout this process, Zhu Ri remained vigilant at his side, keenly observing their surroundings. Upon sensing the presence of Yang Shang and Zhu Ri, any nearby small creatures had long since fled in panic. After a moment, Yang Shang gradually opened his eyes, having identified the source of the malice. Could it be that we have unwittingly become the villains here? He mused. Curiously, despite their seemingly aimless arrival in this place, Yang Shang discovered that since becoming a giant, he possessed an inexplicable understanding of many things he had never encountered before. In other instances, he found himself able to intuitively wield powers he had never practiced, such as when he first subdued Zhu Ri and recognized how to dispel the mark upon its brow. During his second awakening, his kin had similarly demonstrated an innate ability to adeptly utilize their powers without any formal training. Now, within Yang Shang's perception, a faint malice saturated the entire area, appearing uniformly pervasive. Thus, upon engaging with this malevolence, he instinctively grasped the situation at hand. Is this the consciousness of the forest? He pondered, his realization dawning. It was evident that the world in which Yang Shang resided was not an ordinary one. It was entirely reasonable for phenomena beyond comprehension to exist. For instance, the forest where he and his kin dwelled bore a form of expansive consciousness, albeit lacking self-awareness and agency, instinctively repelling factors deemed detrimental. Clearly, the extensive alterations wrought by Yang Shang and his kin, which had disrupted much of the forest's vegetation, were recognized by this overarching consciousness as a threat. Consequently, it sought to instinctively thwart Yang Shang and his people, with the most direct method being their annihilation. Under the influence of Yang Shang and his kin's passive abilities, the space within the forest belonging to Shiri City had been utterly transformed to accommodate their presence. The once pervasive consciousness that enveloped the area had now been completely obliterated and expelled, inciting a sense of urgency within this consciousness. It was akin to an expansive house with an owner, where Yang Shang and his kin were the intruders. Initially, they had barged in, wreaking havoc upon the furniture and even pilfering valuables. This had already provoked the owner's ire. Now, they were audaciously attempting to claim ownership of the house, seeking to evict or even eliminate its original proprietor. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be peculiar if the overarching consciousness did not react with alarm. Regrettably, this consciousness lacked a clear self-awareness, existing solely on instinct. Thus, its only recourse was to manifest malevolence, imposing a faintly oppressive and constraining sensation upon Yang Shang and his kin. Beyond this, it possessed no direct means of retaliation. No, Yang Shang discerned, I can sense the entire forest in turmoil. Countless lives are converging towards Shiri City. In the perception of Yang Shang, an overwhelming multitude of life forces emerged, some formidable, others feeble, their sheer numbers astonishing. They were converging, whether intentionally or not, towards the vicinity of Shiri City. Sensing this, Yang Shang's gaze turned icy. After surveying his surroundings, he focused on the deeper recesses of the forest. Every individual has their own perspective. From your standpoint, we may be the villains. Yet, from my vantage, you are the prime instigator threatening the survival of my kin. If you wish to exploit the creatures of the forest, I shall utterly shatter your final glimmer of hope, should you remain obstinate. I shall lead my people to lay waste to the entire forest. Whether it takes a month, a year, or even longer, it shall be accomplished. Ultimately, there can be only one sovereign of this forest. With that, Yang Shang turned with Zhu Ri and made his way back to Shiri City. Chapter 31. The Beast Tide Approaches. The Might of Shiri, a grand chapter of 4,000 words. As Yang Shang returned to Shiri City with Zhu Ri, the busy clansmen within the city, as well as those venturing into the forest, suddenly heard Yang Shang's voice resonate in their minds. It was as if the sound emanated from the very depths of their souls, instilling a sense of inexplicable familiarity and reassurance. All clansmen promptly ceased their tasks and gathered at the central square. Although the suddenness of Yang Shang's voice startled them, no one displayed fear or surprise. Simultaneously, everyone followed Yang Shang's command without hesitation, halting their activities at once. Even those who were in the midst of cooking disregarded their dishes, extinguishing the flames and leaving the room without a second thought, heading towards the central square. The clansmen exploring the forest outside Shiri City, upon hearing Yang Shang's call, similarly abandoned their pursuits and turned to race back towards Shiri City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In no time, towering figures appeared at the city gates, entering without pause and rushing towards the central square. Upon entering the city, two clansmen immediately halted, turned, and forcefully shut the enormous wooden door, which weighed more than tens of thousands of pounds. Click, click, click. 3 massive, exceptionally sturdy bolts were secured in place. Without such terrifying strength, this door would be an insurmountable chasm for all life-seeking entry into Shiri City. Before long, all clansmen and the Zhu Ri wolf clan converged in the central square. At this moment, Yang Shang had already arrived, standing atop a raised platform at one side of the square. As he beheld the arrival of all clansmen, Yang Shang wasted no time and spoke directly. Clansmen, a new trial has emerged. Just now, I sensed countless life forces aggressively advancing towards our Shiri City. What we are about to face is likely an unprecedented and colossal beast tide. Subsequently, Yang Shang swiftly and clearly relayed the existence of a collective consciousness in the forest and the reasons behind the impending incursions to the clansmen. Upon hearing Yang Shang's account, all clansmen naturally prepared to unite against a common foe. Meanwhile, the enthusiasm displayed by the Zhu Ri wolf clan even surpassed that of the Shiri clansmen. In truth, their grievances against the so-called forest consciousness were likely greater than those of the Shiri people. As their leader had been under its dominion, however, the Zhu Ri themselves did not harbor particularly deep-seated animosity towards the forest consciousness. While awaiting the gathering of the clansmen, Zhu Ri had already conveyed to Yang Shang the circumstances surrounding their initial assault on Shiri village. Indeed, there was no mistake. Zhu Ri had now developed the ability to communicate with Yang Shang, albeit in a manner that might seem peculiar to others. Currently, Zhu Ri could not speak, but it could convey its thoughts through vocalizations or mental impressions, which Yang Shang would then interpret into comprehensible words through the luminous points in his mind. According to Zhu Ri's own account, while the Zhu Ri wolf clan was indeed one of the more powerful factions within the forest, they were nowhere near as formidable as they had become by chance. Zhu Ri had ventured to the heart of the forest, where it encountered an enormous ancient tree, which, in retrospect, represented the embodiment of the forest consciousness in the physical realm. At that time, Zhu Ri had exhibited intelligence far beyond that of ordinary clansmen, prompting the forest consciousness to initiate communication with it. Ultimately, a form of cooperation was established. The forest consciousness, through that colossal ancient tree, cultivated a unique fruit to enhance Zhu Ri's strength. This explained why, upon their first meeting, Zhu Ri appeared so distinct from its surrounding kin, exuding an air of exceptional prowess. The fruit had significantly augmented Zhu Ri's abilities, allowing it to successfully lead its kin to become one of the mightiest forces in the entire forest. Conversely, having reaped such substantial benefits, Zhu Ri's obligation became to eliminate threats to the forest's safety whenever the consciousness required assistance. Thus, both parties found mutual benefit. Therefore, when Zhu Ri was dispatched by the forest consciousness to engage in battle against Yang Sheng and others at Shi Ri village, it did so with reluctance. Of course, aside from this reason, the forest consciousness had also marked Zhu Ri with a seal on its head to ensure compliance, rendering it unable to refuse. Ultimately, the outcome proved fortuitous, as the Zhu Ri wolf clan became the loyal kin of the Shi Ri people. Now, as they prepared to unite against the very consciousness they once collaborated with, Zhu Ri felt no resistance. After all, the forest consciousness was never its master, merely a partner in a mutual arrangement. In contrast, Yang Sheng was the one Zhu Ri had resolved to follow faithfully. With Yang Sheng's command, the entire Shi Ri city sprang into action. Given that the impending challenge surpassed any faced previously, Yang Sheng refrained from uttering the usual admonishments for the elderly, women, and children to take shelter. Instead, he instructed the entire clan to arm themselves and prepare for battle. After all, even the elderly, women, and children within Shi Ri city were far more powerful than ordinary beings. The designation of elderly, women, and children was merely a comparison to the current youthful members of the Shi Ri clan. In truth, Yang Sheng harbored little concern regarding this so-called beast tide. The walls of Shi Ri city were high, thick, and exceptionally sturdy, far beyond the capability of ordinary creatures to breach. Furthermore, with the clansmen positioned atop the walls, even if a creature managed to approach, it would be effortlessly dispatched by the defenders. However, at that moment, as Yang Sheng inadvertently glanced at the clouds above, he suddenly froze. How could I have forgotten this? While he had confidence in the fortifications of the city walls, he nearly overlooked the dangers that lurked in the sky. After all, the creatures of this world were not limited to those that ran upon the ground. Yang Sheng quickly summoned a portion of the clansmen and shared his thoughts with them. Next, you must concentrate your efforts to create additional arrows. We cannot predict whether we will face threats from the skies this time. Upon hearing Yang Sheng's directive, the clansmen nodded in agreement. They immediately began to harness their powers, transmuting and condensing arrowheads in place. Buzz! Meanwhile, several others utilized their wood attributes to cultivate numerous plants upon the remarkably solid stone pathway. Whoosh, 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 from the moment these plants sprouted, they resembled slender and straight wooden sticks. Subsequently, at the apex of these sticks, plant fibers akin to the feathers at the rear of arrows began to grow. Ultimately, by snapping these plants and merging them with the metal arrowheads forged by the tribe, a somewhat rudimentary arrow was crafted. Although the arrows produced in this manner were rather crude, they sufficed for their current needs. Before long, a substantial batch of arrows was completed and distributed among those tribe members who excelled in archery, allowing them to spread across the four corners of the city wall, tasked specifically with monitoring the skies. Should any birds approach, they were to shoot them down without hesitation. At present, the Zhural wolf clan found themselves without a battlefield. Yang Sheng intended to observe the situation first. If the circumstances proved favorable, he would unleash the Zhural wolf clan to engage in battle against the beast tide. Conversely, if the situation appeared dire, he would refrain from sending them out to avoid unnecessary casualties, opting instead to defend the city and gradually wear down the enemy. All tribe members stood vigilant along the city wall. The long-anticipated beast tide finally arrived near Shi Ri city. The cacophony of countless footsteps and the rustling sounds of creatures weaving through the trees echoed ominously. Just from the noise alone, one could surmise the sheer number of animals converging upon Shi Ri city. Yang Sheng found himself rather impressed by the so-called forest consciousness. It was astonishing that, within such a brief period, the opposing forces could gather so many beasts to assault the city. Suddenly, accompanied by the swaying of the forest foliage, a vast multitude of animals surged forth from the woods, charging directly towards Shi Ri city. Roars, growls, and howls filled the air as Yang Sheng observed that the number of creatures attacking Shi Ri city exceeded tens of thousands. And this was merely the situation facing one side of the city wall. Among these creatures were those familiar to Yang Sheng, such as the giant tigers he had encountered earlier, alongside carnivorous animals like leopards, wolves, lynxes, and bears. Additionally, there were herbivores like deer, horses, and cattle, as well as colossal beings akin to rhinos and elephants. Of course, Beyond these species reminiscent of those on Changqing, many animals remained unidentifiable to Yang Sheng and his kin. Some bore the semblance of carnivores, yet their dentition revealed them to be herbivorous, while others, seemingly harmless, displayed occasional glimpses of sharp teeth and claws, indicating their predatory nature. With a splashing sound, these creatures unhesitatingly leapt into the moat. One after another, quickly filling its surface, as the first wave of animals reached the base of the city wall, they attempted to scale it with their sharp claws. However, the walls of Shiri City were not constructed by ordinary means. Unlike conventional walls built from bricks and stones, Shiri City's fortifications were seamlessly molded, leaving no crevices for the animals to exploit. In a rather awkward turn of events, a growing number of creatures amassed in the moat. Yet none could ascend the wall beyond a height of 10 meters. This left the members of the Shiri tribe exchanging bewildered glances, while Yang Sheng himself found the situation simultaneously amusing and exasperating. It appeared he had somewhat overestimated the forest consciousness. Just then, accompanied by a chorus of cries, Yang Sheng and his kin looked skyward to discover numerous dark shapes appearing on the horizon. Upon closer inspection, they realized these were birds of various sizes, including both predatory raptors and smaller seed-eating species, all of which were diving towards Shiri City. "Ha ha ha, splendid!" roared the tribe members armed with bows and arrows, bursting into laughter as they raised their massive bows and retrieved arrows from their quivers. The subsequent act of knocking arrows and drawing their bows was executed seamlessly, as if it were mere play. They barely aimed, simply relying on instinct before releasing their arrows. With a whoosh, the arrows flew forth. It was undeniable that they had transcended ordinary prowess, requiring no rigorous training like typical humans. As soon as they grasped their bows, they wielded them with extraordinary finesse. With each powerful arrow released, anguished cries echoed through the sky, and soon, the larger raptors began to plummet from the heavens. The might of the tribe was such that some arrows even pierced through 2 or 3 birds in a single shot. Though the skies teemed with avian life, the tribe's rate of fire was equally swift. In no time, hundreds, even thousands, of raptors and smaller birds fell from the sky, crashing into the advancing beast tide below. However, the sheer number of birds proved overwhelming, and ultimately, a portion managed to approach closer to Shiri City. At this juncture, the tribe members brandished their blades, deftly cutting down the birds that dared to assail them. With the glint of cold steel flashing, the birds were unable to inflict any harm upon Yang Sheng and his kin, who were fortified by their enhanced physiques. Instead, they fell in droves beneath the tribe's relentless assault. Observing the situation unfold far more favorably than he had anticipated, Yang Sheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Casting a glance at the eagerly watching Zurul, he smiled and declared, "All right, I consent. Inform your kin to venture out and join the battle." Upon hearing Yang Sheng's agreement, Zurul erupted with excitement, racing to the edge of the city wall and howling to the heavens. The sound resonated throughout Shiri City within moments, reaching the ears of every member of the Zurul wolf clan. Their expressions transformed into one of sheer exhilaration, and soon, under the watchful gaze of the Shiri tribe, the entire Zurul wolf clan leapt from the city walls. Though the walls of Shiri City loomed at a height of approximately 60 meters, the transformed Zurul wolves were unfazed by such elevation. Landing without consequence, witnessing their kin leap into action, Zurul called out to Yang Sheng, and without further hesitation, launched into the air, plunging into the beast tide below with remarkable speed. Thud! As soon as they landed, the surrounding animals took note of the Zurul wolves and redirected their attacks towards them. Yet, the Zurul wolves were undaunted by the onslaught. Surrounded by foes, they were afforded the perfect opportunity to unleash their full potential. Chapter 32. A Bloodbath, Unmatched Dominance. A grand chapter of 4,000 words, bang, bang, bang. Before the only gateway to Shiri City, several colossal beasts resembling rhinos approached, traversing the solitary path leading to the city gates. Their massive horns relentlessly battered against the gates, producing a series of thunderous collisions. Fortunately, the fortitude of the gates was exceptional, and despite the frenzied assaults of the beasts, they could not budge the entrance. Seeing these rhino-like giants daring to assault the gates of Shiri City, the Zurul wolves, who had already leapt into the beast tide, could not remain passive in their eyes. These creatures were utterly unforgivable for their audacity. Immediately, several members of the Zuru wolves sprang into action, tearing apart any obstacles in their path as they charged towards the rampaging rhino giants at the city gates. Thud, thud, thud. The rhino-like beasts, while not small in stature, averaging over 8 meters in length, were substantial and robust, appearing akin to heavy tanks. However, the Zuru wolves were no less formidable. Following their transformation, most members of the Zuru clan exceeded 6 meters in length, with the most exceptional surpassing 7 meters. The wolves engaging the rhino giants were among the elite, with lengths commonly reaching 7 meters or more. Though they appeared slender in comparison to the bulky rhinos, they were nonetheless formidable opponents. The rhino beasts were preoccupied with battering the gates and had yet to notice the approaching Zuru wolves. Howl! With a series of roars, the Zuru wolves leapt into action. Landing upon the backs of the rhino giants, their terrifying claws effortlessly tore through the skin of the colossal beast. Soon after, a member of the Sunwolf clan opened its gaping maw, revealing horrific fangs that sank deep into the spine of the rhinoceros-like creature. The jaws of the Sunwolves could stretch to nearly 180 degrees, allowing them to easily encompass the back of the rhinoceros beast. With a sharp crack, the spine of the creature was brutally severed under the combined might of the Sunwolf's formidable bite and their immensely hard teeth. Moo, thud. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the beast, now devoid of strength, collapsed to the ground. At that moment, several other rhinoceros beasts, sensing the intense pain coursing through their bodies, attempted to turn and launch an assault on the Sunwolves. However, they were already too late. Whoosh, crack. The remaining Sunwolves, seemingly in perfect harmony, simultaneously lashed their elongated tails against the eyes of the rhinoceros beasts, instantly shattering one of their eyes. Simultaneously, the Sunwolves unleashed their claws, mercilessly ripping apart the other eye of the rhinoceros beasts. The ferocity of their claws was so intense that they even shattered the creature's skulls. Tear, thud. The few rhinoceros beasts that had charged toward the city gates were unable to retaliate and fell beneath the claws of the Sunwolves. Subsequently, these Sunwolves did not retreat, but instead established their dominance at the city gate, shredding any creature that dared approach. Witnessing the fierce battle between the Sunwolves and their kin against the tide of beasts below, the members of the Dawn tribe stationed atop the city walls could hardly contain their eagerness. Observing the situation, Yang Sheng decisively commanded, "Those of you with ranged capabilities should remain at your posts, vigilant of the situation in the sky, while also keeping an eye on the Sunwolves below the walls. Should any abnormalities arise, you are to provide support immediately. The rest of you, follow me down to engage in battle." With that, Yang Sheng brandished a massive battle blade and leaped down from the city wall. Those without ranged weapons also leaped down, clutching various sharp metal weapons, joining the fray. Interestingly, despite their colossal size, akin to giants, Yang Sheng and his tribe possessed extraordinary powers and should, in some respects, be considered akin to mages. Yet, much like the gray-robed wizard Gandalf, they preferred to engage in close combat, wielding their fists and weapons, rather than consistently utilizing their supernatural abilities. Perhaps this inclination stemmed from generations of hunting and fishing for survival on the planet of Chunxing, where they had interacted with various animals for countless years. Even now, with their newfound extraordinary powers, their mindset had not entirely shifted, and they still relished the visceral thrill of hand-to-hand combat. However, as their strength continued to swell and their supernatural abilities became increasingly effective, it was possible that one day they might evolve into a unique race, impervious in body yet fundamentally akin to mages. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the tribe on the city walls remained vigilant, attentively observing the battle below. Should they spot any of their kin or the Sunwolves in peril, they would spring into action. Flames, ice, lightning, wind blades, stone spears, and earth spikes. Various elements surged forth in a dazzling display. The reason they refrained from targeting the avian foes above was due to the limited range of their abilities, which could not yet reach the birds soaring hundreds or even thousands of meters above. When those birds came within striking distance, however, they preferred to use their weapons to dispatch them directly. Thus, these warriors remained focused on the ground below, while those armed with bows stood guard against the aerial threats. Upon spotting a bird attack, they would not hesitate to draw their bows and shoot. Swish, swish, at that moment, below the city walls, Yang Sheng was mercilessly wielding his battle blade with devastating efficiency. Go be honest. While he did not underestimate these creatures, it became evident that his initial assessment was somewhat inflated. No animal could withstand a second strike from his blade. When confronted by multiple beasts, a simple punch or kick from Yang Sheng was sufficient to slay them. Though his body was splattered with blood, not a single drop was his own. Just after he had dispatched a peculiar creature resembling a giant stag, he suddenly sensed a commotion behind him. Turning, he beheld a far larger beast than those that had previously charged the city gates, barreling toward him with alarming speed. This colossal creature measured approximately 15 meters in length. Unlike the rhinoceros beasts, this one boasted 3 massive horns protruding parallel to its head, reminiscent of the Triceratops from ancient Qinsheng. The glinting cold light on its horns indicated they were not mere decorations but rather instruments of horrific lethality. Seeing this, Yang Sheng exhibited no intention of retreat. He swiftly plunged his battle blade into the ground beside him, adopting a forward stance and centering himself in the blink of an eye. The Triceratops-like beast was upon him. Swish, Yang Sheng anticipated the creature's movement, deftly evading its horned assault, then raised both arms with lightning speed, seizing the creature's enormous horns. With immense force, Yang Sheng was pushed back several meters, yet he successfully halted the beast's advance. Roar! The creature bellowed furiously, straining forward in a desperate attempt to crush Yang Sheng. Yet, before Yang Sheng's terrifying strength, its efforts were utterly futile. Suddenly, the beast sensed it was being lifted off the ground, and in a panic, its limbs flailed wildly, but it continued to ascend. Yang Sheng, utilizing his unmatched power, hoisted the creature by its horns, raising it into the air. This scene was nothing short of astonishing, momentarily stunning the other animals that were poised to attack Yang Sheng. With a mighty shout, Yang Sheng slammed the massive beast down onto the ground, creating a gigantic crater upon impact. Thud! The sheer force of the blow left the creature disoriented. Yang Sheng then repeated the process, lifting the beast and smashing it down relentlessly. Eventually, he seemed to have an epiphany. He discarded his battle blade and began to utilize the creature itself to wreak havoc upon the surrounding animals. Buzz! The massive beast became the perfect heavy weapon in Yang Sheng's hands, each swing sending numerous attackers flying. Yang Sheng then engaged in a game of whack-a-mole. Whenever he spotted an animal, he would raise the creature high and bring it crashing down. Thud, thud, thud. Every animal struck met its demise instantly. After some time, the beast in Yang Sheng's grip was barely clinging to life. Bang! Yang Sheng tossed it aside, retrieved his battle blade from the ground, and approached the now pleading creature. Ignoring the desperate look in its eyes, thrust. Without hesitation, he plunged the blade into the creature's skull, ending its life. Turning his gaze, Yang Sheng noticed another beast, strikingly similar to the one he had just slain, attempting to ambush a fellow tribesman. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Sheng grasped the horn of the deceased beast and forcefully snapped it off. Crack! With a somewhat unrefined throwing motion, he hurled the massive horn. Bang! Whoosh! In an instant, the horn's velocity surpassed the speed of sound, creating a sonic boom. With such terrifying speed, the horn pierced the skull of the ambushing beast without delay. Thud! Accompanied by a dull thud, the creature fell lifelessly to the ground, its body crashing down with tremendous force, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, the nearly ambushed tribesmen turned to witness the spectacle, giving a thumbs up to their leader before rejoining the battle. Meanwhile, the Sun Wolves exhibited equally impressive prowess. Their strength far surpassed that of their kin, and like Yang Sheng, no creature could withstand a second strike beneath their claws. Swish, bang! Amidst the swirling motion of claws, another creature resembling the Daybreak Wolf clan was directly slain by the Daybreak itself. Within the vast expanse of the forest, it is inconceivable that only the Daybreak exists as a wolf-beast tribe. However, with the transformation of the Daybreak Wolf clan, they have long ceased to be part of the same lineage as the ordinary wolf beasts that roam the woods, even in their pre-transformed state. This clan was frequently engaged in mutual aggression, harboring no bonds beyond their shared kinship. Thus, when faced with these former kin, the daybreak showed no mercy. Whoosh, crack, with a resounding explosion, the elongated tail of the daybreak lashed out, cleaving a creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to an elephant in twain. Splash! The scene was undeniably gruesome, yet not a single droplet of blood tainted the daybreak's form. In fact, even the blood that stained Yang Sheng's body merely sullied his garments. Whether the Shiri clan or the Daybreak Wolf clan, both seemed to possess an inherent ability for self-purification. External impurities such as dust and blood had no chance of leaving a mark upon them. Were it not for the lingering habits of humanity, they might have long abandoned the need for bathing or similar cleansing rituals. Whoosh! Sensing movement above, Yang Sheng instinctively retreated a couple of paces, only to witness a colossal eagle falcon crash onto the spot he had just vacated. Thud! The bird bore a long, thick arrow embedded within its body. Yang Sheng turned to glance at the city wall, where a fellow clansman wielding a bow looked on with an expression of embarrassment. "Watch it, you little rascal, don't drop your clan leader." "All right," Yang Sheng replied with a smile, then turned back to continue confronting the surrounding beasts. As time progressed, the multitude of over 100,000 animals that had originally converged from all directions had dwindled, with nearly half falling victim to the Shiri clan and the Daybreak Wolf clan. Gradually, the forest around them ceased to yield any further beasts. The creatures that had reached the outskirts of Shiri City seemed to be paralyzed with fear, taken aback by the terrifying efficiency of Yang Sheng and his comrades' slaughter. Many of the animals appeared to have regained their senses. Witnessing the carnage, they hesitated, contemplating whether to flee. Yet, the very force that had compelled them to this place instilled a sense of reluctance. In truth, when these creatures had first arrived, Yang Sheng and his kin discerned a glimmer of frenzy and a hint of stupor in their gazes. It was evident that some so-called forest consciousness had manipulated them through some nefarious means, guiding them here. Now, in the wake of extensive bloodshed and visceral horror, a portion of these animals began to slowly regain their normal faculties. Naturally, those whose intellect had resurfaced would not wish to perish in this place, making their retreat a logical course of action. As for those creatures, Yang Sheng refrained from deliberately hunting them down, opting instead to eliminate those who remained evidently deranged. This was not out of compassion. Rather, it was a strategic decision to first deal with the less rational beings. The remaining creatures, now returning to their senses, could be studied later for effective countermeasures. Chapter 33. The Final Resort. The Beast Tide concludes. As time wore on, this seemingly abrupt beast tide, though perhaps lacking in vigor, appeared to be nearing its end under the relentless assault of Yang Sheng and his kin. However, could events truly be as straightforward as they seemed? After Yang Sheng dispatched another batch of beasts that had yet to regain their sanity, he suddenly noticed a significant reduction in the number of creatures attacking him. Surrounded by a multitude of beast carcasses, the ground resembled a dismal mountain of corpses, instilling a sense of dread. The remains of the wild beasts slain by Yang Sheng, his comrades, and the Daybreak Wolf clan littered the outskirts of Shiri City. The blood that flowed from these slain beasts gradually pooled in the city's protective moat, transforming it into a genuine river of blood. The pungent stench of blood hung heavily in the air, so intense that even the warriors who had just participated in the slaughter felt a twinge of discomfort. The blade in Yang Sheng's hand was beginning to dull, having dispatched so many animals and severed numerous bones. The fact that it had not yet become completely blunted was a testament to its exceptional quality. Yang Sheng and his kin were drenched in blood, their garments and armor stained to the point where it appeared as though they had been soaked in a pool of gore. With crimson droplets continuously dripping from the edges of their clothing, at that moment, Yang Sheng and his kin seemed to have unlocked a new power. Their bodies began to tremble in a manner imperceptible to the naked eye. Buzz! Soon, intricate patterns on their forms began to emit a faint glow, not particularly bright but rather subdued. Yet, upon the emergence of this light, the garments and armor of both Yang Sheng and his comrades became visibly cleansed. Flesh and remnants of the slain were stripped away and fell to the ground in a matter of moments. Everyone appeared immaculate, as if the gruesome state they had just been in was but a fleeting illusion. Noticing that the surrounding beasts had ceased their assault, Yang Sheng raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. Most of the wild beasts had halted, standing in place, hesitating as they regarded Yang Sheng and his kin. Yet, it was clear that these creatures had no intention of fleeing. They merely encircled Shiri City. Observing this situation, Yang Sheng concluded that he should no longer exhibit mercy. Initially, he had presumed that these animals would retreat upon regaining their senses. But since they remained, they were now confirmed foes. Yang Sheng had no intention of holding back against enemies. Swish! Just as Yang Sheng stepped forward, preparing to launch another attack on the nearby beasts. A rustling sound resonated from the distant forest. Upon hearing this noise, Yang Sheng halted, and his fellow clansmen similarly gripped their weapons, their expressions alert as they turned towards the source of the sound. The daybreak approached Yang Sheng, its body low to the ground, fixated on the forest ahead, emitting a low growl, thud, thud, with the sound of trees crashing to the ground, accompanied by deep, resonant roars. Colossal figures emerged before Yang Sheng. Before him stood a pack of gigantic beasts, their forms reminiscent of reptiles. They bore a striking resemblance to enormous lizards, yet their limbs were far more elongated and robust than those of typical lizards. Moreover, unlike the dense and minute teeth of lizards, these titans possessed prominent fangs, akin to those of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Their bodies were predominantly a deep gray, a hue that evoked the semblance of some peculiar stone to Yang Sheng. On their skin, some bore icy blue stripes, while others exhibited dark green patterns. The smallest among these behemoths exceeded 18 meters in length, with the average size hovering around 22 meters, while the most imposing among them stretched to approximately 25 meters. As they advanced, accompanied by an even heavier thudding sound, an even larger figure gradually emerged from the forest. Thud, thud. The lizard-like giants instinctively parted to clear a path. The final entrant was a super lizard, measuring around 32 meters in length. Its eyes bore no glimmer of intelligence akin to that of the daybreak. Instead, they were filled with indifference and malice. Faced with this new adversary, compounded by the countless beasts he had already slain, Yang Sheng could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of relief. It appeared that they were indeed on the fringes of this forest, and it was fortunate that they were situated at the periphery. At this moment, Yang Sheng realized that whether it was the Daybreak Wolf clan he had subdued, or the beast tide that had come to assault Shiri City, or even the gigantic lizards now before him, they all hailed from the deeper recesses of the forest. Had Yang Sheng and his kin initially appeared in the heart of the forest upon their arrival, they might not have survived to see this day. After all, even without the presence of these gigantic lizards or the Daybreak Wolf clan, the sheer size of the beasts within the current beast tide would have been sufficient to obliterate all of Shiri village. Fortunately, the location of their arrival had been the forest's outskirts, where the greatest threat they encountered was merely a solitary giant tiger upon their descent. Later, when establishing their village, the mightiest beasts nearby were merely the purple giant bear and the man-eating tree. Small fry in comparison. By contrast, the current beast tide rendered both the purple giant bear and that giant tiger mere cannon fodder. Roar. The super lizard that had recently appeared showed no inclination to waste time. Letting out a furious roar, at its command, the surrounding lizard giants sprang into action, charging toward the Shiri clan and the Daybreak Wolf clan. Swish! As a lizard giant lunged forward, Yang Sheng refrained from intervening. The Daybreak, witnessing this, did not hesitate to leap into the fray, engaging the lizard giant in combat. Thud. As the two forces collided, Zerizi found itself slightly outmatched in strength, resulting in it being pushed back a few steps. However, its claws were exceptionally formidable. Upon impact, they sunk deep into the hide of the giant lizard beast, effortlessly breaching its defenses and leaving behind several gaping wounds. Although Zerizi was momentarily forced back, its robust physique and superior defensive capabilities meant it had sustained no harm whatsoever. After halting its retreat, it charged forth once more without hesitation on other areas, witnessing the onslaught of the giant lizard beasts. The members of the tribe similarly advanced without a second thought. The number of these lizard beasts was relatively small, numbering just over 30, allowing the tribespeople to band together in groups to assault a single lizard beast. Despite Zerizi's apparent ease in bypassing the adversary's defenses, The truth was that these lizard beasts boasted far more formidable protection than the creatures they had previously faced during the Beast Tide. The tribespeople found that significant effort was required to breach their defenses and inflict damage. As the chaos of battle erupted anew, Yang Sheng wasted no time. He chose to take the initiative and confront the largest of the super lizards. With a hum, a radiant glow enveloped his arm, extending to the battle blade in his hand. In an instant, the blade regained its former pristine condition, its previously dulled edge restored. Moreover, under the enhancement of the light, both the hardness and sharpness of Yang Sheng's weapon were significantly augmented. "Ha!" Yang Sheng exclaimed, crouching slightly before propelling himself forward with tremendous force, transforming into a mere shadow as he lunged at the super lizard. With his blade poised horizontally, he aimed a sweeping strike at the creature's neck. Yet, despite its massive size, the super lizard exhibited surprising agility, lifting its body just enough to evade Yang Sheng's attack. Before he could react, the super lizard swung a massive arm, striking Yang Sheng squarely. Bang! The creature underestimated Yang Sheng's resilience. Although caught off guard, he managed to brace himself in time. Planting his legs firmly on the ground, he reversed the grip on his blade, meeting the force of the giant arm head-on. The sound of flesh tearing mingled with the crash of impact as Yang Sheng was sent flying several dozen meters away. However, he adjusted his posture mid-air, landing gracefully on the ground without sustaining any injuries. In contrast, the collision left a gaping, bloodied wound on the super lizard's claw, roaring in fury from the inflicted pain. The super lizard bellowed and opened its massive maw. A chilling blue light flickered within, followed by a torrent of frigid air shooting forth, aimed directly at Yang Sheng. Sensing the impending danger, Yang Sheng opted against taking the attack head-on, choosing instead to evade with caution. With a swift motion, he dashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the icy beam. Crack! The beam struck the distant forest, instantly freezing an area of several dozen meters. Although the icy blast brushed against Yang Sheng's shoulder, before it could unleash its debilitating effects, the patterns on his body glimmered momentarily, dissipating the cold entirely. In truth, when Yang Sheng and the tribespeople first awakened their extraordinary powers, they had previously demonstrated a remarkable immunity to such elemental forces during their sparring sessions. More accurately, the immunity displayed by the Zirizi wolf tribe to various powers was akin to a simplified version of approximately 80% of their abilities. This meant that the members of the Shiri tribe possessed an even greater immunity to the extraordinary powers within their ranks than the Zirizi wolf tribe. Regrettably for the super lizard, the icy breath it unleashed fell well within their immunity threshold. The mere activation of the patterns on their bodies allowed them to disregard such an attack. Meanwhile, a black-green striped lizard beast unleashed a toxic liquid from its maw, but alas, this venom proved even less effective against the tribespeople than the chilling breath. Its toxin, a biological hazard, held no adverse effect on the Shiri tribesmen. Realizing this might be the most formidable tactic employed by the lizard beasts, the Shiri tribe members and the Zirizi wolf tribe ceased holding back and unleashed a ferocious offensive. Armed with their blades, Yang Sheng charged toward the super lizard, braving the icy onslaught. That moment, he discerned that these lizard beasts were likely the final line of defense for the forest's consciousness. Eliminating them would signify the conclusion of this beast tide. Yang Sheng's conviction stemmed from the fact that he had sensed the emergence of these lizard beasts within a certain range, although initially unaware of their true nature. Since their arrival, he had not detected any more formidable presences within the forest, indicating that the forest consciousness likely could not summon anything stronger than these lizard beasts. With determination, Yang Sheng surged forward against the icy assault, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful blow to the super lizard's jaw, forcing it to shut its mouth. Upon landing, he swiftly maneuvered beneath the creature, placing one hand upon its abdomen as a crimson glow ignited. With a thunderous explosion, Yang Sheng unleashed an overwhelming burst of fiery power. Flipping the super lizard onto its back, rising to his feet, he grasped his battle blade tightly and aimed for the creature's heart. The super lizard, however, refused to remain passive, swinging its colossal tail toward the airborne Yang Sheng. Swoosh, crack, with a whoosh, the tail lashed out, yet just as it was about to strike him, Yang Sheng, as if foreseeing the event, mustered all his strength and hurled his blade with great force in that fleeting moment. While Yang Shang was sent hurtling by the tail's blow, the blade deftly dodged the attack, embedding itself in the super lizard's chest with a resounding thud. With a piercing sound, the power imbued within the blade erupted, swiftly consuming the super lizard's very essence. With a resounding roar, the super lizard thrashed in agony, but its struggles soon ceased, leaving it lifeless. Meanwhile, the lizard beast that battled Zurizi met its demise even more swiftly than the super lizard. Beneath the strength of Zurizi's defense and its nimble movements, it evaded the lizard beast's relentless assaults, leaving a myriad of wounds across its body with ruthless efficiency. Thus, with a sense of bitterness, the lizard beast succumbed under Zurizi's claws. The remaining lizard beasts also could not escape the clutches of death. It is worth noting that while these lizard beasts possessed greater individual strength than the creatures from the beast tide, their limited numbers rendered them easier to handle. For Yang Shang and the others, the relentless tide of beasts was a far more pressing concern, as they were besieged from all sides, making the situation significantly more challenging than their encounters with the lizard beasts. Boom! As the last of the lizard beasts collapsed to the ground, a signal seemed to resonate among the surrounding creatures, prompting them to cease their hesitations and retreat in unison back into the forest. Observing this, Yang Shang refrained from ordering his tribesmen to pursue, instead instructing them to gather and properly dispose of the slain animals outside Shiri City. Chapter 34. The Destruction of the Giant Tree. Crisis Averted. A grand chapter of 4,000 words. Outside Shiri City, all the tribespeople were diligently engaged in cleaning the battlefield. Though the sight of the carcasses piled high and the blood-soaked ground was unsettling, their faces nonetheless bore expressions of joy. After all, while these animals were deceased, they could serve as a crucial reserve of food. Although not every creature was consumable, the remaining bounty still amounted to an astronomical harvest. As for the concern regarding the abundance of meat potentially spoiling over time, there is no need for alarm. First and foremost, among our kin, there exist individuals who possess cryogenic abilities capable of creating environments akin to the super-cold storage facilities of today. Thus, by freezing this meat, it can be preserved for an exceptionally prolonged duration. Secondly, while the quantity of meat is indeed substantial, both the Shiri tribe members and the Juri wolf clan possess considerable appetites. One might say that, aside from Yang Shang himself, every individual and wolf within Shiri City is a voracious eater. Consequently, the rate of consumption for this meat will be remarkably swift, ensuring that it will be entirely devoured long before it has the chance to spoil. Observing his tribe members joyously tidying the battlefield, Yang Shang did not forget to instruct some of those on the city walls to maintain vigilance, lest they face unforeseen troubles. As for Yang Shang himself, rather than joining in the cleanup, he stood at the edge of the battlefield, watching his kin busily at work. Subsequently, his gaze drifted towards the depths of the forest. Although they had just survived the crisis of the beast tide, passively enduring attacks was not in his nature. Yang Shang was determined to put an end to this once and for all. Even if a permanent solution was unattainable, he was resolute in ensuring that the adversary would pay a significant price. While those great lizards were likely the most potent manifestation of the forest's consciousness, the continual onslaught of beast tides was undoubtedly a nuisance. With this thought in mind, Yang Shang summoned Yang Su and his 3 companions. Along with the elder Yang Li Ming. Esteemed ones, I intend to venture deep into the forest in search of the true source of this crisis, Yang Shang declared to the individuals before him. Until my return, I entrust all matters within the city to you. Upon hearing these words, Yang Su, Yang Hao, Yang Yao, and Yang Qing were unable to contain their restlessness. Chief, allow us to accompany you, one urged. Indeed, Chief, would it not be too perilous for you to go alone? Another added. Yes, with our father and the others overseeing the city, we should accompany you, they insisted. Noting their fervent enthusiasm, Yang Shang pondered for a moment before turning to the elders. Yang Li Ming and the others. Chief, why do you look to us? Proceed as you see fit, Yang Li Ming replied, taking the lead. Seeing Yang Li Ming's response, Yang Shang turned back to Yang Su and the others. Very well, gather your companions, and we shall enter the forest together, striving to eliminate the threats that endanger our existence. With this declaration, Yang Su and the others departed, eager to find their respective Zhuri wolf partners. Yang Shang remained to discuss various matters with the elders. Once Yang Su, his companions, and their 4 Zhuri wolves returned, Yang Shang promptly led them into the forest, vanishing from the sight of their kin. Within the vast expanse of the forest, several figures swiftly navigated the trees. Their statures were notably tall, and both their speed and agility were nothing short of astonishing. Yang Shang's objective was crystal clear. He sought the colossal ancient tree that Zhuri had previously mentioned, suspected to be an external manifestation of the forest's consciousness. Although the giant tree was yet to be seen, Yang Shang's instincts told him that if he could resolve the matter of this ancient tree, they would likely be free from the forest's threats for a considerable time to come. In Yang Shang's understanding, the so-called forest consciousness mirrored the planetary consciousness described in the Legend of the Starry Realm, albeit in a significantly less sophisticated form, a vast amalgamation of the consciousness of all plants within the forest. However, judging from the adversary's previous actions, it appeared incapable of directly intervening in the real world. The ancient tree likely represented the only means through which the forest consciousness could exert its influence upon reality. According to Zhuri's memories, as well as those of its elder, the ancient tree had existed for an unfathomable length of time. At the very least, when Zhuri first encountered the ancient tree, it was already in its current form. In other words, this tree must have been cultivated as a means of exerting influence by the forest consciousness since time immemorial. In Zhuri's recollection, there was but a single such tree within the entirety of the forest. This indicated that even the forest consciousness could not simultaneously possess multiple giant ancient trees as conduits for its influence. The time required to cultivate such a colossal ancient tree was undoubtedly extensive. Thus, once they resolved the matter of this ancient tree, the forest consciousness would likely lose its means of affecting them altogether. With swift determination, Yang Shang and his companions pressed onward, encountering an array of wondrous creatures, plants, and phenomena as they delved deeper into the heart of the forest. Yet, none posed a threat to their safety. In fact, due to their rapid pace, they encountered numerous animals fleeing in a panic, easily identifiable as members of the beast tide that had besieged Shiri City. However, recognizing that these creatures were mere puppets of the forest consciousness, Yang Shang chose to disregard them. Their unabashed advance through the forest soon captured the attention of the forest consciousness, which sensed an unsettling disturbance. As they approached the central region, the obstacles they encountered intensified. A myriad of affected animals charged at them, while various aggressive plants sought to hinder their progress. Yet, under the strength of Yang Shang and his companions, these impediments, though bothersome, could not deter them at last. Guided by Zhuri, they navigated through the layers of obstruction. Upon traversing another section of forest, they suddenly found themselves in a more open area. Before them lay a spacious clearing, at the center of which stood a modest hillock. This hillock was adorned with lush grass and vibrant flowers, presenting a stunning spectacle. At its very center soared a towering ancient tree, which Yang Shang estimated reached a height of at least 300 meters. With a trunk diameter exceeding an astonishing 50 meters, the massive trunk extended countless branches, teeming with vibrant foliage and abundant life. At this moment, several of the giant lizard beasts they had previously slain were guarding the vicinity of the ancient tree. Upon noticing Yang Shang and his companions, these lizard beasts charged without hesitation. Roar! Yang Shang was well versed in dealing with these lizard giants. Swish, swish, swish! The group immediately scattered, denying the lizards any opportunity to retaliate effectively. Boom! Bang! A surge of terrifying power erupted, unleashing their full might. Even though one of the lizard giants rivaled the colossal super lizard they had previously faced, it could withstand their assault for no more than 10 minutes. With each resounding thud, the massive lizards collapsed, lifeless upon the ground. The area surrounding the hillock was left in ruins, with flora destroyed and the lizard beast's blood staining the earth crimson. Yet, Yang Shang and his companions felt no sorrow over the devastation. Having efficiently dealt with the lizard beasts, they wasted no time and hastened towards the ancient tree, determined to swiftly conclude the matter. However, it soon became evident that, despite appearing vulnerable, the ancient tree possessed formidable defenses. As they approached within a certain distance, The trunk of the ancient tree began to tremble violently. Suddenly, countless leaves shifted direction, their structure seemingly altering, resembling a barrage of blade-like projectiles. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a multitude of leaves cascaded from the branches like bullets, hurtling toward Yang Shang and his companions. The sudden turn of events caught them off guard, but their instinctual caution served them well. Thus, despite closing in on the ancient tree, they remained vigilant, as the barrage of leaves descended upon them from all directions. Yang Shang and the others swiftly reacted. Clang, clang, clang. As they wielded their weapons with great vigor, they effortlessly deflected a multitude of leaves. It soon became apparent to them that when these leaves struck the bodies of Zhu Ri and his companions, they inflicted no significant harm, merely impeding their movements. Observing this, Yang Shang formed a clear assessment of the lethality of these leaves. If they could not breach the defenses of Zhu Ri and his companions, then they posed little threat to him. With this thought in mind, Yang Shang decided to abandon his defense against the leaves, allowing them to strike his body without resistance. Indeed, the leaves collided with him and his kin, producing only a series of metallic clinks. Following this crisp sound, the leaves failed to even breach the armor they wore. Throughout this ordeal, it sufficed for Yang Shang and his companions to shield their eyes, for they could not ascertain whether their vision possessed the same formidable defenses as their bodies. In the blink of an eye, Yang Shang and his group found themselves before the colossal tree. Swinging their battle blades fiercely against its trunk, to their surprise, the resilience of the tree exceeded their expectations. After several strikes, they had only managed to carve relatively minor wounds into its bark. The giant tree seemed to react to the assault of Yang Shang and his companions, shaking violently, causing them to feel the ground tremble beneath them. Suddenly, the earth of the small hill cracked open, and shadowy figures emerged from the soil, lunging toward Yang Shang and the others. With no time to ponder, before long, a few individuals had traversed the vast expanse of the forest, drawing near to the location of Shiri City. At this moment, the surrounding woodland had already been passively altered by their formidable power. Upon entering their own domain, everyone, including Zhu Ri and the other kin, collectively experienced a profound sense of relaxation that radiated from within. Indeed, nothing could rival the comfort of one's own territory. Although the forest's consciousness had been obliterated, lingering within it still felt somewhat disconcerting. As they emerged from the forest, Shiri City came into view. Their absence had not been lengthy. Thus, the exterior of the city remained bustling with activity. In the open space, numerous tribe members were seen transporting the carcasses of animals that had already been processed into the city. All tribe members skillfully handled the remains, effortlessly utilizing their weapons to drain the blood from the carcasses, followed by the uncomplicated tasks of skinning and dismembering. The pelts that were stripped away were gathered by some tribe members, destined to be taken back to the city for processing, thereby transforming into materials suitable for garment creation. Simultaneously, some more intact furs could be used to adorn their homes. The blood released from the slain animals was inspected by the tribe members, revealing that some could be consumed, leading to its collection along with the already processed meat and cuts, all presented before several tribe members. Subsequently, halos of light ignited behind these individuals, unleashing a frigid air that swiftly encased the prepared ingredients in ice. These frozen supplies would then be hurriedly delivered to the city's designated cold storage. As for the internal organs of the animals, aside from the heart and liver, all were extravagantly extracted and handed over to the Zhu Ri wolf tribe for consumption. The Zhu Ri wolf tribe, unparticular about their food, reveled in their meal with great delight. Observing this scene, Zhu Ri and a few other tribe members turned their heads, gazing eagerly at their master. Yang Shang, amused by the sight, gently patted Zhu Ri's head. Enough, after all these battles, you must be exhausted. Go ahead and eat. With his permission granted, Zhu Ri and the other tribe members dashed over joyfully, eager to join the feast. Noticing the fervor of their fellow tribe members, Yang Su and his companions were far from idle. Yang Hao approached the city moat, his halo illuminating behind him. Soon, a thick mist began to rise as he commenced the purification of the moat. In various directions around the moat, other tribe members engaged in similar tasks. After all, the recent battle had claimed numerous animal lives, and blood had turned the waters of the moat a crimson hue. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to unpleasant odors over time. With Yang Hao's involvement, the purification process accelerated significantly. The once blood-red waters visibly lightened, eventually returning to their original clarity. Meanwhile, Yang Qing extended her power outward, transforming it into gentle breezes that dispersed the strong scent of blood surrounding Shiri City. Given its location within the forest, a significant wind was rare to alleviate the odor. Without the proactive use of their extraordinary abilities, the stench could linger for an indeterminate period. Yang Yao and several other tribe members systematically released flames to sear the bloodstains on the ground. Like relentless flamethrowers, they scorched the land surrounding Shiri City extensively. As for Yang Su, he moved to the open space, collaborating with other tribe members to refurbish the ground. Despite Yang Yao's incineration efforts, traces of blood still marred the surface, rendering it less than visually appealing. Thus, Yang Su placed his hand upon the ground. With a whoosh, the surface began to ripple like ocean waves, gradually covering everything on the top layer. Ultimately, under the guidance of Yang Su and his companions, the ground was restored to its former evenness. Gazing around, one could discern no evidence of the fierce battle that had once raged here, where countless animals had perished. Looking up, although the city walls of Shiri City were constructed with the tribe's formidable abilities and were exceptionally sturdy, they bore some evident marks from the impact of countless animals. However, most of these signs were superficial, with only a few faint scratches remaining on the walls. The tribe members who had originally constructed the walls were now diligently employing their powers to mend them. With a swift motion, the marks on the walls visibly faded, diminishing until they vanished entirely. Above the walls, many tribe members remained vigilant, patrolling with alert expressions. Each side of the walls housed multiple archers poised for action. Yang Shang felt a deep sense of satisfaction at the heightened vigilance of his kin, and thus he proceeded alone into the city. As he walked, every tribe member he encountered greeted him warmly, and he reciprocated with a friendly demeanor, exhibiting no signs of impatience. Upon entering Shiri City, he soon spotted young Liming and others approaching his direction. "Tribe leader, how did everything go this time?" Young Li Jing inquired eagerly as they walked. "Rest assured, Uncle Jing, this battle proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Yang Su and I have successfully dismantled the forest consciousness's means of external interference. Although we did not eradicate the forest's consciousness, it should be a long time before it poses any further threat to us," Yang Shang replied. Hearing his words, the three elders nodded in delight. "In that case, tribe leader, you should seize the opportunity to rest. This battle must have been quite exhausting. Indeed, leave the remaining matters to us. We will ensure nothing goes awry." With a smile, Yang Sheng nodded. "Then I shall rely on you, uncles." With that, he made his way into Shiri City. Along the way, he observed the joyous expressions of all the tribe members, each carrying abundant supplies toward the cold storage. It was undeniable that this battle had indeed gone exceedingly well. Although many tribe members had sustained injuries, none were severely wounded, let alone fatalities. The injured members were already recovering remarkably well, thanks to their formidable self-healing abilities. By the time they awoke the next day, they would likely bear no scars. As dusk fell, the torches lining the streets were ignited, casting flickering shadows that danced among the people. Yang Shang strolled along the exceedingly broad streets, admiring the buildings that represented the collective efforts of all. After this conflict, the beast tide had been quelled, and the Shiri clan had truly established itself within this forest. In the days to come, I must gradually explore the entirety of the forest alongside my kin. Thus far, no signs of higher intelligent life have been discovered. Lost in thought, Yang Sheng felt a tinge of melancholy. He pondered whether the forest was simply too remote and perilous, or if this alternate world lacked the existence of higher intelligent beings altogether. Nevertheless, this situation was not without its merits. Although no other higher intelligent life had yet been uncovered, the existence of the Shiri clan here felt somewhat monotonous. However, from another perspective, even if this world did harbor higher intelligent beings or civilizations, it was uncertain whether they would resemble humanity in form. This led Yang Sheng to contemplate more ominous and darker scenarios. Furthermore, there could be no guarantees that if civilizations did exist, they would extend a friendly disposition toward the Shiri clan. After all, we are an alien race, and the most likely outcome between different races is conflict. The wisdom of our ancestors rings true. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. On the planet of Chinskxing, even among humanity, differing ethnicities have given rise to numerous conflicts and wars. Now, as we find ourselves in an alternate world, the nature of our situation is far more extreme. After all, we are fundamentally two entirely different races. If civilizations truly exist, the prospect of peaceful coexistence seems rather unrealistic. Soon, Yang Sheng arrived at his doorstep. That moment, a golden figure flashed into existence beside him. Swish, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Zhu Ri, having indulged to his heart's content, was merrily trotting home. Yang Sheng, as was his custom, raised his hand to affectionately stroke Zhu Ri's sizable head for a while. Before retreating into his abode to prepare a lavish feast of meat for himself, after satiating his hunger and thirst, Yang Sheng did not immediately succumb to rest. Instead, he took Zhu Ri for a leisurely stroll outside. At this juncture, the outskirts of the town had been thoroughly cleansed, with all animal carcasses meticulously dealt with, categorized, and stored in the cold storage. Subsequently, families took a portion of the meat home for their meals. By this time, the households had finished their dinners, and many, like Yang Sheng, ventured out for a promenade. Upon arriving at the central square, he discovered that the numerous children of the tribe were already engaged in playful antics. Yang Sheng, accompanied by Zhu Ri, settled onto a nearby stone platform, quietly observing the children at play while Zhu Ri rested peacefully by his side. The scene was reminiscent of tranquil times, devoid of worries. Chapter 36, A Transformation Anew, A Surge in Size, a grand chapter of 4,000 words. Time swiftly passed, and approximately a month has elapsed. The city of Shiri has now firmly settled into a steady rhythm, with all matters progressing in a systematic manner. Simultaneously, with the absence of the forest consciousness as an impediment, the tribe's explorations beyond their confines have proceeded remarkably smoothly. After a month of tentative exploration led by Yang Sheng and his kin, although they have yet to fully comprehend the entirety of their surroundings, they have at least discerned the nature of the place they currently inhabit. Thanks to their astonishing physical prowess, Yang Sheng, accompanied by several tribesmen, first journeyed to the seaside and subsequently embarked on a comprehensive exploration of the coastal perimeter. Through this month-long endeavor, Yang Sheng has come to ascertain that the land they occupy roughly resembles an irregular oval shape, spanning approximately 3,000 kilometers from east to west, while the distance from north to south measures around 1,000 kilometers, with an overall circumference of approximately 7,500 kilometers. To be candid, although they lacked precise measuring instruments, they have made a fairly accurate assessment based solely on their perceptions. Throughout this month, Yang Sheng and his tribesmen not only circumnavigated the periphery of this land, but also traversed its interior from east to west and from north to south, which led them to derive this general estimation. While this figure may sound substantial, it is indeed a task that Yang Sheng and his kin can easily accomplish, given their current physical condition. Despite the terrain not always being ideal for travel, they can comfortably advance at a pace of around 60 kilometers per hour when not under pressure. Thus, with a circumference of approximately 7,500 kilometers divided over 30 days, they would be covering roughly 250 to 60 kilometers each day. Considering their speed, they could easily traverse this distance in just 3 to 4 hours. The reason they had not undertaken such a journey earlier was simply due to a lack of necessity. At that time, there were numerous matters to attend to in Shiri, and the tribe was primarily focused on meticulously surveying the surrounding areas. Additionally, there was uncertainty regarding the presence of potentially threatening creatures or dangers, which deterred them from recklessly expanding their exploratory range. Now, while they remain cautious, they are at least certain that the Shiri tribe and the Zhuri wolf tribe undoubtedly rank among the most formidable entities on this land. Though whether this designation can be further refined remains uncertain, through Yang Sheng and his companions' assessments, they discovered that the central region of this oval-shaped land encompasses a vast forest approximately 2,000 kilometers long and 1,000 kilometers wide. In contrast, the terrain on the eastern and western sides diverges from that of the forest. The eastern side features a relatively elevated terrain with some modest mountain ranges, which are also capped with snow. occupying roughly 800 kilometers of the 3,000-kilometer length. On the western side of the land lies a vast area of rocky reefs, accompanied by expansive sandy beaches. Among the three types of terrain, this western region occupies the smallest area, extending less than 200 kilometers in depth. During this exploration, Yang Sheng and his tribesmen found no indications of any higher life forms, leading them to temporarily abandon hopes of encountering such beings. As for whether there exists additional land beyond their current territory, and if so, whether civilizations thrive there, such matters are not their immediate concern. In comparison to a month ago, Shiri has not undergone significant changes. However, recently, all tribesmen have once again become engrossed in activity. The reason for this renewed busyness is due to the tribe leader's sudden directive a few days prior to expand the boundaries of Shiri and its structures once more. Drawing upon their prior experience in constructing the city, this expansion is merely a matter of proportional scaling. Although somewhat tedious for the tribesmen, it is not an insurmountable task. Moreover, none among the tribesmen questioned their leader's motives for this expansion. Instead, they promptly complied. For they all vividly recall that when their leader previously ordered an enlargement of their dwelling, shortly thereafter, the leader's physique grew once again, transforming into the formidable figure he is now, followed swiftly by their own growth. Were it not for their leader's foresight, the sudden increase in size would have indeed posed complications. Thus, this time, all members tacitly obeyed their leader's command and diligently set about expanding Shiri. In truth, Yang Sheng's issuance of such an order was indeed in line with the tribesman's thoughts. Recently, he too has sensed that his strength has reached yet another critical threshold, in the near future. He anticipates undergoing another transformation, one that he foresees will be quite substantial. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, he has instructed his kin to begin expanding Shiri proportionally once more. Go be candid. Were it not for Yang Sheng's uncertainty regarding the ultimate size he and his tribesmen will achieve, he would have preferred to settle matters in one fell swoop. He is reluctant to engage in the repetitious task of expanding the city, which, while not difficult, is certainly cumbersome. Regrettably, although he has an inkling of an impending metamorphosis, he remains unaware of what that transformation will entail, nor can he predict whether further changes will occur in the future. Thus, he finds himself persistently engaged in this repetitive expansion. Having clarified the general situation of the land, coupled with the recent days when he sensed the possibility of another transformation, Yang Sheng has refrained from leaving Shiri for several days now, usually only taking brief strolls within the city. Nevertheless, he does not find this confinement tedious. He often engages in playful activities with the tribe's children, who have utilized metal and wood to create numerous recreational facilities reminiscent of those they once encountered on the planet Qinsheng. Additionally, they have crafted various rudimentary apparatuses for leisurely pursuits after meals, including swings, slides, and seesaws for the children. However, unlike those on Qinsheng, these creations are all of exaggerated proportions. For instance, the weights of the dumbbells fashioned from the powers of some tribesmen start at a minimum of 1,000 kilograms. To them, this weight is as manageable as the 2 or 3 pound dumbbells used by ordinary humans. The lightest dumbbell Yang Sheng employs weighs no less than 10,000 kilograms. It would be unwise to dismiss this weight as excessive. Indeed, given their current physiques, it is perfectly suitable. Though their height is merely 4 to 5 times that of an average human, their mass and volume far exceed that of ordinary individuals by many multiples. In fact, even a 10,000 kilogram dumbbell feels somewhat light to Yang Sheng, who is currently contemplating whether to add additional weight plates. However, he has temporarily shelved that notion, for who can say what form he will take following the next transformation? It is entirely possible that what is now a 10,000 kilogram dumbbell may feel no heavier than a mere stick in his grasp. At this moment, Yang Sheng finds himself in the equipment area adjacent to the central square, where a colossal swing stands approximately 30 meters high. Originally constructed for the children of the tribe, its size is also sufficient to support the weight of adult tribesmen. The swing gently sways as Yang Sheng indulges in this rare moment of leisure. In his memories of Qinsheng, there had indeed been swings in the village, albeit rudimentary ones that could not withstand the weight of adult tribesmen. Hence, he recalls only playing on them during his childhood. After leaving the village to pursue endeavors elsewhere, he never found the time to relive such moments. But now, in this alternate world, he finally has both the time and energy to do so. Beside the swing, Zhuri lazily sprawls on the ground, occasionally yawning and stretching its long, languid tail in boredom. On the other side of the square, children are reveling in their play, accompanied by some younglings of the Zhuri wolf tribe. It is worth noting that when the Zhuri wolf tribe initially approached Shiri seeking trouble, all members were adults. However, this does not imply the absence of younglings among them. They were merely placed elsewhere. Now that the entire tribe has integrated into Shiri, the younglings are no exception. From time to time, tribesmen pass through the central square, their faces alight with smiles as they observe the children's merriment. Simultaneously, they share a knowing smile upon witnessing their leader enjoying the swing. After playing for a while, Yang Sheng rises, preparing to continue his leisurely exploration. Suddenly, he finds himself frozen in place, at that very moment. He feels a surge of power, as if he has once again surpassed a critical threshold. Thud, thud, thud. A thunderous heartbeat resonated from within Yang Sheng, a sound that pierced the soul akin to the reverberations of a bell at dusk or dawn. This heartbeat was accompanied by a peculiar frequency, allowing it to propagate over considerable distances in no time. Everyone in Shiri City became aware of this rhythmic pulse in an instant. Zhuri detected the anomaly and swiftly moved to Yang Sheng's side to provide protection. Anticipating this scenario, Yang Sheng had previously informed his kin that not everyone was required for his safeguarding. They should attend to their own tasks. Only Yang Su and 3 others arrived at the square. Encircling Yang Sheng as a precaution, as the heartbeat intensified, Yang Su and the others, closest to Yang Sheng, noticed their own heartbeats gradually resonating with that same frequency. Almost immediately, the patterns upon their bodies began to ripple, emanating bursts of light. At this moment, the luminous halo behind Yang Sheng, significantly larger than those of his kin, had already manifested. Unlike the other 4, Yang Sheng's halo was undergoing dramatic changes. The violet golden ring began to contract. When it reduced to about half its original size, a second and third layer of halos gradually emerged around it. The designs and patterns upon these halos grew increasingly intricate and enigmatic. While the 3 rings commenced a slow, synchronized rotation, 2 turning clockwise and 1 counterclockwise. From a distance, Yang Sheng appeared increasingly divine, imposing, and inscrutable. At the instant of the halo's rotation, his form began to swell once more. Simultaneously, influenced by Yang Sheng, Yang Su and the others also began to grow in stature. Clearly, their proximity to Yang Sheng had precipitated their own transformation ahead of the other kin. The violet gold patterns danced, disassembling and reassembling into even more mysterious designs, each node self-contained, yet collectively forming a vast and intricate pattern that enveloped their upper bodies. The transformations of Yang Su and his companions bore a striking resemblance to Yang Sheng's, though they paled in comparison regarding grandeur, movement, and intricacy. Eventually, Yang Su and the others reached heights exceeding 16 meters, with Yang Su himself towering at a full 17 meters, while the others fell short by 6 or 7 inches. While this was already astonishing, it seemed trivial next to Yang Sheng's transformation. At that moment, Yang Sheng's height surpassed 20 meters, and there seemed to be no signs of cessation in his growth. Soon, he reached a stature visible to all the inhabitants of Shiri City. And why heavens! The leader has grown enormously this time. The kin gasped in awe. It's incredible. This is nothing short of a divine miracle. It appears we need to further expand our city. Otherwise, we cannot accommodate our leader. The astonishment of the kin momentarily did not affect Yang Sheng. His form continued to surge until it abruptly halted at an astounding 36 meters. Consequently, the presence of Yang Sheng began to exude a more profound and formidable aura, and even Zhuri, who stood guard, underwent significant transformations. At this juncture, as Yang Sheng's energy radiated outward, an invisible force field expanded from him, rapidly encompassing a radius of over 100 kilometers. Within this area, unlike the protracted transformation experienced previously, the forests, soil, creatures, air, and elements began to adapt and alter in accordance with Yang Sheng's essence. It felt as though every second was akin to experiencing millennia of evolutionary advancement. In that moment, the evolution of life and the adaptation of the environment appeared to accelerate a billionfold. Chapter 37. The Initial Signs. The Disparity of Status. A grand chapter of 4,000 words. At this moment, Yang Sheng stood in the central square of Shiri City, emanating an unfathomable authority that radiated outward. The invisible force field was transforming everything within a 100-kilometer radius. The overwhelming pressure of his superior status silenced all life within that expanse, instilling fear in the beasts and even causing his kin to feel an undeniable weight. Yang Sheng's height reached 36 meters. He ceased to grow, yet the heartbeat emanating from him did not wane. Rather, it pulsed robustly, resonating in the hearts of all the Shiri kin. The frequency of that heartbeat echoed widely, coinciding with the ecological transformation initiated by Yang Sheng. All life within that radius felt the heartbeat's influence, albeit to varying degrees. As the frequency resonated with their own, the first to undergo change were still Yang Sheng's kin. Following Yang Su and the others, the remaining kin found themselves rooted in place. Then, they witnessed the patterns on their bodies illuminate, and halos emerged behind their heads, beginning to rotate at a barely perceptible pace. In contrast, the halos behind Yang Su and his companions spun at over double the speed of the others. However, compared to the 3 rotating halos of Yang Sheng, their efforts seemed almost negligible. Soon, amidst the continuous elevation, the members of the Shiri kin began to grow. Their essence and aura radiated outward, yet due to the absolute supremacy of Yang Sheng above them, their transformative powers were suppressed, rendering their ecological radiance ineffective. Should the day come when they depart Shiri City to establish themselves elsewhere, the environment there would inevitably begin to change in response to their inherent powers. The Shiri kin thus existed in a hierarchy of ecological positions, all centered around Yang Sheng. The kin welcomed these developments, having never experienced discord amongst themselves. Yet, this did not imply that they lacked strength. Take, for instance, a kin adept in the power of fire. If he were to leave Shiri City and reside in a new locale for a period, the environment there would gradually adapt to his fiery essence, transforming into a dry and arid region. Any creatures inhabiting that area, should they lack the same level of superiority, would similarly adopt analogous traits, potentially leading to a desiccated expanse over time. In the core of that transformation, a small volcano could even emerge after countless ages. However, since all kin currently resided under Yang Sheng's leadership in Shiri City, such changes had yet to manifest. Before long, the transformations within the kin concluded. Observing their heights as indicators of their qualifications and statuses, Yang Su and his companions appeared to be the tallest after Yang Sheng. Most of the other kin stabilized at 16 meters, with only a few exceeding that height, yet they still fell short of Yang Su and his companions. Once the transformations ended, unlike Yang Sheng, they regained consciousness and began to discuss their changes once more. I feel that this transformation has significantly enhanced my power. Our stature has increased remarkably. Everything around us appears much smaller now. Haha, do you think if we continue to evolve like this, one day our entire clan could become a race of giants like Ultraman? You might be onto something. It's indeed a possibility true. Just look at our leader, who has already reached 36 meters. Although that is still shorter than Ultraman, it's undoubtedly a positive omen that I wonder if there will be another transformation after this one. If there is, considering our leader's trajectory, he might even surpass Ultraman next time. The clansmen engaged in lively discussions, their spirits buoyant. However, they now possessed a more precise grasp of their own powers, rendering it unnecessary to demonstrate them as they had previously done. To speak frankly, the youth among the Shiri tribe were indeed quite young, having not entirely lived in seclusion on the Chixing Star over the years. Thus, they were not unfamiliar with Ultraman. Meanwhile, in the central square, Yang Su and his companions had awakened, joyfully surveying each other while casting reverent and awestruck glances at their chief, who towered over them, more than twice their height. Indeed, as expected of the chief, he is in a league of his own, Yang Hao exclaimed in admiration. Now that our transformation has concluded, let us continue to protect our chief. Yang Yao, please inform the other clansmen in the city not to be alarmed and to resume their tasks. Also, we must expedite the expansion of Shiri City. This transformation has undoubtedly enhanced everyone's strength significantly, making it a manageable endeavor. Upon hearing Yang Su's instructions, Yang Yao nodded and departed the central square, making way for Zhuri, who had also completed another transformation. Zhuri's physique had grown to match that of Yang Su and the others, reaching a height of 20 meters, with its tail extending an impressive 24 meters. The golden fur adorning its body sparkled with brilliance, exuding an air of grandeur and majesty. The clarity of its claws, fangs, and the patterns on its horn became increasingly pronounced. Meanwhile, other members of the Juri wolf tribe gradually completed their transformations as well. Though their sizes had indeed doubled, the disparity between them and Juri felt more pronounced. The average size of the other Juri wolves ranged from 14 to 15 meters, a size that harmonized well with the members of the Shiri tribe. However, Juri glanced at its own size and then at its increasingly towering master, feeling a twinge of melancholy. For some reason, Juri was disheartened by the fact that its own transformation paled in comparison to that of its master, whose growth was astonishingly disproportionate. Yet, in an instant, it reassured itself that as long as it could assist its master, the issue of size was trivial. With this thought, Juri resolved to faithfully guard its master. On another note, after Yang Yao left the central square, he walked along, issuing instructions to the clansmen. At this moment, the clansmen had shifted their focus away from the central square and resumed their respective tasks. Outside Shiri City, within a 100-kilometer radius centered around Yangsheng, the forest had taken on a drastically different appearance from its surroundings. If one had not witnessed it firsthand, they could hardly have reconciled the current forest with its former state. For the transformation was monumental. Within this area, the animals exhibited noticeable differences in certain details, particularly in size, compared to those from elsewhere. It seemed that, influenced by Yangsheng's power, they had completely relinquished any desire to leave this territory. Even if they strayed for reasons such as hunting, they would invariably return, as if the outside world were a desolate wilderness to them. The powerful aura pervading this region deterred ordinary creatures from approaching the nearby forests. In the central square, though Yangsheng remained motionless with his eyes closed, he had actually just awakened. He had not opened his eyes immediately, as he was preoccupied with assimilating the gains from this transformation. This metamorphosis had arrived rather unexpectedly, and its magnitude had exceeded Yangsheng's expectations. Not to mention, in terms of size, he had far surpassed the other clansmen. Initially, this caused him some distress. After all, being too large would complicate his life in Shiri City. Furthermore, such a significant size difference would make interactions with other clansmen rather awkward. Fortunately, the moment he awakened, Yangsheng had already mastered the ability to control his size, allowing him to reduce himself to a stature more comparable to the others. This realization brought him relief, as he had no desire to become increasingly unique or to foster a sense of alienation from his fellow tribesmen. At present, Yangsheng could ascertain that his growth during this transformation had far outstripped that of the other clansmen. If there were a specific hierarchy, both he and the other clansmen had previously occupied the same level. However, disparities existed even among those at the same level. Now, Yangsheng was certain that this transformation had elevated the clansmen, including the Juri wolf tribe, to a new tier, akin to a promotion. Yet, he himself had seemingly advanced 2 levels due to some unknown factor, placing him above all other clansmen and the Juri wolves. Yangsheng sensed that this situation might persist indefinitely. At this moment, he felt the surging power within his being. He could also faintly perceive a mysterious force emanating from his heart, propelling his strength to a seemingly endless ascent. It appeared that this transformation was indeed linked to that peculiar heartbeat. Having merged with that extraordinary stone, he mused, perhaps at a fundamental level, he had already surpassed everyone else from the very beginning. This stone must be an immensely powerful treasure, and with it fused within him, he now surpassed other clansmen in both essence and status. Previously, Yangsheng had realized that all changes, whether in the Juri wolf tribe or among the Shiri people, seemed to stem from him. He was the source of it all. In light of this, it was entirely reasonable for him to hold a higher status than others. After all, it is unrealistic to expect a powerful treasure or life form to produce a multitude of beings of equal caliber. Such notions are neither feasible nor fantastical. Currently, the transformed ecosystem surrounding him was a testament to his higher priority over the other clansmen. Thus, all these changes revolved around him, rendering the powers of the other clansmen unable to manifest here. Despite this, Yangsheng had no intention of banishing his clansmen or allowing them to develop their own ecosystems independently. After all, they were a unified clan, supporting one another in this unfamiliar world. There was no need to isolate themselves merely to showcase the radiating transformative abilities of his own powers. Subsequently, Yang Shang contemplated the 3 luminous rings floating above his head. The patterns and textures on each ring had become significantly more intricate than before. It appeared that during the next transformation, the rings might very well increase in number. Due to his angle of vision, Yang Shang could not discern more details about the rings, but from Yang Su and the others' perspectives, they could perceive the grandeur, sanctity, and majesty of Yang Shang's rings, imbued with an air of mystery, as the rings rotated. Yang Su and the others seemed to witness the birth of celestial bodies, the expansion and annihilation of the universe, the cycles of life, and the infinite changes of fate. Though their own rings exhibited various wondrous phenomena, they were unable to compare to Yang Shang's. Once Yang Shang had organized his thoughts, he slowly opened his eyes. A hum resonated as he did so. Lacking deliberate control, the flames igniting within his eyes blazed ever more intensely. Merely gazing into Yang Shang's eyes elicited a sensation akin to having one's soul scorched, while simultaneously, a tremendous pressure bore down on their minds. Were it not for their extraordinary natures, an ordinary being might have found their spirit shattered, reduced to a vegetative state by the weight of Yang Shang's gaze. With a swish, he gradually retracted the flames, and before the astonished eyes of Yang Su and the others, Yang Shang's form began to shrink until he stood at approximately 18 meters tall. Witnessing this transformation, Yang Su and the others eagerly approached. "Chief, your transformation this time is truly astounding," Yang Su exclaimed, brimming with admiration. "Chief, could you possibly teach me this ability to alter my size?" Yang Qing clearly coveted this newfound capability. Yet, Yang Shang merely patted her head reassuringly, saying, "You cannot learn this ability just yet, but fear not. I have a feeling that by the time of your next transformation, you will all instinctively master it." Initially disheartened by the inability to learn, Yang Qing's spirits lifted upon hearing Yang Shang's next words, and she became elated. At this moment, Zhurich, with an exuberant bounce, scampered over, brimming with joy due to the fact that its master could now diminish in size. Consequently, the disparity in their proportions appeared far more harmonious. Previously, Yang Shang's towering height of 36 meters made Zhurich resemble a diminutive pet dog, an undeniably embarrassing sight. Note: a heartfelt plea for collections. Comments: anything at all. Chapter 38. A Self-Reflection. Omniscient and Omnipotent. Following the conclusion of his transformation, Yang Shang instructed Yang Su and the others to attend to their own affairs, while he, accompanied by Zhurich, ventured towards the outskirts of the city. Along the way, the sight of Yang Shang astonished many of his kin, who marveled at how drastically his stature had diminished. In response to their curiosity, Yang Shang, as ever, patiently elucidated matters to them. Consequently, these tribesfolk would relay his explanations to others, sparing Yang Shang the need to repeat himself endlessly. Although the luminous points in Yang Shang's mind could bypass the desires of his kin and compel communication directly, he felt such an approach was somewhat presumptuous and lacked respect for his people. Therefore, whenever circumstances permitted, he preferred face-to-face discourse with his kin. It was only in exceptional situations, requiring rapid notification and coordination among all tribesmen, that he would resort to the luminous points within his mind. Upon reaching the city gates, Yang Shang observed that some capable tribesmen were exerting their powers to further expand Xirix City. However, this time, they were not raising the walls but rather extending them outward, thereby increasing the internal area of the city. During this period, the thickness of the walls was significantly augmented, primarily due to the tribesmen's height doubling, which rendered the walls somewhat narrow for them. As a result, patrolling atop them became somewhat cumbersome, necessitating a widening of the structure. Were it not for this concern, the width of the walls would have remained unchanged, proportionate to their height. In truth, the recent beast tide had enlightened Yang Shang regarding the current load-bearing capacity of the city walls. They now exceeded adequacy, and further elevation would serve no purpose. The construction of the walls was solely intended to deter potential dangers from outside. Relentless heightening would only lead to the tribesmen feeling ensnared within a colossal box over time. This transformation not only significantly amplified the tribesmen's strength, but also elevated their control over their newfound powers to a higher echelon. Thus, under the diligent efforts of the tribesmen, their objective transcended mere elevation and fortification of the city's structures. They aspired for them to be more exquisite and comfortable than before. With a swish, Yang Shang left Zyric City but did not wander far. Stopping in a forest approximately 10 kilometers away, he gently patted Zurich's head, saying, "Go play for now. I need to experiment with something here." Though Zurich was oblivious to its master's intentions, it obediently departed, frolicking joyfully along the way. Yang Shang chuckled and shook his head at Zurich's antics, realizing that this creature had truly embraced its liberated nature since following him. Standing in the forest, Yang Shang reignited the flames of power in his eyes, an invisible pressure saturating the surrounding woods. This emanated from an absolute suppression of rank and the essence of life, a force that subordinates could not resist. Soon, his form resumed its original height, and the purple-golden patterns upon his body began to swirl gently. Simultaneously, the triple purple-golden halo behind his head manifested quietly, exuding a grandeur, majesty, sanctity, and supreme aura. As the three halos rotated slowly in different directions, an astonishing pressure radiated outward, swiftly enveloping an area of nearly 100 kilometers. This formidable aura also encompassed Zyric City. However, the terrifying sensation of oppression flickered briefly before Yang Shang retracted it within himself. Yang Shang allowed the triple purple-golden halos to revolve behind him while utilizing his extraordinary perception, honed by his transformation, to observe the halos meticulously. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the three halos differed in both their luminous colors and the patterns inscribed upon them. The central halo gleamed with the most authentic shade of purple gold, while the subsequent two halos exhibited a slightly diminished brilliance. The patterns initially concentrated in the first halo had now been partially redistributed to the other two, and possibly due to the newfound spaciousness or an enhancement of his life essence. The patterns appeared more intricate, profound, and enigmatic than ever. Yang Shang also noted that throughout the myriad transformations of the other patterns, three specific designs remained unchanged. At the very top center of the first halo was a pattern resembling a heart, which seemed to embody the inception of all things, the genesis of existence. Flanking it were two universally recognized patterns among the tribe, a colossal figure reaching for the stars and moon, delineating all that exists, and a sun radiating boundless light, illuminating the heavens. Apart from these three patterns, the remaining designs had undergone various transformations in terms of position, style, and complexity. In truth, all the tribesmen of Zyric now coexisted harmoniously, and the Zurich wolf clan had seamlessly integrated into their fold. Everyone stood on equal footing, accustomed to one another's presence. The creatures they hunted never had the chance to gaze upon the halos behind the Zyric tribesmen, having perished instantly. Thus, none realized the remarkable potency concealed within those halos, which were perceived merely as adornments indicative of their power. It was only when the Zyric tribe engaged with external life forms that Yang Shang became aware of this extraordinary capability. Notably, the heart-like pattern behind Yang Shang bore a conspicuous gap. The moment he beheld this design, he instantly associated it with the stone that had transported the Zyric tribe. When he assumed the role of chieftain, he had received a heart stone identical to this pattern, even sharing the same gap. He pondered whether this fissure was innate or resulted from external forces. If it were inherent, it would be acceptable. However, if it were inflicted later, what kind of power could possibly cause such damage to a treasure? Yang Shang murmured to himself, harboring a premonition that the gap was likely a consequence of external forces, thus rendering the mysterious heart stone incomplete. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to return to the Star of Dawn. Since the stone originated from there, could its missing fragment also reside on that celestial body? Yang Shang's thoughts wandered, albeit with some semblance of reason. To him, the incomplete stone already possessed incredible potential. He could scarcely fathom the power it would unleash if it were whole. Regaining his focus, he surveyed his surroundings and slowly spread his arms. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible domain unfolded, rapidly expanding outward. To the eyes of other life forms, everything around remained unchanged. Only Yang Shang understood that. Moments ago, an area with a radius of 1 kilometer centered on him had been enveloped by his power. Within this domain, he felt nearly omnipotent. He recalled the last transformation, during which he had familiarized himself with his powers in the square, executing a series of astonishing feats before the astounded gazes of Yang Su and others. At that time, the optimal range for Yang Sheng's complete mastery of his powers was merely the distance between his outstretched arms. Beyond that span, although he could still wield his abilities, he could not achieve such precise control. Nevertheless, even then, his powers surpassed those of the other tribesmen. This latest transformation had expanded Yang Sheng's control range from a mere few meters between his arms to a vast circular area of 1 kilometer. Simultaneously, both the quality and quantity of his powers had experienced tremendous enhancement. Yang Sheng silently attuned himself to everything around him, harmonizing his perception with the domain he commanded. Subsequently, he gently lifted his arm and tapped the air lightly, prompting an astonishing spectacle to unfold. With a swift motion, the surrounding flora began to shrink at an astonishing rate, returning to their seedling state in the blink of an eye. This remarkable transformation created a conspicuous circular void in the forest when viewed from above. The golden rays of sunlight cascaded upon Yang Sheng, illuminating him alongside the divine triple halo of purple gold that adorned the back of his head, casting him as a supreme deity amidst the woodland. As Yang Sheng basked in the warmth of the sun, he realized that this nurturing light, teeming with life, was continuously replenishing his strength. This revelation dawned upon him. Both he and his kin, including the sun-chasing wolf tribe, would thrive under the sun's embrace, which would ceaselessly restore their vitality. It felt akin to a near-perpetual motion machine being granted an extraordinarily powerful battery, an inexhaustible source of energy. Emboldened by this newfound power, Yang Sheng began to wave his arms enthusiastically, his fingers dancing in the air. With a ringing sound, a 1 kilometer radius around him started to manifest extraordinary phenomena, in mere moments. A sapling grew into a towering tree, only to age rapidly, eventually transforming into a decayed stump. Meanwhile, numerous other saplings shrank back down to their primordial state, becoming mere seeds. Though seemingly unremarkable, this process encompassed concepts such as wood, water, aging, life, time, and fate. To those knowledgeable, this was the most blatant display of divine miracle. Each of these concepts wielded immense power. Mastering just one could elevate a being to unparalleled heights, traversing the heavens without effort. Yet, Yang Sheng executed this with casual ease. Was this not a miracle in itself? Then, with a gentle tap of his toes, the soil and rocks beneath him instantaneously transformed into various other substances. Some stones morphed into gleaming gold and silver, while others took the shape of peculiar materials Yang Sheng had only heard of. Some soil and rock retained their appearance yet were imbued with additional concepts. For instance, touching a particular rock could result in petrification, or stepping upon the ground might lead to being engulfed and digested. This was not merely a matter of material transformation or atomic rearrangement, but a complex interplay of conceptual bestowal and energy conservation laws. Water began to manifest from thin air, trickling down to form a clear spring upon the ground. Fiery flames swirled around, yet they did not ignite a single tree or scorch a blade of grass. Under Yang Sheng's command, countless flames and streams of water intertwined, taking on various vivid shapes: tigers, lions, birds, flowers, and even a sinuous, soaring eastern dragon. With a mere gesture, water and fire separated and converged in his palms, coalescing into 2 lotus flowers, one a brilliant white, the other an icy blue. These lotus blossoms, akin to ethereal spirits, circled around Yang Sheng, tracing harmonious paths without interference, embodying the fusion of opposing attributes and energy counteraction. Next, Yang Sheng exhaled gently, and his breath transformed into a life-infused spring breeze that caressed the trees. Instantly rejuvenated, the trees began to sprout anew, branches unfurling with vigorous life. Among them, one tree morphed into an unusually shaped fruit tree. Laden with a multitude of fruits, with a flick of his hand, the fruits descended into his grasp. He bit into one, and its sweet, juicy nectar burst forth. Subsequently, Yang Sheng experimented with countless powers, some strikingly evident, others uniquely affecting himself, and many beyond the perception of ordinary life. Eventually, a miniature planet, approximately 15 meters in diameter, materialized before him. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to the planet he had previously condensed during his last transformation, only magnified many times over. This miniature planet appeared remarkably complete, possessing all the elements one would expect from a normal celestial body: a core, mantle, crust, oceans, mountains, rivers, plains, hills, basins, glaciers, and canyons. To those familiar with the Star of Chen, the appearance of this miniature planet would evoke great familiarity, albeit with some nuanced differences. It was evident that Yang Sheng had replicated a microcosmic version of the Star of Chen using his nearly omnipotent powers. The most significant difference from before was that, in addition to the most primitive flora, signs of life had now emerged upon the planet. Though these signs remained exceedingly rudimentary, far from the threshold of true sentience. It seemed that this was the utmost limit of his abilities at present. Nevertheless, he could perceive the myriad patterns etched upon the halo behind his head, each representing an astonishing force. Even a mere fraction of these powers, when gathered, had manifested this miniature planet, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a true celestial body. At this moment, Yang Sheng found himself at a loss for words. This was nothing short of the power of a creator. The dominion of a divine architect, he mused. Could it be that all the patterns and symbols possessed by my kin reside within my halo? Contemplating his future, he wondered what he might become should he continue to grow. Omniscient and omnipotent. A sudden phrase leaped into his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed with a shake of his head. Yet, the thought had been planted, waiting to take root and flourish in the future. After organizing his powers, Yang Sheng willed the miniature planet to disintegrate, collapsing inward until it transformed into an imperceptible singularity. He extended his hand to grasp this singularity, slowly closing his palm around it. In that moment, the singularity dissipated within his grasp. Although it was a creation of his own making, devoid of true sentient life, the annihilative power it represented instilled a profound sense of awe within him. Reflecting on the ease with which he had obliterated a vibrant planet, a mere 15-meter diameter sphere, he recognized that it symbolized a certain supreme power. With a shift of his thoughts, all phenomena vanished in an instant, restoring the chaotic scene within a 1-kilometer radius back to normalcy. The trees reappeared before Yang Sheng, unchanged in size or height, as if the previous display of creation and destruction had merely been a dream. Observing his surroundings and recalling his earlier endeavors, he acknowledged that possessing such power while maintaining a sense of humility was no easy feat when a being acquires increasingly potent abilities capable of annihilating all and creating anew. Their mindset inevitably shifts. Throughout this process, balancing the relationship between power and mentality to avoid transforming into a tyrant becomes a monumental challenge. Yet, for Yang Sheng, his primary concern lay with himself and his kin, now including the sun-chasing wolf tribe. As circumstances unfolded, both his kin and the wolf tribe would grow alongside him. Even if they lagged behind, a chasm akin to that between mortals and deities would not form. Thus, he resolved to maintain his current perspective towards his kin and the wolf tribe. Everything beyond that held little significance. If necessary, Yang Sheng would not hesitate to wield his powers to undertake actions that might be deemed villainous in the eyes of other beings. With this realization, he summoned Zuri back through a flicker of light and set off towards the City of Dawn. Time passed swiftly, and half a month later, the City of Dawn had expanded significantly. Now measuring 60 kilometers in length and over 20 kilometers in width, the city felt spacious and airy even for its current inhabitants. The architecture within was grand, with wide streets, expansive squares, and spacious temples. Though this otherworldly realm lacked entertainment activities, its inhabitants found no sense of monotony. The unprecedented extraordinary powers bestowed upon them offered an entirely novel experience. Each day, apart from the basic necessities of sustenance, they find greater joy in contemplating their own strengths. Simultaneously, their commitment to the construction of Ziricheng is unwavering, striving for perfection. Whenever a novel idea emerges, it is promptly put into action, achieving an almost seamless integration of theory and practice. The extraordinary malleability of their powers inspires a plethora of imaginative concepts among the clan, leaving them no time to experience boredom. Furthermore, the clan's people frequently venture beyond the city to explore. While they have gained a general understanding of the land they inhabit, there remain countless uncharted territories. This includes not only the vast forests but also the nearby mountain ranges, rocky areas, and the seemingly endless ocean that surrounds them. To thoroughly explore this land would require a significant amount of time. And by the time they achieve that, new objectives will undoubtedly arise. Thus, they find themselves perpetually engaged and invigorated by their pursuits. In light of the absence of external threats, Yang Sheng has recently been taking the clan's people out daily, inch by inch, to explore the entire forest. Today, he, along with more than 10 clan members, departs from Ziricheng with the intention of revisiting the core area dominated by the towering tree that was once under the forest's consciousness. Early in the morning, they set off, and it appears they will not return until at least the afternoon to in Ziricheng. After having lunch, Yang Yun and several other clanspeople made plans to head to the seaside. They intended to venture into the ocean once more, seeking to uncover the mysteries that lie within this otherworldly sea. Since they can survive underwater without the need for breathing, Yang Yun has been swimming daily, refusing to return to the city until sunset. Indeed, during this period, he has encountered numerous peculiar marine creatures, plants, and breathtaking sights that have only fueled his enthusiasm for ocean exploration. Upon reaching the shore, Yang Yun and his companions wasted no time and resolutely plunged into the water. Splash! They dove into the sea, swimming farther out. Recently, they had nearly explored the coastal areas, so today they aimed to venture into more distant waters. There was no concern for danger. Although they had encountered formidable predators, including massive beasts exceeding 30 meters in length, they had managed to fend them off with ease, often turning these encounters into unexpected feasts. Currently, whether on land or in the ocean, the Ziriza clan occupies the apex of the food chain. This means that, at least in this region and its surrounding waters, they are the only ones who consume. While others pose no threat to them, the clan's people gracefully navigated through the water, surrounded by stunning scenery, coral, seaweed, and vibrant marine life, all teeming with diversity. Occasionally, gentle and curious sea creatures would swim by, gazing at Yang Yun and his companions with their clear, inquisitive eyes. The clan's people typically ignored these encounters, though occasionally, they would playfully engage with the creatures, and no matter how many times they witnessed it. The ocean of this strange world remained undeniably beautiful. One clan member continuously admired the surroundings, remarking, "Indeed, the pristine ocean appears far more magnificent than the polluted waters of Qinsheng." Another member chimed in, disdainfully recalling the waters of Qinsheng. "However, I must admit, the creatures in this world are remarkably larger." Just then, a school of fish, each measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, swam past, gentle herbivores. "Ha ha ha, what does that matter? We are no ordinary beings ourselves. Our stature is considerable." Yang Yun chuckled, flexing his robust biceps. Their conversations flowed effortlessly, even as they swam. As they continued, they soon left the coastal area behind, entering a region they had never explored before. During their expedition, they encountered a monstrous fish over 30 meters long, with an intimidating appearance and rows of sharp teeth. Initially, it attempted to attack them. However, after Yang Yun summoned a 50-meter-long shark made of seawater to strike it, the creature fled in terror. The difference between the nearshore and offshore waters was strikingly evident. Once they ventured beyond the coastal area, they encountered a steep underwater cliff, as if they had been walking on flat ground only to suddenly face a precipice. The depth of the nearshore waters they had previously explored rarely exceeded 300 to 500 meters. Yet, upon reaching the underwater cliff, they found themselves in waters over 2,000 meters deep. Fortunately, their bodies were exceptionally resilient, allowing them to withstand the immense pressure of the deep sea without issue. At this depth, sunlight could no longer penetrate, and the surroundings should have been engulfed in darkness. However, the ocean floor teemed with wondrous organisms, including bioluminescent corals and other creatures, illuminating the depths with vibrant colors, creating an ethereal atmosphere akin to another world. After exploring for a while, they discovered numerous unfamiliar animals and plants. though they did not uncover any further surprises. Sensing that it was time to return to land, they prepared to head back. Just then, Yang Yun suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" He pointed towards a distant underwater depression. "Is there something over there?" Following his gesture, the other clanspeople noticed what appeared to be something unusual near the modest seabed hollow, an object that seemed more artificial than natural. Realizing they might have stumbled upon something significant, they eagerly swam closer. Upon reaching the site, they were astonished to find a colossal shipwreck. They exchanged excited glances, brimming with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Yang Yun led the group to the wreck, eager to search for anything potentially useful. The massive shipwreck was constructed entirely of wood. Lacking expertise in nautical matters, they could not ascertain the type of vessel it once was. However, despite some parts being buried in the seabed silt, the exposed sections suggested that the ship exceeded 100 meters in length. The wood used for the vessel appeared to be quite unique, coated in a layer of anti-corrosive material, as a result. Although the ship had been submerged for some time, it had not suffered severe deterioration from seawater. Based on their observations, it was evident that the ship had succumbed to a violent storm, leading to its sinking. The presence of a ship implied the existence of other intelligent beings in this world, potentially life forms strikingly similar to humans. As they swam, Yang Yun speculated, "I wonder if our luck is good or bad. We have discovered a trace of civilization that the clan leader has been searching for at this moment." Yang Yun found it challenging to articulate their fortune. "Ha ha ha, who cares about that? Let us see if there is anything useful we can find to take back to the clan leader." Another tribesman eagerly exclaimed, and upon witnessing this, Yang Yun ceased his chaotic thoughts and swiftly began to search the entirety of the ship alongside several other tribesmen. Leveraging their formidable strength, they successfully dragged the wreckage of the entire vessel from the mire. It became evident that a colossal crack marred the lower half of the ship, likely the reason for its sinking. After a meticulous inspection, Yang Yun and his companions discovered that, while the overall structure of the ship remained relatively intact, most of its contents had been thoroughly eroded or lost during the sinking process. During their search, although they did not uncover any additional artifacts, they did come across some skeletal remains. Observing these bones, Yang Yun and his companions formed a general impression of the lives that once existed aboard this vessel. The morphology of the skeletons bore a striking resemblance to that of humans, albeit taller, averaging around 2 meters in height. However, apart from a few skeletal remains, they found no other useful items. Disappointment washed over Yang Yun and his companions. After all, having discovered traces of civilization, they naturally yearned for a more profound understanding of the intelligence inhabiting this foreign realm. Undeterred, they meticulously re-examined the area several times. At last, fortune favored the diligent. At the very bottom of the ship, they uncovered a sealed chest. Simultaneously, one of the tribesmen, idly rummaging through the mud surrounding the ship, unearthed another sealed chest. In total, the tribesmen had discovered 2 sealed chests. The material of the chests appeared to have undergone special treatment, with all seams sealed tightly. Yang Yun shook one of the chests, noting a noise emanating from within, yet, being submerged in water, he refrained from opening it recklessly. After conducting one final search and confirming the absence of other items, the group departed joyfully, carrying the chests and a skeletal remains with them. Chapter 40. Sweeping through the forest, the sole sovereign. At the moment Yang Yun and his companions stumbled upon the ship's wreckage, the other side of the great forest was bustling with activity. Boom, thud, deep within the forest, resounding booms echoed periodically, accompanied by the splintering of towering trees. The great forest was named by Yangsheng, the name given to the territory they inhabited. As the perspective zoomed in on the source of the noise deep within the forest, a fierce battle unfolded, reminiscent of legendary myths. The battleground had devolved into utter chaos, with fallen trees creating a vast clearing. One side of this conflict was comprised of more than a dozen members of the sun-chasing wolf clan. Each sun-chasing wolf stood approximately 14 to 15 meters tall, and with their exceptionally long tails, they appeared as colossal beasts. Despite their immense size, their movements were remarkably agile, swift as the wind, and their reflexes akin to lightning. At the edge of the clearing stood an even larger entity, the leader of the sun-chasing wolf clan, Ji Ri, a subordinate of Yangsheng. the chief of the Sun Clan. Jiri gazed lazily at the ongoing battle, appearing relaxed yet attentive, for this was a task entrusted by its master, and it did not wish to disappoint him. Behind Jiri, over a dozen towering members of the Sun Clan observed the battle with great interest. Each member of the Sun Clan typically reached a height of 16 meters, and due to the relatively high temperature in the forest, they were bare-chested, adorned only in coarsely crafted long trousers. Each giant displayed intricate patterns on their skin, primarily located on their chest, back, and forearms. The number of patterns varied from one giant to another, but regardless of quantity, they evoked a sense of solemnity and divinity. Even without any actions, their mere presence exuded an aura of unparalleled strength. They were engrossed in watching the struggle between the sun-chasing wolves and their adversaries, occasionally engaging in light-hearted banter. "Brother Su, it seems your wolf pups are lacking. They pale in comparison to mine. Who says that, Yao? You ought to judge fairly. My subordinate is undeniably fiercer. Haha, they're all quite similar. Really? Humph, humph." Many tribesmen merely listened to the playful exchanges. Their attention primarily focused on the adversaries of the wolf pack. The wolves faced off against a staggering 37 gray-green giant elephants. Upon closer inspection, the green portions adorning the elephants' backs were, in fact, vines that had grown from their bodies. Moreover, each of these 37 elephants possessed 4 enormous tusks. The elephants dwarfed the wolf pack, with the smallest among them standing at a remarkable 16 meters tall. While the leader towered at around 20 meters, its longest tusks measuring an impressive 8 meters, emanating formidable power with every swing. Indeed, this group of elephants was among the mightiest creatures in the entire Great Forest, second only to the sun-chasing wolf clan. Perhaps due to their unique characteristics, they had not been affected during the initial beast tide, which had led many other animal factions to join the fray in Jiri City. However, Yang Sheng now intended to eliminate all unstable factors within the Great Forest, making the elephants a target of his interest. This incursion into the forest was aimed at dealing with this formidable herd. In addition to this elephant faction, Yang Sheng and his tribesmen had encountered numerous other powerful animal groups in recent days, including those that had previously participated in the beast tide, as well as many like the elephant faction that had not. Gradually, they had been dispatched by Yang Sheng and his tribesmen. The elephant herd before them was the final target that Yang Sheng had identified thus far. Whoosh! The attacking sun-chasing wolves remained wary of the elephant's tusks, which appeared daunting. During the skirmish, 2 wolves were even flung several dozen meters away due to the elephant's vine-like appendages causing disruption. Indeed, the vines on the elephants' backs were not mere decorations. They served as tools to assist the elephants. The elephants could manipulate these vines to strike or entangle their foes, thereby facilitating their tusk attacks. The battle had now persisted for over an hour, yet the gains for the sun-chasing wolves were minimal, having only slain a dozen elephants. This was not solely due to the elephants' formidable offensive capabilities, but also because these elephants, being symbiotic with the plants, possessed skin that exhibited certain botanical traits. They could perform limited photosynthesis, significantly bolstering their defensive capabilities and endowing them with remarkable self-healing abilities. The sun-chasing wolves, despite their agility, often found themselves repelled, even when they managed to breach the elephant's defenses and inflict substantial damage. Furthermore, the elephant's injuries rapidly healed, thanks to their ability to photosynthesize. Had it not been for this infuriating self-healing trait, the battle might have reached its conclusion by now. It must be said that while such a powerful self-healing ability would be a boon if possessed by oneself, it was exceedingly vexing when wielded by an adversary. Although the sun-chasing wolves had developed a capability akin to true damage post-mutation, it was still in its nascent stages. While each of their assaults could inflict harm upon the elephants, the healing process remained considerably more challenging than usual. Nevertheless, the self-healing ability still proved beneficial, albeit to a diminished effect, prolonging the elephant's endurance in the battle. Howl, roar. The howls of the sun-chasing wolves and the trumpeting of the elephants reverberated through the air, intensifying the clash. Yet progress remained sluggish. It seemed that determining a clear victor would require at least another hour or two. Boom. Crack. Periodically, a sun-chasing wolf would be sent flying, some crashing to the ground, while others collided forcefully with distant tree trunks. the impact splintering the trees as if they were mere twigs. As the elephants charged and collided, they uprooted mighty trees, creating a scene where the fallen giants resembled nothing more than blades of grass. However, the sun-chasing wolves were not to be underestimated. Overall, they maintained the upper hand. Possessing formidable defensive capabilities coupled with immense offensive strength, they managed to slay an elephant every so often. The current stalemate persists solely due to the overwhelming number of giants, far surpassing the Sun Chaser Wolf clan led by Yang Sheng. Otherwise, had both sides possessed comparable numbers, the battle would have concluded long ago. Observing the unsatisfactory state of the conflict, the gaze of the Sun Chaser grew increasingly frigid, accompanied by a low growl, a sign that the clan leader was becoming irate. Consequently, the clan members, as if invigorated, intensified their assault. With a fierce howl, two members of the Sun Chaser Wolf clan charged towards the tallest giant, the formidable leader of the elephants, while another pair set their sights on a massive female elephant, slightly shorter at around 18 meters in height. Though the female lacked a full set of tusks, her back was adorned with lush vines, which, judging by their hue, seemed to possess toxic properties. The ferocity of the Sun Chaser wolves plunged the elephant clan into a dire predicament. Particularly, the two wolves targeting the giant leader disregarded their safety, swiftly inflicting numerous grievous wounds upon the colossal creature. With this sudden onslaught, the elephant leader erupted in rage, its combat prowess soaring dramatically in a moment of carelessness. One of the Sun Chaser wolves was unceremoniously toppled by the terrifying tusks, prompting the giant leader to advance, intent on crushing the fallen wolf underfoot. Had this foot come down with full force, even the robust Sun Chaser would have sustained injury. Luckily, another wolf, witnessing the peril, launched a more ferocious attack on the giant leader, delaying its actions. Seizing this opportunity, the downed wolf narrowly escaped the massive foot and rejoined the fray. As time progressed, the Sun Chaser wolves gained a decisive upper hand. Yet the sky began to dim. It was nearly time to return. At the edge of the battlefield, behind the Sun Chaser, stood a figure towering above the rest, far grander than any other giant. Standing approximately 18 meters tall, its upper body bared. It wore a pair of gray trousers that appeared to be of a coarse silk-like fabric, albeit much rougher than that of the other giants, yet still more refined in comparison. As dusk approached, it was time to conclude the skirmish. Yang Sheng raised his gaze towards the distant, struggling elephant leader, a glimmer of power igniting in his eyes, an invisible pressure radiating outward. Sensing this aura, the elephant leader was overwhelmed by an intense feeling of dread, as if the very air around it had thickened, making each breath a laborious task. Gradually, fear crept into its eyes. All living beings present sensed the anomaly. The battle between the elephants and the Sun Chaser wolves came to a gradual halt. Several Sun Chaser wolves crouched low, whimpering as they retreated, while the members of the Dawn tribe turned their attention to Yang Sheng. Realizing his movements, the Sun Chaser felt a twinge of embarrassment, quickly quelled by Yang Sheng's gesture as he gently stroked the wolf's head. Do not blame yourself. I harbor no intentions of reproach. I have always been exceedingly pleased with your and your kin's performance. Upon hearing Yang Sheng's praise, the Sun Chaser joyfully wagged its extraordinarily long tail, the sheer force causing a nearby boulder to crack. Yang Sheng straightened up, and Yang Su inquired, "Leader, will you take action?" Yang Sheng nodded, "Yes, the time is late. It should come to an end. Let us all strike together and return promptly to alleviate any worries among our kin." Without further ado, Yang Sheng's form began to fade into the ether. A sudden alarm rang in the elephant leader's mind, as if it perceived its impending doom. Before it could react, Yang Sheng appeared at its side. His right hand clenched, elbow drawn back, and then he struck decisively. With a resounding impact, the indomitable fist, imbued with boundless power, struck the elephant leader's head. Yet, no visible mark appeared on its surface. Nonetheless, it began to topple. The colossal body crashed to the ground, sending a flurry of leaves swirling, a testament to the elephant leader's demise. Clearly, Yang Sheng's punch bore tremendous force, yet his mastery over it allowed him to bypass the elephant leader's defenses, shattering its brain with precision. With Yang Sheng's decisive action, the other tribe members sprang into motion, joining forces with the Sun Chaser Wolves. Each movement resonated with unparalleled strength, and with the Dawn Tribe's involvement, the prolonged battle swiftly reached its conclusion. It must be noted that while the Sun Chaser Wolves too had been transformed under Yang Sheng's might, evolving into the Dawn Tribe's kin, they still exhibited a significant disparity in essence. This difference could be likened to a comparison of players in a game. While they had all ascended to the same tier, the Sun Chaser Wolves resembled novice players with rudimentary gear, whereas the Dawn Tribe appeared akin to seasoned, premium players, far superior in equipment, attributes, and vitality. Although they shared the same level, the outcome of their encounters was glaringly obvious. As for Yang Sheng, he transcended the realm of mere players, embodying the developer who controlled the very fate of the game, existing on a dimension entirely distinct from others. With the final elephant slain, the objectives of Yang Sheng and his companions were wholly accomplished. Shortly thereafter, a radiant halo appeared behind one of the tribe members, and with a flourish of their arms, countless massive vines sprouted forth, binding all the elephants tightly. Subsequently, each tribe member and Sun Chaser Wolf, burdened with one or two elephant carcasses, made their way back towards Dawn City. Note: please show your support, urge for updates, leave comments. Chapter 41. The Contents of the Box, an Encounter with a Different World. Thus, Yang Sheng and his party traversed the great forest with unrestrained audacity. Wherever they roamed, beasts fled in terror, none daring to provoke them in their vicinity. Recently, Yang Sheng's efforts with the tribe had yielded significant results. Now, every creature with a modicum of sense understood that the most formidable rulers of the great forest were a peculiar group of bipedal beings. Each of these beings was extraordinarily powerful, showing no particular preference for their prey. Any creature of strength became a target. Consequently, the more astute and self-aware animals now traversed the forest with their tails tucked between their legs, cautiously navigating their environment. Fearful of inadvertently crossing paths with these bipedal beings and losing their lives in the process, as they walked, Yang Sheng could still sense the underlying malice lurking within the forest, which had now become overtly directed at him and his kin. Regrettably, due to Yang Sheng's previous actions, the forest's conscious means of retaliation had been nullified, leaving it to seethe impotently in rage, assuming it possessed self-awareness. However, each venture into the woods was marred by these subtle yet persistent malevolences, casting a pall over the spirits of Yang Sheng and his companions. Faced with this situation, Yang Sheng silently mused, "I earnestly hope that in future transformations, I will unlock a method to truly eradicate this forest consciousness. Otherwise, the constant release of malice will undoubtedly affect one's mood." Fortunately, aside from its impact on their morale, the forest consciousness was powerless to enact further harm. Soon, Yang Sheng and his party emerged into the clearing before Dawn City. Dragging a substantial haul of prey as they exited the forest, the patrolling tribesmen atop the walls spied them, and a chorus of greetings erupted. "Welcome back, leader. Wow, your haul is truly impressive this time. I recall you mentioning this would be the final clearing target for our Dawn tribe. Afterward, we should return to regular hunting. Is that so? That would be splendid. Soon the great forest will become our private garden." Indeed, private garden is a fitting term. In response to the banter of his kin, Yang Sheng chuckled amiably. Shortly thereafter, a tribe member rushed from the city, excitement radiating from their demeanor as they approached Yang Sheng. "Leader, you have finally returned. Yang Yun and the others have made a significant discovery at sea." Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "What news do Yang Yun and the others bring that has you so exhilarated?" The tribal man chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, yet promptly continued, "Chieftain, Yang Yun and the others have discovered a sunken ship beneath the sea, and from it, they retrieved 2 chests. This indicates that the alternate world we have traversed into certainly harbors a civilization capable of shipbuilding." Upon hearing this news, Yang Sheng's eyes brightened instantly, and he hurriedly handed over the prey he had been carrying to other tribesmen. "Yang Su, please take the others to process these catches. I must first investigate the chest that Yang Yun and the others have found." Yang Su nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, chieftain, I will manage things here. You hurry along." Without further ado, Yang Sheng swiftly made his way alongside the tribal messenger towards the town. Observing this, Yang Su tugged at the prey left to him by Yang Shang and addressed the curious tribesmen behind him. "All right, let us attend to these matters first." Noticing the inquisitive glances directed towards him, Yang Su patted one of them on the shoulder. "Enough with the curiosity. Once the chieftain has inspected everything, he will surely inform us. Let us focus on our tasks." Subsequently, he led the tribesmen into the town, directing them towards the designated area for processing their catches. Due to the overwhelming excitement from the news brought by the tribal messenger, Yang Sheng walked with such vigor that each step produced a resounding thud. Fortunately, the ground had been meticulously reinforced by the tribesmen. Otherwise, even ordinary thick stone slabs would likely have been crushed under Yang Sheng's weight. Soon, he arrived at the vicinity of the Ancestral Hall, a uniquely designed grand meeting room often used by Yang Sheng for gatherings with certain members of the tribe. At that moment, Yang Yun and a few other tribesmen were seated within the meeting room. The instant Yang Sheng entered, his gaze was drawn to the two chests resting upon the large wooden table. Upon seeing Yang Sheng, Yang Yun and the others swiftly rose to greet him. "Chieftain, you have returned. Chieftain, these are the chests I discovered. Since you were not present, I refrained from opening them without permission," Yang Yun said, gesturing towards the two boxes on the table. Yang Sheng approached him, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "Well done, Yang Yun. I never anticipated you would possess such fortune." Flushed with modesty at Yang Sheng's praise, Yang Yun quickly replied, "Chieftain, please do not flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck. Let us hasten to open the chests and uncover their contents." Yang Sheng nodded, moving to the table to inspect the two chests. While they were referred to as chests, in reality, they could only be considered diminutive boxes given the stature of Yang Sheng and his kin. The larger of the two chests measured approximately 1.5 meters in length, width, and height, while the smaller one was merely 1 meter long, 80 centimeters wide, and 80 centimeters height. Tio Yang Sheng's people. The size was comparable to that of their palms. However, the realization that these were the first artifacts connected to an alternate civilization they had discovered imbued the small boxes with a radiant significance, elevating their importance immensely. Due to the diminutive size of the chests, the locks upon them were equally miniature, rendering it inconvenient for Yang Sheng and his companions to open them. Thus, under the astonished gazes of Yang Yun and the others, Yang Sheng began to shrink once more. With a swift motion, he diminished to a height of 3 meters, transforming into a diminutive figure before Yang Yun and his companions. Feeling slightly uncomfortable in his shrunken form, Yang Sheng moved his limbs awkwardly, realizing that the smaller he became, the more discomfort he felt. A psychological sensation, not a physical ailment. It was akin to attempting to force a towering figure into a tiny wooden box. This feeling intensified as he continued to shrink. When he maintained a height of 18 meters, he had only felt a slight discomfort, which he quickly adapted to. Fortunately, this reduction in size was merely temporary, intended solely for the purpose of examining the contents of the boxes, not a permanent state. With this thought, his initial unease lessened considerably. He then leaped onto the table, approaching the two chests for a closer examination. The chests were entirely sealed, and judging by their materials, craftsmanship, and intricate designs, they were undoubtedly of considerable value. At least by the standards of the planet Chenxiang, it appeared that the owners of these chests were likely individuals of great wealth. Turning to Yang Yun, Yang Sheng inquired, "Yang Yun, when you found the sunken ship, did you take note of its overall design?" Having been momentarily taken aback by the sight of their chieftain reduced to such a small stature, Yang Yun quickly recalled and responded, "I cannot provide exact details, but the ship's length exceeded 100 meters. Many parts were eroded by seawater, yet it was evident that it must have once been a magnificent vessel." Hearing this, Yang Sheng nodded. "Indeed, this implies that the chests are likely the property of the ship's owner." He then scrutinized the locks on the chests, opting not to unlock them conventionally. Instead, he pressed his hand against the lock and, with a gentle exertion, crushed it. With a crisp snap, the lock was shattered, and the chests ceased to be sealed. A soft hissing sound followed as Yang Sheng cautiously opened the lid of the larger chest. In an instant, he was blinded by a radiant glare emanating from within. The chest brimmed with an array of gold, silver, and jewels, their brilliance dazzling under the sunlight streaming into the meeting room. The sight compelled Yang Yun and the others to exclaim in awe. So much wealth. What a pity. If only we had discovered these on Qinsheng, they could have afforded our people a more prosperous life. Yang Yun lamented. Another tribesman nodded in agreement. Indeed. It is unfortunate that these treasures were found in an alternate world. They seem of little use to us now. A third tribesman chimed in. Truly, what purpose do these items serve us at present? If we merely sought gold, there are those among us who can convert materials directly, allowing us to obtain as much as we desire. Yang Sheng listened to the discussion among his tribesmen with a bemused expression. He pondered whether their transcendence into an extraordinary race had altered their perceptions. It seemed that the allure of gold and jewels had diminished significantly for them. Not to mention, there were individuals within the tribe who possessed the ability to transform materials in a manner akin to alchemy. If one so desires, they can effortlessly transmute a myriad of substances into gold, silver, copper, iron, and even a plethora of other rare materials. Even Yang Sheng himself, within the domain he has ventured into, seems to possess almost boundless capabilities. These so-called treasures can be conjured with the slightest thought. He could nonchalantly declare, I can crush you with gold, and should gold prove insufficient, platinum, diamonds, emeralds, gemstones, or pearls could be summoned at will. Thus, these items hold no real value for them anymore. However, the clear signs of human craftsmanship on these gold and silver jewels indicate that, at the very least, they possess utility within the civilization of this world. It is plausible that the civilization of this alternate realm may also use such items as currency. Moreover, the design of some of the coins from the chest suggests that this civilization is likely still in a relatively archaic stage. For, if it truly mirrored the situation on Qinsheng, they would not resort to using gold coins as currency. Although the first chest left Yang Sheng somewhat disappointed, he quickly adjusted his mindset and eagerly opened another, smaller chest. As the lid lifted, the contents revealed no disappointment this time, for it was filled with an array of books and materials. A glance showed they were categorized differently, and the interior of the chest was lined with what appeared to be expensive fabric. It was evident that the owner of the chest held these books in high regard. The style of the books also suggested that the civilization of the ship was not overly advanced. Upon seeing the books, Yang Sheng disregarded the other tribesmen and eagerly picked up one of the volumes. The moment he glanced at the cover, he realized that the script inscribed upon it was not the same as that of the Beichen kingdom on Qinsheng. However, it was peculiarly striking that, despite the dissimilarity, there were certain resemblances. Naturally, even with some similarities, it was unreasonable to expect Yang Sheng to comprehend an entirely new script. Yet, upon first sight of the text, he was astonished to find that, though he had never encountered this script before, he could fully grasp its meaning. It felt akin to a person who had never seen English suddenly being handed a book written entirely in English, only to learn and comprehend it perfectly upon first glance. This sensation was utterly remarkable, and Yang Sheng found himself at a loss for words to describe it. Yet he understood that in that fleeting moment of seeing the characters, comprehension had dawned upon him. On the cover of the book, several unusual characters translated into the language of the Beichen kingdom, reading chronicles of the central continent. It seems my fortune is indeed favorable. This book is likely an encyclopedia introducing the civilization of this alternate world. Rather than diving immediately into reading, Yang Sheng took a moment to examine the other books within the small chest. Although the chest appeared sizable, the collection of books was not extensive, with the largest being the chronicles of the central continent. Besides that, there were some diaries and biographical accounts, presumably prepared by the ship's owner to stave off boredom during long voyages. With this in mind, Yang Sheng instructed Yang Yun and the others to attend to their tasks while he settled himself at the massive wooden table, maintaining his 3-meter stature, and began to peruse the chronicles of the central continent. Thoroughly engrossed, on the very first page of the chronicle, akin to a table of contents, it introduced the various subjects. One must commend the author for their considerable skill. From the contents, it appeared that the chronicle detailed the diverse geographical features of the entire central continent, the development of various nations, local customs, and numerous extraordinary tales. As Yang Sheng continued to read, he began to form a concrete understanding of the world he had traversed into. The chronicle was not penned too long ago. Likely around 30 years past. Even after 3 decades, it was reasonable to assume that the so-called central continent had not undergone any revolutionary changes. The initial descriptions in the chronicle presented an overview of the central continent's geography. Based on Yang Sheng's understanding of the text, the entire central continent was approximately a supercontinent measuring no more than 300,000 kilometers in length from east to west and no more than 220,000 kilometers from north to south. This single landmass's area dwarfed that of Qinsheng by over 100 times. It should be noted that the circumference of Qinsheng is merely over 40,000 kilometers, with a total surface area of just over 600 million square kilometers. Considering that the author of this book could ascertain the approximate size of the entire continent, it suggested that they had likely conducted first-hand measurements. Truly astonishing. While the civilization of this world appears less advanced than that of Qinsheng, it has traversed such vast distances, remarkable indeed. However, it quickly dawned upon Yang Sheng that the peculiarities of the creatures inhabiting this land indicated that this was no ordinary world. It existed within an extraordinary realm of supernatural forces, implying that the book's author was likely a being of remarkable capabilities. This realization brought a sense of rationality to his thoughts. Yet, contemplating the immense size of the central continent made Yang Sheng reflect on how the land where he and his kin resided could hardly be classified as a continent. In comparison to the vastness of the central continent, their land could be considered merely a large island. It left him at a loss for words. Yang Sheng chuckled softly, shaking his head before continuing to read. The entire central continent boasted a complex and varied terrain, with a plethora of landscapes including mountains, jungles, grasslands, basins, snow-capped peaks, and forests. Overall, three primary terrains dominated the landscape: the Sunset Plains, the Sun's Peak mountain range, and the Forest of No Return. The Sunset Plains occupied a significant portion of the central continent, where most of the civilizations were concentrated. To the north of the Sunset Plains lay the expansive Sun's Peak mountain range, whose immense length and towering elevation effectively shielded the plains from the frigid northern winds, creating a climate conducive to life. Conversely, the Sun's Peak mountain range itself was a desolate realm, characterized by harsh cold and high altitudes, where only the most formidable beings could survive. This unique climate fostered exceptionally resilient life forms. Southeast of the Sunset Plains lay the Forest of No Return, aptly named for the near impossibility of any creature entering its depths and emerging alive, a place of ingress without egress. However, this primarily pertains to the forest's interior. The outer regions are rich in biological resources, serving as a vital lifeline for the nearby civilizations. Beyond these three principal terrains, various other geographies were sparsely scattered throughout, collectively comprising less than 1/10 of the central continent's total area. Subsequently, the book introduced a multitude of remarkable life forms inhabiting the central continent, including the preceding descriptions. This section accounted for approximately 1/3 of the entire chronicle. Following that, it began to explore the intelligent life present on the central continent. Notably, based on the accounts within the book, some of the predominant intelligent species inhabiting the Sunset Plains bore a striking resemblance to humans, akin to the tall humanoid skeletal remains Yang Yuan had initially encountered. However, in addition to these, there also existed other high-ranking intelligent races on this continent. At this point, Yang Sheng turned to glance at the humanoid skeleton that Yang Yuan had placed on the chair, noting its similarities to human form, albeit considerably taller. Subsequently, Yang Sheng continued to gaze downward. He initially bypassed certain introductions to historical events of yore and the myriad customs and traditions, directing his attention instead to the state of power dynamics in the central continent at the time this tome was composed. Within its pages, he discovered that centuries ago, the central continent was a veritable tapestry of numerous races, embroiled in perpetual conflict. It was not until over a century ago that several of the mightiest races established their own sovereign nations. The author of this book hailed from a realm known as the Great Prosperity Kingdom, predominantly inhabited by humanoid beings towering at 3 meters in height, which Yang Sheng temporarily designated as humans. Overall, the majority of these beings possessed yellow-hued skin, albeit with a diverse array of hair and eye colors. Adjacent to the Great Prosperity Kingdom lay the human nation known as the West Sea Kingdom. However, the inhabitants of this realm, while somewhat akin to those of the Great Prosperity Kingdom, stood at merely 2 meters tall. Across the expanse of the central continent, these two nations were the only ones dominated by humans. Hence, despite occasional skirmishes and some underhanded dealings, they generally existed as allies, watching over one another. Moreover, these two nations stood as the foremost powers in the central continent. Beyond these two, the central continent currently comprised an additional 7 complete nations. In other words, the central continent was divided into 9 nations, each occupying vast territories for their development. Due to the expansive area of the setting sun plains, resource conflicts had yet to arise. By the time this book was penned, a fragile peace had prevailed among the 9 nations for approximately a century, albeit this peace was only a general one, as minor frictions and conflicts remained inevitable. Notably, it was uncertain whether this phenomenon stemmed from some form of irresistible force or other reasons. Among the remaining 7 nations, save for one kingdom, the dominant races of the other 6 were all humanoid in nature. In essence, they were all upright beings possessing 1 head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, though their exact appearances varied, and they might possess additional anatomical features. The sole nation not governed by humanoid beings was inhabited by a race resembling a formless, fluid-like substance. This meant that they could, should they wish, reshape themselves into humanoid forms. After Yang Shang's contemplation and understanding of these 7 nations and their principal races, he designated them as the Metamorph Kingdom. The Platinum Kingdom, the Beast Kingdom, the Spirit-Devouring Kingdom, the Thousand Sects Kingdom, the Spirit Radiance Kingdom, and the most formidable 5th Kingdom. Together with the Great Prosperity Kingdom and the West Sea Kingdom, these 9 nations divided the vast majority of the habitable regions of the central continent, leaving only some marginal areas occupied by various tribes and weaker factions. As for further details, Yang Shang chose not to delve deeper at that moment, instead flipping through the subsequent pages, at last. As he reached the concluding segment of the entire account, he stumbled upon content that piqued his interest further, namely, an introduction to the extraordinary powers of this world. While the descriptions were not exceedingly intricate, Yang Shang found them adequate for his needs. He merely sought to grasp the nature of the extraordinary powers that existed in this realm. However, upon completing his reading, a peculiar expression crossed Yang Shang's face. What was this? An otherworldly version of a martial arts universe. Initially, Yang Shang had harbored hopes that the extraordinary powers of this world would mirror those possessed by himself and his kin. Wielding transcendent abilities that could even upheave the seas or command various elements, phenomena, and concepts of the unimaginable. Even if they could not reach the heights he himself achieved, where his powers rendered him nearly omnipotent, he at least expected a level of control akin to that of his kin, allowing them to influence a considerable radius of at least 100 meters with a mere exertion of their power. Yet, after reading, Yang Shang realized that his expectations had been excessively lofty. It remained unclear whether the author of this tome was simply lacking in capability or if the world truly was as described. Through the narrative, Yang Shang discerned that while the 9 nations of the central continent were indeed fractured, a plethora of other intelligent races existed, presenting a semblance to a Western fantasy realm. However, in actuality, the extraordinary powers within the central continent were far from what he had envisioned. To be precise, such powers existed but were exceedingly feeble, akin to the tricks of ancient stage magicians in the realm of Qinxing, mere parlor tricks, unworthy of serious consideration. Simultaneously, although certain races among the 9 nations appeared formidable, the powers they wielded were fundamentally rooted in their physical forms. In essence, the extraordinary powers in the central continent predominantly resembled martial arts, yet not of the kind capable of unleashing a 40-meter blade aura with a mere stroke. The most potent entities the author had encountered, as per Yang Shang's estimation, likely fell within the realm of the Tianlong Babu standard, perhaps slightly exceeding it, but certainly remaining within this range. Of course, this merely pertained to the strength of the special powers they commanded. According to the text, there existed a miraculous force within the heavens and the earth of the central continent. Yet only the most elite of warriors could harness it. Most individuals primarily relied on various foods and medicinal herbs to absorb nutrients and enhance their own strength. Compared to martial arts novels, the singular distinction of life in the central continent was that their physical forms were significantly more robust than those of humans in Qinxing. Otherwise, how could a civilization of such a low tier manage to occupy such vast territories? It is essential to recognize that during an era devoid of advanced communication and transportation, even the mightiest nation could only exert its influence over a limited area. Yang Sheng could ascertain that the level of civilization among the numerous nations of the central continent was roughly comparable to the feudal period of Qinsheng. Thus, the only plausible explanation for their ability to govern such a vast expanse was the remarkable strength of their physical forms, enabling them to traverse greater distances in shorter time frames. Yang Sheng had anticipated this. As on their island, the animals exhibited a strength far surpassing that of those on Qinsheng. This led to the inference that the beings inhabiting the central continent could not possibly be weaker than those on this island. Furthermore, as life forms in the central continent engaged in trade, they similarly utilized precious metals such as gold, silver, and copper. Consequently, after an indeterminate period of evolution, the known cultivation levels among all life forms had been delineated into 4 grades: gold, silver, copper, and iron. The iron grade was somewhat of a filler. As long as one hailed from a favorable background and diligently exercised while promptly replenishing their nutrition, they could generally attain this level. Below this grade were the most ordinary life forms. Above it lay the grade known as red copper, the most widely traded currency among all life forms in the central continent. Likewise, this tier represented the most common life forms. Beings at this level possessed tremendous physical strength, coupled with their various martial techniques, allowing them to easily defeat 10 opponents single-handedly, with exceptional individuals capable of contending against 100. Beyond red copper was the shining silver grade, also referred to as the white silver grade, where 100 red copper coins equated to 1 shining silver coin. Individuals of this caliber could claim a place of prominence throughout the central continent. In remote regions, one could effortlessly assume the role of a local tyrant. This tier of warriors had undergone yet another metamorphosis, rendering them formidable adversaries capable of taking on 1,000 foes. This meant that, if adequately equipped, they could vanquish over 1,000 beings of the iron grade before their stamina waned. Even those at the red copper level could contend against 10, or even 20 opponents. Such individuals could easily attain the status of a general, even within the Great Prosperity Kingdom. The highest tier was known as the golden grade, where 10 shining silver coins equaled 1 golden coin. As the currently known highest tier of existence within the central continent, these warriors were undeniably capable of facing 10,000 adversaries. This tier also served as a crucial benchmark for assessing the strength and foundation of a nation. A nation, even if its population, national strength, and overall foundation, including the numbers of red copper and white silver tier individuals, were relatively weak, would still be considered powerful should it possess a sufficient number of golden grade warriors. It is important to clarify that the reason these various tiers of warriors could claim the titles of 100 enemies, 1,000 enemies, and 10,000 enemies primarily stemmed from their extraordinarily strong physiques and remarkable endurance. In reality, even golden grade warriors could not unleash a 40-meter blade aura with a single swing, as this pertained to the manipulation of special energies. However, if relying solely on their formidable physiques to strike, the resulting air currents could easily topple beings situated dozens of meters away. In the book's conclusion, the author vaguely alluded to the existence of even higher tiers beyond the golden grade. Yet he had not been fortunate enough to witness them. Gently closing the book, Yang Sheng felt an inexplicable wave of relaxation wash over him. Simultaneously, he sensed a clarity unfolding before his eyes. Initially, he had harbored concerns that the discovery of traces of civilization might lead to the emergence of a formidable entity threatening the safety of his kin. However, after perusing the pages of this book, he found that his worries had dissipated entirely. If the contents of the book were even remotely accurate, Yang Sheng believed that even if they ceased to evolve, he possessed the confidence to lead his people in sweeping across the entirety of the central continent with their current strength. This was indeed fortuitous, as it would allow his kin to develop with peace of mind. With that thought, Yang Sheng picked up another book and began to leaf through it once more. Note: a new book is on the way. Seeking collections? Chapter 43. Assured Growth. Time passed swiftly. Given that Yang Sheng had transcended the ordinary and was no longer an average being, his cognitive and memory faculties had undergone a profound transformation. As he rapidly flipped through the pages, he quickly perused all the books contained within the chest. Admittedly, A thorough examination would require more time than he had, but a general overview of all the text sufficed for him. Aside from the initial volume, Chronicles of the Central Continent, the majority of the other tomes held little significance for Yang Sheng. They were filled with a hodgepodge of information, much of which was of no practical use to him. Understanding the nature of festivals in the Great Prosperity Kingdom or the customs of various other races did little to benefit him. Ultimately, within the biographies of notable figures and strange tales, Yang Sheng learned about several individuals who had once achieved remarkable feats. Most notably, he discovered the founder of the Fifth Kingdom, the illustrious Fifth Keyas, the mightiest nation on the Central Continent. The very name of the kingdom bore his surname, a testament to his undeniable prowess. There were rumors that the founder had lived for centuries, and many still believe that he was alive even now. Furthermore, he was regarded as the most likely figure on the Central Continent to have surpassed the golden level of existence. After all, the longest-lived beings of the golden tier had only reached around 200 years before passing away. As for how Yang Sheng determined the temporal discrepancy between the accounts in the books and the present, it was quite simple. From the moment he touched the chest, he had discerned its duration of existence within the ocean. Aided by his acute sensitivity to the passage of time, time leaves its mark on all that is not immortal, and Yang Sheng merely sensed these traces, allowing him to comprehend the lengthy epochs that had transpired. In addition to the eclectic assortment of books, the chest contained several diaries that provided Yang Sheng with deeper insights into the identity of the chest's owner and, indeed, the captain of the ship. According to the entries, the diary's author was named Sheng Tianqi, one of the princes of the Great Prosperity Kingdom. Of course, this name was not the original. It was a translation into the language of the North Star Kingdom, derived from Yang Sheng's interpretation of the text. Although it was a transformation of his own making, the name resonated with the distinct character of the North Star Kingdom. It appeared that this so-called Great Prosperity Kingdom bore a remarkable resemblance to the ancient dynasty of the North Star Kingdom on the planet Qinqing, albeit on a grander scale. Yang Sheng murmured to himself, noting that according to the diary, Sheng Tianqi had been one of the lesser-favored princes. Later, in an effort to evade the struggle for the throne, he had voluntarily taken to the seas, leading a fleet to explore the boundless ocean. At the time of his departure, the old king was nearing his end, and a new round of succession disputes was underway. Lacking any interest in the throne, yet fearing that his mere existence might become a source of contention, he chose to sail away. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him. Despite escaping the power struggles, he ultimately succumbed to the calamities of nature. The scrawled final lines of the diary revealed the dire circumstances he faced, prompting him to leave a last testament before sealing the books and diaries within the chest, hoping that one day they might see the light of day and inform others of Sheng Tianqi's existence. Clap! Yang Sheng closed the last diary and rose, leaping down from the enormous wooden table. Whoosh! In an instant, his form shimmered with radiant light, returning to a height of 18 meters. Yang Sheng only assumed his original 36-meter stature during exertion. In everyday interactions with his kin, he maintained a more manageable height. Crack. He resealed the lids of the two chests and placed them atop the specially crafted large bookshelf in the conference room. Though referred to as a bookshelf, it had previously remained empty, occasionally adorned with peculiar stones salvaged from the forest or ocean. You are fortunate. The two chests are remarkably airtight, allowing your existence to be rediscovered by this world. Yang Sheng remarked to the chest, I must also express my gratitude for your gift, which has enlightened me and my kin regarding the true nature of this world. With that, Yang Sheng turned and exited the conference room. Outside, the sky had darkened completely, with the resplendent moon hanging high, casting a bright glow upon the inky night. I forgot to mention that the moon in this world differs from that on Qinqing, exhibiting a slightly purplish hue in its reflected light. Yang Sheng referred to it as the purple moon. Beneath the purple moon, the families of his kin were busy preparing meals, the curling smoke rising into the night sky, lending a touch of humanity to the primal forest. Upon returning home, Yang Sheng first prepared an ample supply of meat in the enormous wooden basin designated for Zuri's meals, yet he himself did not partake in the cooking. For him, following his recent transformation, sustenance was no longer a necessity for replenishing his energy. His body perpetually brimmed with an inexhaustible force, rendering food merely an occasional indulgence. seated atop a small stool several meters high. He gently stroked the head of Zuriz, who was voraciously devouring his meal. Yang Sheng's thoughts drifted far and wide, contemplating how this gift from Shang Tianqi had decisively alleviated the final concerns he and his kin had harbored. It now seemed that the distance between this island and the central continent was not insurmountable. According to the diary's calculations, it was a mere 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers at most. While such a distance might be considered vast on Qinsheng, it posed no insurmountable barrier for the central continent. The reason Shang Tianqi had ventured into the ocean with his fleet was primarily for survival. Although he ultimately met his demise at sea, the texts indicated that the nations and factions of the central continent currently exhibited little interest in exploring overseas resources. The resources of the central continent were abundant, negating the need for external expansion. Shang Tianqi's fleet had encountered a maritime disaster, and the fates of the other vessels remained unknown. Ultimately, only this large ship had arrived in waters not far from the island. This meant that, for the foreseeable future, Yang Sheng did not believe that anyone from the central continent would discover this island, allowing him and his kin to develop without concern. Furthermore, having gleaned the nature of the beings on the central continent, Yang Sheng felt no trepidation towards them. Even if, in the future, individuals from the central continent did uncover this island and conflict ensued. So what? When that time came, it was uncertain who would prevail. More likely, Yang Sheng would lead his kin into battle, demonstrating to them what it truly meant to be an extraordinary race, what it meant for one individual to rival a nation, and for an entire clan to dominate the continent. This notion seemed to strike a chord within Yang Sheng, and in his excitement, he instinctively patted Zuriz. Bang! Yang Sheng's touch was precisely calibrated, leaving Zuriz momentarily bewildered, an expression of confusion crossing his face as he turned to glance at his master. Noticing Zuriz's gaze, Yang Sheng hurriedly petted his head, assuring him, "It's all right, it's all right. Continue your meal. I was merely lost in happy thoughts." Zuriz had 1,000 grievances to voice but suppressed them all, choosing instead to continue feasting, albeit while gently nudging the wooden basin with his large paw, shifting his entire body a couple of steps to the side. Noticing the antics of Zur, Yang Sheng couldn't help but chuckle and subsequently decided to ignore it. After a while, once Zur had satisfied its hunger and thirst, Yang Sheng rose to his feet and left the room with it in TOW. That moment. The clan members had also finished their meals and were leisurely strolling through the city. Many gathering in the central square. Groups of 3 to 5 chatted animatedly, and when the mood struck, they would break into spontaneous dances. The children, as always, were engaged in playful pursuits, frolicking around the equipment beside the square. Observing the joyous children, Yang Sheng felt a mixture of happiness and sympathy for them. With further transformations to come, these little rascals had no inkling of when they would reach maturity. Indeed, after these recent metamorphoses, Yang Sheng could distinctly sense that both his lifespan and that of his clan members were accelerating at an astonishing rate. Not to mention Yang Sheng himself, even the lifespans of the other clan members had reached a minimum of 4 digits. Yang Sheng had a foreboding that if this trajectory continued, after 2 or 3 more transformations, their entire clan might achieve immortality. While he could not vouch for the true nature of the ordinary world, his extensive reading of extraordinary novels led him to a clear understanding. In the realm of the extraordinary, the longer a life endures, the more formidable it becomes, yet the challenge of procreation grows ever greater. Likewise, the time required for these beings, offspring, to reach maturity extends considerably. For the current Shiri clan, even if they cease to undergo further transformations, the essence of their lives and their strength would render the conception of a new generation exceedingly arduous. Moreover, for the dozen or so children in the clan, it would likely take at least a century to reach adulthood, and that was the most optimistic estimate. Contemplating this, Yang Sheng gazed at the exuberant children and suddenly realized that perhaps this state of affairs was not so bad after all. The older one grew, the more burdensome life became. Childhood was undeniably a time of carefree innocence. Thus, Yang Sheng quietly watched the children play, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Zur had long since wandered off to engage in playful tussles with its kin. Although Zur was the leader of the wolf clan, the increasing intelligence among them fostered a harmonious interaction despite the lingering hierarchy. Even Zur, as the leader, could frolic freely with the other clan members, often resulting in them being playfully tumbled together. After all, Zur's prowess, akin to that of its master Yang Shang, created a noticeable disparity with the other clan members. After observing for a while, Yang Shang ascended to the high platform beside the square. Gathering all the clan members together, he then proceeded to share the essential information he had gleaned from those books. Upon learning about the vast world they inhabited, the clan members were filled with awe. From their preliminary understanding, this world was likely akin to a flat Earth scenario. However, this conclusion was not entirely accurate, as their comprehension of the world was solely based on the texts they had encountered. It was quite possible that the realm they currently occupied was a superplanet countless times larger than CHNX-ing. Nonetheless, the enormity of this world was indisputable. Additionally, many of the younger clan members were particularly intrigued by the extraordinary tiers of power rather than the geography, nations, or customs of the continent. Upon discovering Yang Shang's comparative assessment of their strength relative to that of the continent, the expressions of the clan members visibly relaxed. However, under Yang Shang's directives, they did not develop a sense of disdain. After their discussion, Yang Shang instructed the clan members to disperse, leading them to engage in animated discourse in small groups. Now, in this otherworldly realm devoid of modern entertainment facilities from CHNX-ing to pass the time, even the most trivial matters could captivate the clan members for extended periods, let alone the momentous discovery of a new continent. Yang Shang anticipated that for a considerable time to come, the affairs of the central continent would be a hot topic of discussion among the clan. As for the books contained within the chest in the meeting room, despite their size being disproportionate to that of the clan members, Yang Shang did not prevent them from perusing the texts. If anyone was genuinely interested, they could personally delve into those books, albeit it might require some effort. It wasn't that the words were illegible. Given their extraordinary nature, each member had undergone comprehensive enhancements, including their vision, making it easy to read the small print. The challenge lay in the size of the books relative to their large hands, complicating the act of turning the pages while controlling their strength to avoid inadvertently damaging the texts. However, Yang Shang was not overly concerned, as the clan members possessed biological force fields that ensured they could manage their power effectively. In this tranquil atmosphere, a month swiftly slipped by. Note: please send power. Please urge updates. Please bookmark. Chapter 44. Radiated Ecology. Unrecognizable. It has been a month since the discovery of the sunken ship and those books. During this period, Yang Shang initially spent his days leading Zur on patrols around the island, but he also adopted a new routine: reading before bed. The numerous books he had found in that chest were only skimmed for key points, and in truth, he had not delved deeply into the vast majority of their contents. However, over the course of this month, whenever he had a spare moment, Yang Shang would take out a book, shrink his size, and lie comfortably on his bed, thoroughly engrossed in his reading. Remarkably, what had begun as a quest for specific information transformed into a new pastime, revealing the richness and variety contained within the tomes, which were evidently penned with considerable skill, at the very least. Once Yang Shang converted the material into comprehensible content, he found it quite enjoyable to read. This sparked a novel idea in him. Given his current mastery of power, while he might not be able to conjure high-level life forms from thin air, producing sheets of paper or blank books would be relatively simple, unlike the arduous task of conventional papermaking. Thus, Yang Shang conceived the ambition of constructing a library in the city. This was undoubtedly a long-term goal, one that could not be achieved to perfection in a short span, yet the preliminary preparations were straightforward. After resolving his intention, Yang Shang dedicated portions of his days to guide the clan members in redesigning and erecting a grand structure in a vacant lot within the city. The architectural style remained consistently ancient and majestic. Subsequently, Yang Shang created numerous blank books to distribute among the clan members. Following their recent transformations, the cognitive capacities of the clan had dramatically evolved. Although not to an outrageous extent, they could effortlessly recall all the books they had previously read. Yang Shang then assigned a new task to all clan members. During their leisure time, they could write down any books they had read or any knowledge they wished to preserve. These could later be placed in the library. Consequently, those who had not yet encountered these texts could borrow them for leisure and to pass the time. In truth, this decision held little significance. Yang Sheng had not pondered it deeply and merely regarded it as an engaging endeavor. After all, the Shiri clan had become an extraordinary community capable of acting on whims without the constraints faced by ordinary folk. Yang Sheng himself would also document the books he could recall from memory, along with various peculiar ideas, ultimately compiling them into volumes for the library. It must be noted that this indeed proved an excellent means of passing the time. As for the notion of having the clan members devote themselves entirely to rigorous training, akin to the narratives found in some novels, to hasten their growth and breakthroughs, such a scenario was non-existent within the Shiri clan. For Yang Sheng had discerned that their circumstances were remarkably unique. Their manner of growth bears a striking resemblance to that of the dragon clans depicted in Western fantasy novels, those beings who, even without any rigorous training, simply by virtue of existing, gradually become ever more formidable as time progresses. In Yang Sheng's intuition, however, the situation of the Shiri tribe is even more exaggerated than that of the so-called dragon clans, with an upper limit that exceeds them by a considerable margin. Thus, their circumstances are fundamentally different from those of weaker life forms that strive tirelessly to cultivate strength, in the span of a month. Although their physical forms may not have visibly changed, such alterations only manifest during periods of metamorphosis. This does not imply that their power remains stagnant. In fact, the members of the Shiri tribe are significantly stronger now than they were a month ago. It can be said that whether it is Yang Sheng, the Shiri tribe, or the Zhu Ri and its kin, they are truly in a state of perpetual enhancement. Moreover, Yang Sheng has always been cognizant that the current extraordinary Shiri tribe, including the Zhu Ri wolf clan, owes its entire foundation to himself. If he can continue to evolve and grow, then naturally, they will follow suit. The growth of his kin will, in turn, reinforce and assist him. This model suits both him and his tribe perfectly, rendering it unnecessary to reference the so-called cultivation methods found in those novels. For those weaker life forms, or for those who strive desperately, this may seem profoundly unfair, but the world itself is devoid of absolute equity. It can be said that from the moment Yang Sheng and the Shiri tribe underwent their metamorphosis, their uniqueness was destined. Likewise, it foretold that they would eventually become a transcendent existence, one that the myriad beings would gaze upon with yearning but never attain. An exalted race of gods, thud, 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 accompanied by the muffled sound of footsteps. Yang Sheng strolled upon the island, accompanied by Zhu Ri. This moment, Yang Sheng had returned to his normal stature, standing at 36 meters tall. Simultaneously, the triple purple gold halo behind his head emerged, continuously rotating from various angles. Buzz, whoosh, wherever he passed, his power would incessantly radiate outward. Any area touched by his might underwent inexplicable changes. The air grew fresher, infused with a peculiar energy that gradually intensified. Flora and fauna thrived, with trees and flowers flourishing more vibrantly. Any animals within the vicinity affected by his power momentarily paused, silently embracing the transformation. When they reopened their eyes, a fervent adoration for Yang Sheng shone within their gaze. This phenomenon all originated from Yang Sheng's sudden inspiration over half a month prior. As previously mentioned, he and his kin resembled humanoid radiating sources. Their innate power bore an overwhelmingly dominant quality. If they lingered in a particular place for an extended period, the ecosystem of that area would passively be assimilated by their might. This transformation was most pronounced in the forests surrounding Shiri City, which had entirely morphed into their private garden. In this forest, all elements, including animals and plants, had undergone a transformation. The most ludicrous aspect was that any life forms altered by the Shiri tribe's power, particularly those with low intelligence or those devoid of it entirely, would even consider being captured or consumed by the Shiri tribe as their highest aspiration. It was only at this juncture that the members of the Shiri tribe fully comprehended the terrifying nature of their ability to radiate and transform their ecological environment, creating a unique ecological domain of their own. Consequently, this realization sparked a bold notion within Yang Sheng. Since the forests surrounding Shiri City had become their ecological domain, he was certain that this area had transformed into a forbidden zone, impervious to the influence of the forest consciousness. Although the region still contained abundant forest, it was now wholly unaffected by the forest consciousness. Thus, Yang Sheng pondered. If their radiating ecological power could indeed expel or even obliterate the forest consciousness from this area, why should they not traverse the forest continuously, releasing their power? If they could transform the entirety of the island into their ecological domain, could they not potentially eradicate the forest consciousness entirely? In doing so, they would eliminate a hidden threat, no longer needing to worry about the forest consciousness meddling in their affairs. At this moment, the members of the Shiri tribe were indeed swift and decisive. They acted upon their thoughts without hesitation. Upon hearing Yang Sheng's idea, a portion of the tribe eagerly departed from Shiri City to roam the forest. The scene resembled that of a group of towering, tattooed ruffians wandering about. Given that the capabilities of the tribe members were not yet on par with Yang Sheng's formidable strength, he strategically assigned them to various regions, segmenting the entire island into numerous distinct areas. Any willing member could select a section and spend time there each day. During this period, they would fully unleash their powers, incessantly eroding and assimilating the surroundings. This would serve to validate whether Yang Sheng's idea held any merit. Indeed, it appeared that Yang Sheng's sudden inspiration was bearing fruit. As the tribe members occupied different areas and employed their powers to radiate into the environment, upon returning to report to Yang Sheng at night, they all noted a palpable increase in the surrounding malice. Yet, paradoxically, while the malevolence intensified, its very existence seemed to weaken. Should this trend continue, once these areas became wholly transformed into the tribe's ecological domains, there was a genuine possibility that the forest consciousness could be eradicated. Upon receiving this accurate news, Yang Sheng was elated. He subsequently instructed all interested tribe members to dedicate at least one-third of their time each day to their respective areas, influencing the surrounding ecology. Those who were disinterested could remain in Shiri City to pursue their own endeavors. Yang Sheng has never imposed obligations upon his kin, but of course, he understood that if he were to make a demand, the tribe would undoubtedly comply without dissent, fully adhering to his commands. After deploying the tribe members, Yang Sheng himself, accompanied by Zhu Ri, took it upon himself to encompass all remaining unselected regions. Each day, he ventured forth with Zhu Ri, releasing his power and proactively eroding and assimilating everything around him. His strength surpassed that of his kin by a substantial margin. Therefore, with no restraints on his unleashed power, mere movement could yield a significant impact on the surrounding environment. This day, while the entirety of the island had yet to be transformed into the ecological domain of Yang Sheng and his kin, it was unmistakable that the malignance once prevalent within the forest had considerably weakened. Although the malevolence itself grew more intense, its presence diminished. This sensation resembled a scenario where an individual harbors immense animosity towards you but is incapable of acting upon it. In such circumstances, you find a means to confront them, binding them and subjecting them to various forms of punishment. Throughout this ordeal, their enmity and hatred toward you undoubtedly deepen, yet the individual themselves becomes increasingly feeble. Ultimately, when you vanquish this adversary, it does not imply that they harbored no more hatred toward you. At present, the relationship between Shiri City and the forest consciousness mirrors this dynamic. The forest consciousness would undoubtedly relish the demise of Yang Sheng and his kin, yet it finds itself utterly powerless against them, merely observing as Yang Sheng and his tribe relentlessly expand their ecological domain. Meanwhile, it grows weaker, with the potential to vanish entirely in the not-so-distant future. Does this not evoke a notion that Yang Sheng and his kin might somewhat resemble the actions of a villain? Yet in truth, this is merely the standard conduct of opposing factions. After all, when coexistence becomes untenable, each party will undoubtedly seek ways to obliterate the other. One must undoubtedly refrain from leaving any potential repercussions for oneself. Otherwise, nurturing a tiger can lead to dire consequences that will inevitably backfire. Through the relentless efforts of Yang Sheng and his kin over this period, the once colossal island has undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, as Yang Sheng dispatched his clan members to cultivate their respective ecological domains, he unearthed an additional misconception he had previously held. Originally, the surrounding ecosystems within Shiri City had all been radiated and transformed by the power emanating from Yang Sheng himself. It appeared as though his dominion was so tyrannical that it disallowed his kin from expanding their own ecological territories. However, the reality was quite the opposite. During this time, the island showcased an array of extraordinary environments, all of which were the result of his clan members' own powers reshaping the landscape. Among these were volcanic lava fields, frigid glaciers, desolate sandy expanses, and peculiar regions abundant in minerals. Additionally, there existed areas beset by relentless storms, where every object was imbued with a potent magnetic field or immense gravitational pull, and where lightning danced perpetually. Each distinct region corresponded to the unique power attributes possessed by his kin. Furthermore, as the abilities of his clan members were not as comprehensive as Yang Shang's, the ecological zones they radiated and transformed bore strikingly evident characteristics. Whenever Yang Shang would pass through or intentionally inspect their ecological domains, his own powers remained unrestrained yet did not exert any influence over those areas. More precisely, as long as Yang Shang did not subjectively wish to convert a particular region, he would not impact his kin's ability to radiate their own ecosystems. Naturally, if Yang Shang desired to envelop that area with his own power, his kin would find themselves unable to contend with his might. Consequently, the region that had been transformed by their radiation would be distorted by Yang Shang's powers to reflect his aspirations. Thus, Yang Shang could ascertain that the initial ecosystems surrounding Shiri City had merely borne his mark due to his early metamorphosis. Therefore, following their own transformations, his kin, lacking the power to rival Yang Shang, were wholly incapable of influencing or overshadowing his ecological domain. Now, these ecosystems, having been radiated by his kin, could coexist harmoniously with his own. Provided Yang Shang did not intervene actively, the island had blossomed into a veritable paradise, a fantastical realm where countless unimaginable wonders could be observed. Even attributes that were inherently contradictory and opposing coexisted in striking harmony upon this island. Note: please consider bookmarking, comments and follows are appreciated. Chapter 45. The Consciousness of the Forest. Complete Annihilation. When Yang Shang, in a moment of inspiration, led his kin to radiate and assimilate the entire forest, he did not stipulate that they must choose locations within the Great Woods. Consequently, some of his kin extended their reach to the farthest eastern and western points of the island, as previously mentioned. The island on which Yang Shang and his kin resided stretched approximately 3,000 kilometers from east to west, with a mere 1,000 kilometers of width from north to south, at this moment. Yang Su selected a vast expanse of forest in the southernmost part of the island as the site for his ecological domain. Throughout this time, under the continuous radiation of Yang Su's powers, the southern region of the island bore no trace of forest whatsoever. Upon surveying the landscape, one would find that the southern expanse had transformed into a colossal black wasteland. The soil there had morphed into a peculiar ebony hue. However, this soil was not the fertile black earth one might expect. Rather, it was exceedingly hard, frigid, and imbued with an aura of lifelessness. In such a state, Yang Su remained serenely seated at the center of this desolate expanse, resembling a meditative monk unaffected by the surrounding environment. The only vegetation that could thrive in this realm was a type of stunted shrub that appeared to be composed of some strange metallic substance. These resilient plants adapted themselves to the harsh environment, managing to survive. Additionally, only a few insignificant insects had withstood the transformation wrought by Yang Su's powers, managing to persist in this realm. These insects possessed greatly enhanced offensive capabilities and targeted any life forms that ventured into their domain, particularly those belonging to the Shiri clan and the Zhuanri wolf clan. As for the other flora of this area, they had long since succumbed to Yang Su's radiation, unable to adapt, and were ultimately eradicated. This region could truly be deemed a realm of utter desolation, a forbidden land for the living. Yang Shang was not taken aback by this outcome, for during the last awakening, Yang Su, Yang Hao, Yang Yao, and Yang Qing, those kin adorned with multiple patterns upon their luminous halos, had all awakened a second power. Yang Su's second power was that elusive and peculiar shadow. At this moment, the figure had become strikingly clear, resembling a humanoid entity cloaked in a hood. Upon witnessing this image, most would likely conjure associations with the Grim Reaper from the Western mythos of the celestial bodies. In truth, the second power that Yang Su wielded was the enigmatic, terrifying, and profoundly fearsome force of death. In any mythology, The power of death occupies a notably elevated echelon. Yet Yang Su's mastery did not merely embody death. It resembled a personification of some aspect of death's authority. The reason the land he influenced took on such a form was due to the inherent power of death now residing within that area. Ordinary life, regardless of effort, could never adapt to the essence of death. Thus, the area transformed into a peculiar domain akin to the underworld or hell, where any living entity that entered would be eroded by the forces of death. Without sufficient strength, they would inevitably be buried within the earth. Nonetheless, neither the barren land of the past nor the current dominion of death affected Yang Su himself. He remained the reliable elder brother whom his kin trusted. In stark contrast, Yang Hao chose to direct his focus towards the northernmost region of the island. Under his radiation, the forest there was not destroyed. However, that area underwent its unique transformation, as all the terrestrial plants morphed into peculiar aquatic flora. The vast land had vanished, now inundated by endless seawater, resulting in a remarkable marine forest ecosystem. Countless marine creatures, as well as those terrestrial beings that once inhabited the forest, gradually altered their forms, evolving into unique amphibious life. Yang Hao's second power was none other than the essence of life itself. As a force that stands in opposition to death, life is equally a power of immense caliber. The overwhelming vitality enveloping that area invigorated all beings, whether flora or fauna, rendering them increasingly vibrant. The root systems of countless plants flourished, intertwining and forming a complex underwater world. Meanwhile, the vitality of the animals surged, granting them remarkable regenerative abilities. Concurrently, their physical forms underwent significant enhancement, and for Yang Hao, the most crucial aspect was that their flesh had become exceedingly delectable. During this time, Yang Hao delighted in leisurely floating in the sea, allowing his ecosystem to propagate freely. Upon returning to the city at night, he would casually bring back a few creatures for a sumptuous meal. In this state, Yang Hao resembled a thoroughly laid-back salted fish, as if he had lost all direction in life. Following Yang Sheng's guidance, Yang Yao opted for the rocky and sandy region in the far west of the island, rather than extending his ecological influence within the great forest. Without delving into the specifics of his second power, the very nature of his first power rendered it ill-suited for unrestrained expansion within the woods. His power was that of searing flames, should his abilities be allowed to spread unchecked within the forest. The consequences could be catastrophic. Hence, Yang Yao ultimately chose the western region of the island as the arena for his ecological radiation. At this moment, that area bore no resemblance to its former self. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would stir, yet it felt unbearably scorching within this domain. The once recognizable rocks had vanished, and the temperature of the beach surface was now sufficient for roasting food. This region shared a striking similarity with Yang Su's realm of death, in that it too lacked any semblance of life. The terrifying heat rendered the sandy shore a veritable inferno. Any ordinary being who lingered here for too long would undoubtedly succumb to dehydration under the relentless temperatures. However, there were indeed no ordinary life forms capable of surviving in this environment, for the searing heat alone would deter most forms of life. The second power that Yang Yao possessed was none other than the infamous ability of destruction. A hallmark of villainy, the power of destruction, regardless of its location, does not seem to represent a noble capability in anyone's ears. However, if devoid of any negative connotations and viewed purely through the lens of its essence, the force of annihilation bears no distinction from other forms of power. It is merely an extraordinarily advanced manifestation of strength. Nonetheless, despite being a form of power, it inherently possesses unparalleled destructiveness. This force is ill-suited for radiating the surrounding environment at present, which is why Yang Yao refrained from employing it. Otherwise, this beach would not have remained as it is. The power of destruction would obliterate every material within, creating a terrifying abyss. Apart from the Zirians and the Zhu Ri Wolf clan, any entity entering this region would be targeted by the force of destruction, with the inevitable consequence being utter annihilation. At this moment, the area occupied by Yang Yao is engulfed in a raging inferno. Characterized by the highest temperature on the beach, the surrounding air distorts dramatically under the terrifying heat, and within the flames, a grayish force intermingles. Indeed, the force of destruction. Even from a considerable distance, gazing upon the flames and the power of annihilation evokes a sensation as if one's very soul is on the verge of being shattered. Yang Qing, the youngest among them, finds herself in the easternmost region of the island, a small mountainous area perfectly suited for the manifestation of her powers. The sinuous mountains allow her tempestuous abilities to reach their utmost potential. Moreover, as this area lacks any elements to be altered, the transformation appears minimal. It has merely evolved from tranquility into a relentless, terrifying storm. The ceaseless tempest swirls endlessly between the mountains, each gust imbued with a fearsome, cutting force. Any ordinary life form confronting such a storm would meet a fate of utter dismemberment. At this juncture, the spatial dynamics within this area are far from normal, for Yang Qing possesses a unique spatial ability that renders the region unstable and rife with randomness. It is entirely possible to be inadvertently transported to another location while traversing, or for a previously safe area to suddenly be beset by a fearsome storm point. One might even find themselves ensnared by the spatial force and cast into a rift. Forever lost. Such a place is a veritable forbidden zone for any living being, yet Yang Qing navigates it with remarkable ease. Simultaneously, the various ecological domains formed among the Zirians pose no threat to their kin. It is as if these ecological realms can instinctively recognize who enters them, as long as one belongs to the Zirians or the Zhu Wolf clan. The dangers within these ecological domains seem to be suspended entirely. The arrangement of Yang Su and his companions was a meticulously considered decision by Yang Sheng, for apart from himself, they are the four strongest among their kin, and their potential appears the highest. Thus, he stationed them in different directions, akin to stabilizing anchors. Meanwhile, Yang Sheng remains in Shiri City. Other clan members have chosen their radiation zones within this vast forest, arranged in a highly regular, symmetrical, and harmonious manner. In terms of power, the other members are indeed weaker than Yang Su and his companions. This assertion stems from the fact that within Yang Su and Yang Hao's ecological domains, Yang Sheng can no longer sense the presence of the forest consciousness. This scenario can only indicate one thing. These areas have been entirely solidified into their ecological domains. The forest's consciousness cannot contend with their radiation transformation and has been thoroughly expelled and obliterated. As for Yang Yao and Yang Qing, their chosen ecological domains lie outside the Great Forest, thus lacking a direct comparison. However, from the scale and the sensations experienced upon entering these ecological realms, one can indeed perceive subtle differences and disparities in strength. More than 10 days prior, Yang Su and Yang Hao successfully assimilated their ecological domains, while the other clan members had only completed a little over half of the process. However, now, over 10 days have elapsed since that time, and it is indeed time for the final harvest. Thud, thud. Yang Sheng walks through the forest in his true form. The area he radiates has undergone transformation earlier than that of Yang Su and the others. Thus he has long ceased to perceive the forest's consciousness. At this moment, Yang Sheng traverses the ecological domains of other clan members. He can distinctly sense that the malice emanating from the forest's consciousness has significantly weakened, to the point where it has become nearly imperceptible. Crack. In a fleeting moment, all clan members within the expanse of the Great Forest seem to hear an exceedingly faint sound of shattering. Subsequently, they each feel a tremendous alleviation in both body and spirit. Upon focusing their senses, they realize they can no longer detect the malevolent presence of the forest's consciousness. Yang Sheng comes to a halt in an ecological domain radiating a soft, luminous glow, keenly attuning himself to his surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhu Ri feels an inexplicable lightness of heart, restlessly surveying his surroundings, eager to frolic freely. After a moment, Yang Sheng slowly opens his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, ultimately bursting into a joyous laugh. Ha ha ha! This method is indeed effective, Yang Sheng exclaims, clenching his fists and excitedly waving them in the air. Buzz. A terrifying force engenders gusts of fierce wind, hinting at the formation of a sonic boom. Thus, the heart of our Shiri clan's troubles has been thoroughly resolved. However, Yang Sheng soon regains his composure. While the method of radiating ecological domains appears effective, one must not grow complacent. Henceforth, vigilance must be maintained to avert any unforeseen calamities. With this thought, Yang Sheng promptly informs all clan members to gather in Shiri City through the luminous points in his mind. Upon receiving the message, the clan members immediately rise and, without hesitation, head towards Shiri City. It is worth noting that any ecological domain modified by clan members can persist indefinitely, as long as no external forces intervene. The ecological domain will endure until the entire ecosystem gradually supplants it. Yang Sheng was already aware of this phenomenon. In his estimation, the current ecological domains, if left without clan members to oversee them, could exist for hundreds or even thousands of years. Should they continue to grow stronger, one day their very location will transform into an ecological realm, becoming a self-sustaining world, untouched by any external influences. At that point, unless a more formidable presence destroys it, the ecological realm they radiate will remain eternal. Its influence potent enough to gradually assimilate all life forms that enter it into its fold. Note. Please continue reading. Please bookmark. Chapter 46. Overturning Transformation. The 100-meter giant. Soon, Yang Sheng and all clan members return to Shiri City. Gazing upon his kin, Yang Sheng immediately shares the conclusions he has just drawn. Upon learning that the forest's consciousness may have been entirely eradicated, the clan members erupt in jubilant cheers. This signifies that the element that once posed a potential threat has been utterly eliminated. Ha ha ha, splendid. With this, the entire island belongs to us, exclaims an exuberant clan member. Indeed. Now we can act without restraint on the island, another clan member adds, throwing an arm around the shoulder of the first. Perfect timing. Recently, I've had some other ideas regarding my ecological domain, and now I can experiment without worry, declares yet another, still preoccupied with thoughts of testing their ecological domain. Many clan members harbor similar thoughts. Now, on this island, those who have begun to expand their ecological domains, with Yang Sheng's permission, do not overly concern themselves with the transformed ecological realms. For them, these domains primarily serve as a means to familiarize themselves with their powers. A practical exercise in developing their abilities. It is no wonder the clan members hold such an attitude toward the ecological domains. After all, these realms are merely byproducts of their powers released in the process. Such byproducts can be manifested anywhere they desire, and in no time, they can be radiated and transformed. Even the peculiar life forms mutated by their powers, or the so-called precious resources within these ecological domains, hold little significance for them. After all, would one concern themselves with a single hair that has fallen from their own body? For the members of the Shiri tribe, the so-called ecological domain is scarcely more significant than a mere hair. Were it not for the recent endeavors to expand this ecological realm, which have allowed the tribesmen to recognize the advantages of such pursuits in understanding their own strengths and developing additional applications, they would have shown little inclination to engage in such activities. Yet, this situation is merely a present circumstance. As their powers continue to amplify in the future, the significance of the ecological domain will undoubtedly evolve beyond its current limitations. It is at that juncture that the people of the Shiri tribe may begin to appreciate the ecological domain's value. Recently, as some tribe members have broadened their domains and gained a deeper understanding of their powers, those who remain indifferent to the ecological domain, while still disinterested, have not neglected the study of their own abilities. Thus, the Shiri tribe now finds itself enveloped in a friendly and constructive atmosphere of competition. This has led to a remarkable scene, with Yang Sheng addressing the assembly, the members below adorned with striking halos of light atop their heads. The spectacle resembled a gathering of celestial beings, an assembly of the divine. Threads of power continuously surged through the surrounding space, rendering ordinary life forms incapable of approaching them. In the face of such a magnificent and extraordinary scene, Yang Sheng, having alleviated a significant danger, felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. At that moment, perhaps due to his emotional state, he suddenly perceived something within him shattering. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to his previous transformations, yet was far more intense this time. As the tribesmen fervently engaged in discussion, a sudden wave of oppression swept over them. Compelled by an instinctual urge, they turned their gazes towards Yang Sheng, who, unbeknownst to them, had closed his eyes. Subsequently, the purple-golden patterns adorning his body began to shift with unprecedented frequency, adjusting themselves Within the intricacies of these patterns, increasingly profound and delicate lines began to emerge. In a flash, 3 concentric purple-golden halos materialized behind his head, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Gradually, this luminescence enveloped most of Yang Sheng's form. With the pressure mounting, he unconsciously regained his original stature, standing an imposing 36 meters tall in the eyes of the tribesmen. What is happening? Is the chief about to undergo another transformation? Yang Su exclaimed in astonishment. Well, that is certainly a possibility, Yang Hao replied, equally bewildered. Among the crowd, only Yang Yao gazed with profound admiration at the resplendent Yang Sheng. I can hardly fathom the immense fortune we have received. Within less than a year, our chief has undergone multiple transformations. Indeed, at this rate, my dream of becoming an Ultraman feels increasingly within reach. Yang Yu chimed in, Enough with your Ultraman fantasies. From what I observe, our circumstances appear far superior to any Ultraman. Yang Qing retorted disdainfully as she nudged Yang Yu to at that moment. The tribesmen suddenly noticed Yang Sheng's form beginning to swell once more. And this growth was far more rapid than before. Thus, they stood in stunned silence, watching their chief expand before their very eyes. Meanwhile, Ji Ri, who had approached the platform, appeared somewhat despondent, overwhelmed by the pace at which his leader was growing stronger and larger. As a loyal follower, he felt utterly unable to keep pace with these developments, leaving him in a state of frustration as he gazed up at his ever-enlarging chief. Why now? Yang Sheng had entirely immersed himself in the unexpected transformation. As the tribesmen had speculated, this metamorphosis was nothing short of revolutionary for him. It felt as though the previous transformations had merely laid the groundwork, while this one heralded a genuine explosion of growth. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Sheng could distinctly feel his heart pounding with a terrifying frequency. The boundless power surged within him, with each breath amplifying his strength exponentially. As the rhythm of his heartbeat reached a critical threshold, he sensed his form beginning to grow yet again, this time surpassing all previous increments combined. Boom, rip, in no time. The garments he wore were utterly torn apart by his rapidly expanding physique. Fortunately, a divine light cloaked his form, preventing the tribesmen from gazing directly upon him. The atmosphere around him began to swirl, as his platinum hair danced wildly, the powerful pressure creating gusts that rustled the clothing of those nearby. Under intense duress, the tribesmen were compelled to retreat, lest they be crushed by the overwhelming force emanating from Yang Sheng. Soon, his stature exceeded its original size, reaching 72 meters, yet showed no signs of abating. The tribesmen watched in awe as their leader's form grew to surpass the walls of Shiri City. Simultaneously, the intricate patterns on Yang Sheng's body wove and transformed, culminating in a colossal design resembling a grand sun. Extending outward from his back, the patterns enveloped his shoulders and chest, with delicate lines emerging between his ribs. Ultimately, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the radiant patterns began to condense until they transformed into tangible matter. This matter shifted and adapted, conforming to Yang Sheng's ever-expanding physique. Buzz! Until finally, Yang Sheng's stature stabilized at an imposing height of 120 meters. His majestic form resembled a colossal deity, surveying the world. Exuding an aura of ancient wisdom and authority, at that moment, the once fluid light materialized into a cohesive shape, revealing an armor that was both magnificent and ancient, imbued with a sense of sanctity and gravitas. The armor glimmered in a celestial white-gold hue, adorned with dark golden patterns. It consisted of a backplate, breastplate, shoulder guards, arm guards, and a skirt, complemented by an extraordinary pair of trousers and perfectly fitted boots. While some tribesmen hesitated to admit it, they could not help but notice a resemblance to the legendary Saint Seiya, albeit with a more refined and intricate design. In addition, the triple purple-golden halos that once adorned Yang Sheng's head had transformed, now forming a fourth halo that rotated harmoniously with the others. At this moment, Yang Sheng's appearance transcended all expectations of the tribesmen. Standing at 120 meters, boasting nearly flawless proportions, a robust and powerful physique, exquisite and regal armor, and the radiant halos of light, he embodied the very essence of an ancient deity, emerging from the annals of myth. Merely standing there, devoid of any movement, elicited an instinctive urge to kneel among all living beings present. The mere intermingling of his aura instilled an unparalleled sense of reverence in the tribesmen. At last, Yang Sheng reopened his eyes. In an instant, everyone felt as though two suns had appeared in the sky. Sensing the incredible power coursing through him, Yang Sheng could not contain his exhilaration and let out a resounding roar. Accompanied by his cry, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yang Sheng surged forth like a cataclysmic wave. Sweeping across the surroundings in a mere breath, this formidable force enveloped the entire forest, extending to portions of the sea on either side of the island. In an instant, every creature caught within this sphere of influence trembled in fear, prostrating themselves in humble reverence before the monumental presence of Yang Sheng. Following the roar, he finally regained his composure and gradually reined in his immense pressure. Fortunately, the members of the Shiri clan share an extraordinary bond with the Zhuri Wolf clan and Yang Sheng. Thus, the terrifying pressure they exude has not significantly impacted them. Yang Sheng, with his towering physique, lowered his head to survey the surroundings. In his eyes at that moment, everything around seemed diminutive and fragile, as if a mere breath could obliterate it. This transformation completely surpassed Yang Sheng's expectations. He had not anticipated such a monumental change. Setting aside all other factors, the sheer height of 120 meters alone was astonishing. To put this in perspective, on the Chins, using a standard of 3 meters per floor, 120 meters would equate to a staggering 40 stories. Even on Chins, a building of 40 stories could be classified as a skyscraper. Akin to the super beasts imagined in films, from a scientific standpoint, for a living being to sustain such a colossal form without any detrimental effects, and even possess unparalleled agility, strength, and defense, defies the laws of nature. Viewed through the lens of mysticism, Yang Sheng's current physique undoubtedly qualifies him as a behemoth. It was only at this moment that Yang Sheng fully comprehended the purpose of the halo behind his head. In truth, it was far from a mere ornament meant to signify status in the eyes of others. Tio put it simply, it resembled a golden finger, akin to a whiteboard, that each member of the clan possessed. Its very existence enabled the clan members, including Yang Sheng himself, to better understand and master their inherent powers. Furthermore, it amplified their souls, wills, and thoughts to an extraordinary degree, while perfectly safeguarding their spiritual essence from external influences. Additionally, the halo could store the powers of the clan members, along with the various techniques they developed, which could be described as their ultimate moves. At present, this form of storage seems to have no discernible limit. The most astounding aspect of the halo is its ability to allow clan members to eternally preserve the powers they have mastered, in other words, regardless of what they see, hear, learn, or even develop independently. They will never experience forgetfulness or regression. This phenomenon is reminiscent of the legendary practitioners who possess the principle of diligence rewarded by the heavens, a form of eternal affirmation. Of course, the halo itself is also a manifestation of Yang Sheng's and the clan's essence and status, an external expression of their attributes and authority. Note: please continue reading. Requesting updates. Chapter 47. Radiating across the island, life transcendence, 6,000-word chapter. Aside from the functions of the halo that Yang Sheng has discovered, he believes that with the evolution of his power, the halo will undergo new transformations in the future. Even now, the quadruple purple-golden halo behind Yang Sheng's head, if it existed in a world of extraordinary powers, could allow sufficiently gifted beings to gain insights into unimaginable forces upon gazing directly at it. If such prodigious geniuses were to perceive it, they might even derive a new system from the halo, becoming creators of extraordinary paths. Even in a world devoid of extraordinary powers, one could still glean certain profound truths through the halo, with the potential to become a great virtuous practitioner, as the origin and source of all things. Everything learned from him and his kin is under their absolute control. This feeling is akin to each member of the Shiri clan symbolizing a source of power and path, ultimately occupying a specific path when fully realized. All who tread this path subsequently contribute to the foundation established by the clan members. Yang Sheng himself is the source of power for all clan members, and their evolution simultaneously strengthens him. As the origin, Yang Sheng's growth will likewise radiate outward, influencing those extraordinary beings that extend from his existence. Presently, the unusual speed at which Yang Sheng and the clan members are evolving has, to some extent, received a reasonable explanation. Aside from the Heartstone that Yang Sheng has fused with, they are no longer merely flesh and blood beings. To a certain degree, they have become one with the representation embodied by the halo behind their heads. Thus, they do not absorb energies like the spiritual essence of the world, as seen in some cultivation novels, but rather grow and evolve at a conceptual level, rendering the speed and difficulty of their transformation entirely independent of external factors. The Shiri clan can now be described as a race of illogical monsters, an amalgamation of numerous concepts intertwined with flesh and bone. The Zhuri wolf clan, transformed into a kin, can likewise be deemed a half-monster race. Having clarified the changes brought about by this transformation, Yang Sheng temporarily set aside his desire to delve deeper into his research. His current hypotheses were already sufficient for extensive study. The next course of action was of utmost importance. Following this transformation, Yang Sheng successfully mastered a critically significant ability: the capacity to actively release his power, accelerating the radiation of everything around him, which naturally included the members of the Shiri clan and the Zhuri wolf clan. Yang Sheng intended to unleash his power, guiding all residents of Shiri City, including both Shiri clan members and Zhuri wolves, to embark on another transformation. With this thought, Yang Sheng gazed at the clan members surrounding him. At this moment, having completed his transformation and withdrawn his pressure, the clan members once again gathered around. Each and every one of them looked up at their leader, who towered above them by 7 or 8 times. Despite the seemingly modest difference in height, the disparity in physique was several dozens of times greater. In the presence of their leader, even without any actions or aura emanating from Yang Sheng, the clan members felt an overwhelming sense of reverence, akin to looking up at a majestic mountain. They perceived themselves as akin to the small pets kept by humans, incredulous at how their leader had ascended to such heights beyond their comprehension. "Unbelievable, our leader is on an entirely different level," Yang Yao exclaimed in awe. "Heh, our leader is now even larger than Ultraman." Yang Qing chuckled as she patted Yang Yu's shoulder. Yang Yu rolled his eyes. Merely harboring such lofty aspirations, if the leader's transformation is so remarkable, it implies that perhaps one day we too might achieve such a physique. Laughter erupted among the clan members. Elder Yang Liming and several other elders gazed at Yang Sheng with pride in their eyes. Especially Yang Liming, who had personally handed over the clan's treasured heirloom to Yang Sheng during the succession ceremony, leading to the subsequent upheaval. My most astute choice in life was to appoint Yang Sheng as the leader. The other elders nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yang Sheng's voice resonated from above the clan members. "Everyone, take your positions. I will assist you in completing your transformation." The voice, emanating from the high sky, was imbued with an inexplicable majesty and sanctity, as if delivering a divine decree from the heavens to the mortal realm. Hearing their leader's command, the clan members did not hesitate, stepping back to maintain distance as they stood in place. The Zhuri wolf clan, under the guidance of the Zhuri, also selected their designated area, obediently lying down in anticipation of their transformation. Once Yang Sheng confirmed that everyone was prepared, he immediately began to channel his power. Buzz! The quadruple purple-golden halo behind his head began to rotate with increased speed. Subsequently, Yang Sheng's aura surged dramatically. Countless phenomena began to manifest around his body as his power began to expand outward. Swoosh! Yang Sheng's aura spread rapidly, soon enveloping a significant portion of the island. Under the influence of Yang Sheng's aura, every area of the island, except for the ecological domains already radiated by the clan members, began to undergo violent changes at the behest of Yang Sheng's will. Countless lives on the island commenced their own life transformations under the impetus of Yang Sheng's aura, gradually aligning their essence with that of the Shiri kin. In comparison, Yang Sheng's power diffusion was relatively slower. However, it swiftly encompassed an area of approximately 100 miles around him, effectively enveloping all of Shiri City and its surrounding regions. At this moment, the members of the clan gazed in awe at the myriad of extraordinary phenomena that manifested in the sky. Surrounding Yang Sheng, countless wondrous sights, reminiscent of mythic epics, continuously appeared and vanished. Among the celestial wonders were images of the sun rising and the moon setting. The cyclical change of the four seasons, the shifting of stars, and the overwhelming force of heaven and earth. Additionally, there were the interplays of the five elements, the duality and harmony of yin and yang, the surging river of time and space, and the capricious nature of fate. Beyond this, there were countless other phenomena, too numerous to behold. Most striking of all was the immense figure hovering above Yangsheng. Akin to a vast galaxy, this figure seemed to embody all the authority of the universe, capable of reshaping reality with a mere thought. As it raised its hand slightly, a glimmer of light emerged from its palm, expanding until it transformed into a radiant sun, illuminating an entire realm. Around this sun, innumerable stars began to coalesce, ultimately revolving around it. Subsequently, with a gentle touch of its finger, life was born. As the imagery continued to condense, an endless array of worlds became visible behind this towering figure. Each of these worlds was filled with suns created by this entity, many of which were brought into existence from nothingness by its will. In countless realms, this majestic figure was revered as the creator god and the architect of existence by numerous wise beings. Above all worlds, many other colossal deities, strikingly similar to the creator, also existed, each possessing a profound passion for creation. These mighty gods either stood alone or gathered in small groups, conjuring a diverse array of worlds, each distinct in style, some even starkly contrasting with one another. These great deities delighted in igniting one sun after another, though none could compare to the very first sun lit by the Creator. Furthermore, each deity's suns, shaped by their unique dominions, varied in essence. Among them were suns that froze all life, blood-red suns ablaze with fury, and devouring suns that relentlessly consumed the remnants of worlds. There were also dark suns as abyssal as the void and others composed entirely of converging thunder. Here, infinite possibilities and miracles seemed to materialize. Their footprints appeared to stretch across the cosmos, and amidst the heavens, countless beings called out their names. Yet, the members of the Shiri tribe remained oblivious to the content of these calls. Ultimately, all converged into a singular voice. She, enthralled by the celestial phenomena, Yangsheng found himself immersed in observation, and at last, he softly uttered this word. Did it signify something? Gradually, all manifestations began to recede. Within the sphere of Yangsheng's power, the transformation of his kin commenced. A resonant hum, imbued with a peculiar rhythm, resonated in the air. One by one, halos emerged behind the heads of the clansmen. Soon after, their forms began to undergo subtle changes. Their auras surged, and as their strength blossomed, their physiques expanded. With this growth, their garments appeared strained under the newfound burden. Nevertheless, Yangsheng noticed no signs of their bodies being enveloped in radiant light, nor any indication of that light coalescing into substance. Observing this, Yangsheng could not allow his kin to be left exposed. He raised an arm and gently tapped the air. Suddenly, as if conjured from nothingness, beams of light enveloped all the clansmen, gradually adapting to their forms and retracting inward. As their physiques continued to grow, the light dimmed, yet beneath its glow, faint, tangible patterns began to emerge. Finally, once their growth stabilized, the light completely retracted. It became apparent that the clansmen were now adorned in equipment and garments perfectly suited to their individual patterns. These outfits, complemented by minimal armor, rendered each member of the tribe striking and formidable. In this design, Yangsheng evidently drew inspiration from his own attire. All male clansmen were equipped with shoulder guards, arm guards, half-chest plates, back armor, skirts, and a pair of perfectly fitting boots. Additionally, they were provided with trousers for their lower halves. It must be said that Yangsheng demonstrated a remarkable talent in this regard. Although the overall appearance of each clansman was quite similar, a closer inspection revealed subtle differences. As for the female clansmen, Yangsheng took a more refined approach. To him, the rugged men of his tribe could be dressed similarly, as their nature favored simplicity. After all, overly elaborate attire might prove uncomfortable for them, leading to alterations. It was far better to establish their appearance from the outset. For the female tribeswomen, he conjured a set of soft, comfortable garments beneath their armor, enhancing their overall appearance with additional protective gear. They presented an image that undeniably showcased their strength, rivaling that of their male counterparts. At this juncture, the Klansmen, having ceased their growth, stabilized at heights ranging from 32 to 33 meters. The female members stood at approximately 32 meters, fluctuating no more than 50 centimeters, while the males reached around 33 meters. Among them, Yang Su, Yang Hao, Yang Yao, and Yang Qing once again lived up to Yang Sheng's expectations, their physiques generally exceeding 34 meters. With Yang Su nearing 35 meters. In this moment, Yang Sheng also observed a significant transformation in the halos behind the clansmen's heads. Initially, each clansman possessed only a single halo. Even during Yang Sheng's previous transformation, his halo had increased to 3 layers, yet the clansmen had remained unchanged. This time, however, the halos behind their heads finally expanded to 2 layers. The most notable distinction between the clansmen's halos and Yang Sheng's was that the patterns on their halos had not altered. The designs on the halos of all clansmen remained as they were in their original layer. Within the newly formed second layer, intricate, mysterious patterns appeared, yet no new designs emerged. Simultaneously, the second layer of the halos began to rotate slowly. While the first layer remained stationary, fixed in its original state, it seemed that the patterns on the halos of the clansmen had been solidified from the moment of their awakening. Whether there would be an opportunity for new patterns to emerge in the future remained uncertain. Yang Sheng pondered this for a moment and reached this conclusion, yet he did not dwell on it. After all, even if no new patterns were to arise, the halos of the clansmen were already astonishing enough. Upon further contemplation, Yang Sheng discerned that the current state of the clansmen was quite similar to his own condition prior to his transformation. Although, in essence, they could not compare to him, they bore a striking resemblance overall. Observing the similarities between the clansman and his pre-transformation self, Yang Sheng contemplated deeply. It appeared that this transformation had enabled him to traverse a pivotal stage, resulting in an elevation of his life essence. Presently, the clansmen were 1 tier lower in terms of life level than he was. Perhaps it would be during the next transformation that the clansmen would achieve a similar leap in their life essence. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yang Sheng's eyes as he envisioned the moment when the entire clan would truly become giants of 100 meters. The spectacle would undoubtedly be breathtaking. As the transformation of all members of the Shiri tribe concluded, none opened their eyes. Instead, they continued to attune themselves to their own changes. Meanwhile, the sun-devouring wolf tribe, which lay motionless on the ground, began its own transformation. Buzz! In contrast to the transformation of the Dawnlight clan, the metamorphosis of the Sunwolf clan appears to be rather straightforward and brutal. As a vassal of the Dawnlight clan, their purpose has been distinctly defined from the outset. They exist solely to relentlessly pursue and eliminate the enemies of the Dawnlight clan. Consequently, the most apparent change is the vigorous growth of their physical forms, exuding a fierce aura that emanates from the Sunwolf clan. Their bodies have become increasingly robust, with the muscles on their forelegs swelling and hardening, yet overall, they maintain a fluid, graceful silhouette, radiating an aesthetic of strength from afar. Simultaneously, their fur has grown increasingly sleek, showing no signs of movement even in a gentle breeze. It is evident that the rigidity and weight of their fur are far beyond what a mere breeze could disturb. The sharpness of their fangs and claws has become more menacing, with patterns upon them growing clearer and denser, amplifying the genuine, destructive power they wield. That a wound inflicted by such fangs or claws could very well prove fatal, requiring no further action, as the damage alone would suffice to bleed an adversary to death. Moreover, the most significant transformation is undoubtedly that of Juri, the leader of the Sunwolf clan. At present, he bears a carapace reminiscent of a Qilin or dragon beast upon his abdomen and chest, drastically enhancing his previously vulnerable defenses. The singular horn on his head has undergone a complete metamorphosis, not only in direction but also in form, transforming from a conical shape into a sinuous, exquisite dragon horn that curls gracefully backward. This dragon horn, resplendent in platinum hues, shimmers with a translucent brilliance, as though sculpted from the most ethereal jade. It radiates a soft glow while bearing intricately etched patterns of purple gold, bestowing upon Juri an undeniable aura of authority, even as he rests upon the ground, as the leader of the Sunwolf clan. Zhuri embodies the epitome of his kind, far beyond the confines of Dawnlight City. The entire forest has ignited in a frenzy of evolution. While Yangsheng's power is limited to a radius of 100 miles around Dawnlight City, the necessity for him to actively initiate the transformation of his kin has infused his emanating aura with this imperative. Thus, what would ordinarily require an extended period for gradual assimilation and modification is now unfolding at an unprecedented pace. The previously radiative ecological transformation appears to have compressed millions, if not billions, of years of evolutionary history into mere months. Now, due to Yangsheng's influence, this timeline has been further condensed, with the entire metamorphic process likely to be completed in a mere 2 or 3 days. In stark contrast to the orderly evolution of the Dawnlight clan and the Sunwolf clan under Yangsheng's power, the domesticated resources within Dawnlight City, as well as the flora and fauna of the expansive forest, have begun their own untamed growth. Perhaps due to the all-encompassing nature of Yangsheng's abilities, his emergence has evoked a sense of a nascent creator, resulting in an ecological environment that lacks any particular bias. Rather, it continuously expands and flourishes based on its original foundation. During this process, the air itself seems to have been invigorated, brimming with an extraordinary force that triggers a relentless proliferation. Swish, swish, swish. The trees throughout the forest have embarked on a frenzied growth spurt, with towering trunks soon reaching heights of 100 meters, rendering them the most inconspicuous entities within the woodland. Only those plants of superior quality and exceptional potential are able to flourish further, as Yangsheng has not deliberately targeted any specific species. Consequently, the ecological domains previously modified by his kin remain unchanged, coexisting harmoniously with the wild, burgeoning forest. Among the myriad creatures that inhabit the forest, the most conspicuous trait is the noticeable increase in size. Theo support their burgeoning forms. All aspects of their being, including density and physique, are undergoing continuous enhancement. Even the most insignificant insects are experiencing growth. Ants that once measured in centimeters now boast sizes comparable to the arms of an average human. Once diminutive and charming rabbits have grown to sizes rivaling domesticated pigs, and the larger animals are even more astonishing. Giant tigers measuring over 10 to 20 meters in length resemble small hills, while wild boars capable of effortlessly snapping large trees in half, massive bears with shoulders towering over 7 or 8 meters, and fish within the rivers experiencing explosive growth abound in the coastal waters near the island. Marine life appears as though it has been imbued with anabolic vigor. This phenomenon also extends to the birds of the forest, whose wingspans have expanded several-fold, soaring like ancient divine eagles in the sky, their gazes fixed upon the direction of Dawnlight City, filled with boundless yearning and fervor. At this moment, the entire island has truly become a veritable paradise for the Dawnlight clan, offering an abundance of resources for its people. Yangsheng surveyed the region surrounding Dawnlight City, and an involuntary thought surfaced in his mind. Note: seeking continuation, requesting updates, seeking support. Chapter 48. Linking the Earth Veins. Relocating the city. A 6,000-word chapter. As time progressed, the transformations on the island persisted, and Yangsheng's kin gradually awakened to their new reality. Having just completed their metamorphosis, they sensed their current situation acutely. Observing the surroundings that evidently no longer suited their newfound stature, the kin expressed a mix of resignation and joy. The rapidity of their enhancement is a double-edged sword, bringing with it a peculiar kind of happiness. However, this time, they need not be troubled by such matters, for Yangsheng intends to undertake a direct renovation of Dawnlight City. Having anticipated the inevitable increase in size following their metamorphosis, he ensured that the initial construction of Dawnlight City was of grand proportions. When the original kin stood only a mere 10 meters in height, Dawnlight City felt astonishingly spacious, with only certain areas designated for habitation and other functional spaces. In truth, there remains a significant expanse of unutilized land within Dawnlight City, purposefully reserved for the future proportional expansion of various facilities. Thus, before the astonished gazes of his kin, the surrounding buildings, ground, and assorted amenities began to grow in proportion. Buzz. While it may seem that everything is expanding uniformly, Beneath the surface, their structural integrity is being reinforced. After all, the architecture of a 2-meter-high building differs significantly from that of a 20-meter-high one, despite their outward appearance appearing similar. This process necessitates careful consideration of structural rationality, load-bearing capacity, stability, and other multifaceted factors. As the transformations unfolded around him, the halo behind Yang Sheng's head began to accelerate its rotation. Swish! Numerous patterns and textures shimmered on a level imperceptible to the tribespeople. Embodying symbols representing elements such as gold, wood, water, and earth. It was evident that these forces had been employed by the tribespeople in the construction of Ziricheng. Today, in the hands of Yang Sheng, they were just as effortlessly wielded, even surpassing those who had mastered singular symbols in many intricate details. As Yang Sheng embarked on yet another expansion of Ziricheng, the tribespeople could not merely stand idly by. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5, engaging in fervent discussions about their recent transformations, each exhibiting palpable excitement. None had anticipated how little time had passed since their last metamorphosis. They were greeted once more by a profound change. For the tribespeople, the time spent traversing to this realm felt akin to a dream. Though each was tall and robust, they were ultimately just inconspicuous villagers in the most unremarkable hamlet within the Beichen Kingdom on the planet Qinsheng. As a remote settlement, while not particularly impoverished, it could hardly be deemed prosperous. It was only in recent years, thanks to Yang Sheng's assistance, that conditions had significantly improved. Otherwise, among the many villages under the jurisdiction of Sun City in the coastal province of Beichen Kingdom, theirs would barely rank in the lower tier. Now, having stumbled into this foreign world, they found themselves amidst abundant resources, far superior to their former existence. With societal progress, hunting in the mountains of Beichen Kingdom had become strictly regulated. And even fishing was not permitted at all times. In stark contrast, they now had access to a vast forest spanning thousands of kilometers, serving as their personal paradise, where they could take as they pleased. Under their clan leader's guidance, they had claimed a super island stretching approximately 3,000 kilometers in length and around 1,000 kilometers in width as their private domain for over 100 members of their clan. In Beichen Kingdom, such an acquisition was a dream beyond imagination, as the island size equated to roughly a quarter of the entire kingdom. With the clan leader's latest transformation, they too basked in the glory, as everyone, save for the children whose maturation had been postponed once more, had grown into giants towering over 10 stories tall. Even the children themselves had become giant offspring, each exceeding 5 or 6 stories. Truth be told, if one disregarded the large-scale weaponry of Qinsheng, these children would undoubtedly be formidable beings in ancient times. Besides their transformation into giants, the clan had also acquired myriad powers typically reserved for heroes in novels and myths. While their current status on modern Qinsheng remained uncertain, had they existed 200 years prior, the Zirizu would have been venerated as divine beings by all life on the planet. Moreover, despite not achieving a revolutionary transformation akin to Yang Sheng's, their lifespans had multiplied several times over the 4-digit baseline. Though they had yet to reach 5 digits, for the vast majority of beings, this signified an existence of immortality. What does a lifespan of several millennia signify? On Qinsheng, it meant living from the dawn of human civilization to the present day, standing in the river of time, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties, the transformation of landscapes, and the ebb and flow of human affairs. Each individual became a living chronicle, an epic saga woven through time. Contemplating this, the tribespeople suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of significance. Many began to harbor dreams of returning to Qinsheng in the future. One tribesman, filled with yearning, remarked, "So, do you wish to return only to be discovered and captured for experimentation?" Another teased in response, "Of course not. I merely wonder if we continue to grow stronger, could there come a day when we are invincible? Without any force capable of threatening us on Qinsheng?" the first tribesman retorted. Upon hearing this, the others paused, then began to ponder deeply, their eyes gleaming with newfound hope. You know, that possibility isn't entirely far-fetched. If we truly reach that level, returning to Qinsheng might not be such a bad idea. At that moment, a younger tribesman playfully teased the original speaker, saying, "Hee, are you imagining a triumphant return to Qinsheng? Akin to the grand tales of dragon kings returning to their realms?" Upon hearing these words, the first tribesman's face flushed, as if his thoughts had been laid bare. Many tribespeople turned their gaze toward the younger one, not to mock him, but to reflect upon the notion, finding it rather intriguing. Yang Yao, who had been listening intently, nodded in agreement, stating, "I believe Yang Tian is quite right, as the saying goes. To not return home after achieving wealth is akin to wearing fine clothes in the dark. If we truly have the opportunity to return to Qinsheng, it would be quite exhilarating to flaunt our accomplishments." Observing Yang Yao's dreamy expression, the other tribespeople erupted into laughter. Among the four, Yang Yao was undoubtedly the most exuberant and carefree. "All right, it's fine to dream a little. But as for returning to Qinsheng, I wouldn't get my hopes up too high." Yang Hao concluded he was content with their current life, and whether or not they returned to Qinsheng was of little consequence to him. His disposition was not one that yearned for the spotlight. "You lazybones, don't speak." Yang Yao shot a disdainful glance at Yang Hao, expressing his annoyance at his lackadaisical attitude. While the tribespeople engaged in lively conversation, Yang Sheng was nearing the completion of the expansion of Ziricheng. This time, he chose not to enlarge the city as a whole, but opted instead to proportionately scale up the internal structures. For the current Zirizu, the size of Ziricheng was more than sufficient. Further expansion would render it excessively spacious. As the tribespeople regained their composure, they marveled at the changes surrounding them. "Truly, our clan leader is immensely powerful." Yang Tian exclaimed in awe. "Indeed. Can you believe how quickly the entire transformation of Ziricheng has been accomplished?" Another tribe member marveled. "Did you notice that throughout the entire renovation, we sensed neither sound nor tremor?" Yang Qing gazed admiringly at the towering Yang Sheng, who embodied perfection in her eyes. "Indeed, the ground beneath us has been expanded and thickened, yet I felt no disturbance whatsoever," Yang Yao remarked, lightly tapping his foot. He could distinctly feel that the massive stone slabs below had become considerably thicker, at least twice their original size. At this moment, the tribespeople observed that Yang Sheng had not diminished in size after completing the transformation of Ziricheng. He remained a staggering 120 meters tall. Yang Sheng surveyed his surroundings, softly addressing the tribespeople. "I have an idea and would like to solicit your opinions." Though his voice was gentle, it resonated clearly for every tribe member to hear. "Clan leader, please share your thoughts. There is no need to seek our counsel," Yang Su replied with a calm tone. Hearing this, Yang Sheng felt gratified but shook his head, saying, "Your trust in me brings me great joy. However, since this concerns everyone, I must respect your opinions." With all eyes upon him, Yang Sheng continued, "When we initially constructed Ziricheng, we had just settled here and thus did not deliberate extensively. We simply chose the location where we first arrived. Now, however, the circumstances have changed. The entire island has become our private sanctuary. Therefore, I ponder whether we might consider relocating Ziricheng. Personally, I am quite fond of the central region of the island." Upon hearing Yang Sheng's proposal, the tribespeople began to discuss among themselves. "We feel quite comfortable here. Wouldn't relocating be a bit too cumbersome?" One tribe member, clearly averse to complications, suggested. "What's cumbersome about it? With our current strength, even starting from scratch would take merely a few days," another tribe member countered. Another tribesman patted him on the back and remarked, "Indeed, and now the entire island has become our territory. However, our city still lies at the edge, which might be somewhat unseemly. I share the same sentiment. For us, the water source is not an issue, so establishing our stronghold at the very center of the island would indeed be a more prudent choice." The tribesmen engaged in a spirited discussion, yet it became evident that the majority favored the relocation of Ziricheng. As for the other tribesmen, they did not express explicit opposition, merely questioning whether such a move might be overly cumbersome. Ultimately, observing that most of the tribesmen supported the migration of Ziricheng, Yang Sheng decisively proclaimed, "Since the majority concur, I have resolved to relocate Ziricheng to the heart of the island." After saying this, he glanced at those who felt the move might be a hassle and smiled, adding, "As for the method of relocation, rest assured, it will not require everyone to start anew in the central region. I shall personally oversee this migration. All of you need only remain within the city and avoid wandering." Upon hearing this, the tribesmen naturally had no further objections. Meanwhile, they showed no intention of leaving the central square, remaining to witness how their chief would facilitate the entire city's relocation. As the tribesmen watched, a surge of power emanated from Yang Sheng, enveloping the entirety of Ziricheng. Almost immediately, the four-layered purple-golden halo behind his head began to spin at an accelerated pace. Much faster than before, then, a radiant glow ignited beneath his feet. Crack! A peculiar geometric pattern, along with symbols representing the earth, began to rotate atop the halo behind his head. Buzz! The tribesmen could clearly see a translucent membrane enveloping Ziricheng, forming a protective barrier around the city. In that instant, everyone felt as though the very space within Ziricheng had solidified immensely. Some tribesmen tentatively stomped their feet or shook nearby structures, only to discover that both the ground and the facilities seemed to be shrouded in an invisible force, significantly enhancing their stability and resilience. Despite not exerting their full strength, even these tentative movements were not to be underestimated, yet they left no discernible impact on the structures or buildings. Buzz! Suddenly, the tribesmen felt a faint tremor beneath their feet. The vibration grew increasingly pronounced, soon reaching a level that was unmistakable. However, the tribesmen remained unperturbed. Although the situation bore resemblance to an earthquake, they understood it was merely their chief harnessing his powers. At that moment, accompanied by a surge of earthy golden light, an enormous and intricate pattern emanated from Yang Sheng, expanding outward in all directions until it enveloped the entire ground of Ziricheng. Moreover, every brick, tile, blade of grass, and tree within Ziricheng was covered by the intricate designs that radiated from the earthy pattern. Many tribesmen, who held dominion over earth-related symbols, could distinctly sense the earth's rhythm and the terrifying power lying dormant beneath its surface. This was the power of the earth, unimaginably profound, forgiving, and vast. Yang Su, who had first grasped the symbol of Earth's power, felt this most acutely. Other tribesmen who wielded earth-related powers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the strength of their abilities as they observed the patterns blanketing Ziricheng. Another group of tribesmen, knowledgeable in spatial matters, was equally captivated by the barrier in the sky and the peculiar force enveloping Ziricheng. Among them, Yang Qing stood out prominently. With her eyes closed, she attuned herself to the barrier's rhythm and the encompassing spatial force, relying on her innate affinity for space. The chief truly is remarkable. Even though I have awakened my second power related to space, I still fall short in comparison. Seems I must strive even harder, Yang Qing thought, her admiration for Yang Sheng fueling her ambition to excel. Clang! Once the earthy pattern covered the last section of Ziricheng, the entire city trembled violently. Then, to the astonishment of the tribesmen, the city seemed to transform into a cohesive whole and began to move. Whoosh! As Ziricheng advanced, the trees outside the city shifted positions. Each time the city moved forward, the trees that had obstructed its path would part to the sides, creating enough space for the city to pass. The vacant area left in the wake of Ziricheng would then be filled by trees returning to reclaim the ground. Yang Sheng even employed the symbol of plants, rejuvenating the land previously cleared for the city into a thriving expanse of trees that harmonized with the surroundings. Thus, Ziricheng floated like a city adrift on water, gliding steadily toward the island's central region. Boom! An immense city advanced through the vast forest, an unprecedented sight for the creatures dwelling within. Although they sensed the presence of a ruler within the city that filled them with fervor, the very existence of the city itself instilled panic, causing them to scatter in all directions. The movement of Ziricheng incited chaos throughout the forest, with countless animals fleeing desperately along the path carved by the city. In contrast to the tribesmen's discussions, Yang Sheng remained intently focused on directing Ziricheng's advance. Utilizing the geometric patterns on the halo representing space, he reinforced the city's spatial integrity and applied spatial power to cover the entirety of Ziricheng for the first time, ensuring it would not sustain damage during the relocation. Following this, Yang Sheng harnessed the power of the earth to conjure numerous earth runes, further fortifying the city. He then delved deeper into the patterns symbolizing the earth, tapping into the ley lines of the island. The ley lines represented the fundamental forces of the earth and could be categorized into various types, such as the robust and stable ley lines found within mountains, which serve to anchor the Earth's nodes. The ley lines of some grand and majestic mountains, known as dragon veins, possessed a power comparable to that of earthly dynasties. At this moment, Yang Sheng wielded the power of earth migration, or more scientifically, the force that facilitates the movement of tectonic plates. Using merely a minuscule fraction of his strength, he allowed Ziricheng to glide effortlessly across the island. Had Yang Sheng chosen to amplify his efforts, summoning more potent ley line energies, he could have triggered an unprecedented earthquake upon the island. While he may not yet possess the capability to obliterate or submerge the entire island, he could certainly shatter it into fragments, leading to the demise of all life upon it. Buzz. Finally, after a few hours of steady movement, Ziricheng arrived at its intended destination, the island's center. The terrain here was notably higher than that of the original Ziricheng, and two rivers coursed through, their sources stemming from the eastern mountains of the island. Though that area had now become Yangqing's ecological domain, it did not impede the rivers from flowing freely. Swish, swish, swish. As the ley line power was invoked, countless trees were relocated, leaving ample space for Ziricheng to settle. Buzz. With a jolt akin to the application of brakes, all the tribesmen felt a slight tremor before regaining their balance. They observed as the earth runes surrounding Yang Sheng gradually dimmed and retracted beneath his feet until they vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the barrier in the sky and the spatial power enveloping Ziricheng began to dissipate. The tribesmen looked up to see Yang Sheng slowly extending his arms, declaring, "Mission accomplished. From this moment forth, this shall be the new stronghold of Ziricheng." Chapter 49. 3 years later. A world transformed. A grand chapter of 6,100 words. Time flies swiftly, at least in the eyes of the Shiri clan. It remains an elusive miracle that cannot be grasped or reversed. Since Yang Sheng harnessed the power of the earth's veins to relocate the new Shiri city to the heart of the island, a full 3 years have elapsed. Perhaps the transformation that occurred 3 years ago temporarily depleted the accumulated essence of the Shiri clan, for neither Yang Sheng nor the other clan members have shown any signs of another metamorphosis during this time. Nevertheless, neither Yang Sheng nor his compatriots exhibit any impatience or fear. The overall demeanor of the Shiri clan is remarkably serene. For them, possessing such power is already a profound blessing, and if no further transformations occur, there is little to lament. After all, even in their current state, they enjoy lifespans extending for thousands of years, a tremendous fortune that all life on Chinskxing yearns for but cannot attain. They are immensely content. Yang Sheng's situation is even simpler. Although he has not undergone another transformation in the past 3 years, he can distinctly feel his inner strength growing daily. Each day, Yang Sheng becomes increasingly formidable, steadily progressing towards the next threshold of metamorphosis. It is merely a matter of timing. The moment for another transformation has yet to arrive. His mindset mirrors that of his clan. The current opportunity is truly monumental, instilling in him a profound sense of tranquility. Moreover, his last metamorphosis was fundamentally more profound than that of his fellow clan members, resulting in a lifespan that has long surpassed 5 digits. Therefore, there is no cause for concern over the lack of a recent transformation. It must be said that both Yang Sheng and his clan members possess a mindset that is particularly suited for beings of longevity. Unlike humans, who have fleeting lifespans of merely a century, they do not feel the urgency to rush through numerous endeavors. Many ambitious humans seek to accomplish as much as possible within their short lives. However, when lifespan extends to the current temporal scale, many pursuits no longer require such immediacy. For the Shiri clan, tasks that might seem pressing to humans can be leisurely completed over decades or even centuries. Thus, clinging to the mindset of a short-lived species would not bode well for beings of longevity. Fortunately, such issues seem entirely absent within the Shiri clan. It is fair to say that they may be inherently suited to exist as beings of longevity. Concurrently, many on Chinskxing assert that immortality is a curse. The endless passage of time may erode one's emotions, leaving them to witness the demise of all loved ones while remaining alive, ultimately becoming isolated. This perspective holds some truth. However, it does not apply to the Shiri clan, for all its members are immortal. The despair of watching friends and family perish will not befall them. They shall never be left in solitude. Furthermore, with their kin by their side and their inherent mindset aligning harmoniously with their current state, they harbor no fears of emotional erosion. Whether such a scenario will arise in the distant future remains uncertain. Yet Yang Sheng possesses unwavering confidence in himself and his clan. Compared to 3 years ago, the clan members' mastery over their powers has become increasingly refined. As the steady elder brother, Yang Su, aside from assisting Yang Sheng in managing the affairs of the city, prefers to spend much of his time upon the land suffused with the essence of death. A domain that instills fear in other beings brings Yang Su a profound sense of relaxation. He relishes his time there, spending nearly every moment outside his mandatory duties in Shiri City. Other clan members have attempted to introduce various items into this area, but inevitably, they succumb to the encroaching power of death, gradually decaying until reduced to ashes. Yang Sheng has even stated that should their strength continue to grow to the point where they can influence the entire world, Yang Su's ecological domain may very well transform into a realm of the underworld, becoming the final resting place for all souls within this world. This is merely based on the 2 patterns he has currently awakened. It is important to note that 3 additional patterns remain dormant upon his halo. When all patterns are eventually revealed, Yang Su's strength and potential will undoubtedly experience another significant enhancement. Yang Hao shares a similar situation, often immersing himself within his ecological domain and earning the title of a true slacker from Yang Yao. Even more extreme than Yang Su, unless summoned by Yang Sheng, Yang Hao can remain submerged in water for days or even a month without resurfacing. Moreover, he has mastered the ability to transform himself into flowing water, often completely merging with it. Apart from Yang Sheng, even other clan members might struggle to detect his presence. The first time he did so, clan members searching for him in the northern part of the island nearly believed him to be deceased. Ultimately, it was Yang Sheng who intervened, pulling him out and delivering a stern lecture, advising him that even when entirely transformed into water, he must still emit his presence when clan members seek him to avoid causing concern. In stark contrast to Yang Su's domain, Yang Hao's ecological area is vibrant and flourishing, teeming with life and resplendent blooms. Countless beings thrive within, creating a scene of exuberance. Yang Yao, with his fiery temperament, is unlikely to remain settled within Shiri City. His greater interest lies in expending his boundless energy upon the scorching sands of the beach. At tea times, he ventures into the sea, unleashing his power upon the waves while simultaneously preparing a meal of grilled fish. Presently, Yang Yao ranks among the top 3 within the entire clan, primarily due to the sheer destructiveness of his power, which surpasses even Yang Su's essence of death in its capacity for devastation. Yang Qing's mastery over her own powers is equally formidable. Moreover, the power of the wind is so ubiquitous that it seems to exist in any space that is not absolutely enclosed. Thus, she does not confine herself to the eastern mountain range. Rather, Yang Qing prefers to wander freely. Owing to the influence of the wind, Yang Qing has become the second individual among the Shiri tribe to master the ability of flight. In truth, other tribe members are merely temporarily disinterested in acquiring the skill of flying. Otherwise, they possess the means to do so. It can be said that whether it is the force of a storm or the power of space, both are exceedingly advantageous for flight. Were it not for the absence of Yang Sheng's permission, Yang Qing would have contemplated soaring across the ocean to explore the central continent. Naturally, the first to master the ability of flight is the tribe leader, Yang Sheng. For Yang Sheng, acquiring the skill of flight is hardly a matter worthy of praise. After all, whether through the power of wind, fire, or the mere manipulation of gravity and spatial forces, he can ascend effortlessly. Simultaneously, Yang Sheng harbors an unshakable feeling that even if the tribe members have yet to master the power of flight, after undergoing a few more transformations, flying will inevitably become an instinctual ability for them. After all, what sort of extraordinary beings reach a certain level of prowess without the ability to fly? That would be a veritable disgrace for any transcendent individual, compared to 3 years ago. The current landscape of Shiri City, including Xinyu Island, has undergone a profound transformation. Xinyu Island is the name Yang Sheng bestowed upon this vast island. Upon mastering flight, he gazed down from the skies and realized that the island they inhabited resembled a colossal eye. The immense forest at its center appeared akin to the pupil of that eye, albeit slightly exaggerated in size. It is precisely because this island resembles the eye of a giant deity that Yang Sheng named it Xinyu Island. However, while the initial appearance of Xinyu Island may have resembled a gigantic eye, its current visage is less fitting. Many tribe members, wielding the power of the earth, have taken to land reclamation, transforming the island's landscape. The areas chosen for this expansion are predominantly in the southern part of the island. In fact, they are aware from the ancient texts they acquired that several thousand kilometers to the north lies the so-called Central Continent. In the absence of a clear intent from their leader to explore the Central Continent, the tribe members have shown little inclination to extend the land in that direction, opting instead for an expansion towards the south. Directly opposite the Central Continent, as it stands, Xinyu Island, which now stretches approximately 1,000 kilometers north to south, has seen its width expand to around 1,800 kilometers due to the tribe members' endeavors over the past 3 years. Yet, even with these accomplishments, the tribe members remain unsatisfied. Each day, they fervently engage in land reclamation, seemingly intent on dedicating all their energies to this pursuit. This relentless act of creation has sparked great interest among the other tribe members, who have become captivated by the process of bringing forth something from nothing. The experience of crafting their own world is undeniably intoxicating. Thus, while some tribe members continuously create new land, others begin to employ their unique powers to modify the newly formed terrain. Some cultivate a variety of flora, while others might raise a small volcano, create a basin, or even conjure a lake. Furthermore, some tribe members envelop certain areas in mist or fabricate ethereal illusions. It can be said that the capabilities of the tribe members range from the tangible to the abstract. In truth, apart from the inability to create life, their actions seem to parallel the deities of myth who fashioned worlds. Indeed, one might exaggerate to say that they are in the process of creating a continent, perfecting every aspect of it. Aside from the absence of animal life, their newly created land bears little distinction from the original island. Coincidentally, although Yangsheng lacks the power to create overly complex forms of life, he has already achieved the ability to conjure the simplest ones. However, this capacity demands an immense expenditure of energy, and even with his current strength, he cannot sustain it for long. Aside from creating life from nothing, Yangsheng relishes the practice of modifying existing life on the island, which entails a far lesser cost than the outright creation of life. Thus, over the past 3 years, Xinyu Island has witnessed the emergence of many previously non-existent life forms. In a stroke of inspiration, Yangsheng has even transformed several animals, endowing them with appearances reminiscent of the mythical beasts from the legends of Changxing. Should an inhabitant of Changxing traverse to this island now, they might well believe they have returned to the ancient or even mythological era of their homeland. This, indeed, has become the favored pursuit of all members of the Shiri tribe. Everyone is incessantly exploring their own powers, akin to having an endlessly fascinating toy. Occasionally, those less suited for creation will carve out areas on the newly formed land for sparring, marking yet another intriguing endeavor for the Shiri tribe. It is not uncommon for clan members to engage in one-on-one, two-on-two, or even chaotic battles among themselves. During such times, those clan members lacking in combat skills often wish to retreat, yet more often than not, they find themselves caught in the fray, ultimately emerging battered and bruised. Many clan members have expressed their concerns regarding this situation on multiple occasions. However, Yangsheng perceives it as a rather acceptable occurrence and thus refrains from intervening. After all, he is uncertain whether there exists something in this world that necessitates their serious engagement in battle. Consequently, to preemptively guard against unforeseen circumstances, clan members must not only hone their own abilities but also develop a certain level of combat proficiency. As for Yangsheng himself, no clan member dares to provoke him. After all, even if Yangsheng does not revert to his original size, his 36-meter stature would render him capable of dispatching clan members with a mere swipe. Aside from Yang Su and 3 others, there are hardly any clan members capable of withstanding more than 2 of his strikes. Even the eldest among them, Yang Su, can endure only 3 strikes before succumbing, which already places him as the second strongest in the entire Shiri clan. The third strongest is naturally Yang Yao, while the fourth is Yang Qing. As for the slacker Yang Hao, he can barely claim the 5th position. Thus, Yangsheng, conveniently excluded from such contests, enjoys a leisurely existence. Aside from wandering the island with Zhu, he delights in perennially researching his powers in a secluded area outside the city. Over the span of 3 years, Yangsheng has devised numerous methods for wielding his formidable abilities. However, he has yet to find an opportunity to employ those with lethal potential, often relegating himself to practicing against empty spaces or trees. Conversely, he frequently utilizes many auxiliary and practical skills, and should any clan member seek his counsel on powers similar to his own, Yang Sheng generously imparts his knowledge. As a result, the clan members acquire a broader array of techniques and applications. Many of the strategies and methods spontaneously developed by the clan members have also left Yang Sheng pleasantly surprised. The relationship between Yang Sheng and the clan members is truly one of mutual complementarity and progressive elevation. At this moment, Yang Sheng stands in the open area outside the city, regarding the entirety of Xinyu Island as his ecological domain. Whenever he desires, he can effortlessly perceive all occurrences on the island. Since his last transformation, he has distinctly felt that his level of existence transcends that of ordinary life. Simultaneously, from his perspective, he can observe phenomena invisible to the ordinary eye whenever he concentrates. Beyond the commonplace air, he has detected a minuscule quantity of peculiar particles suspended within it. Upon closer examination, Yang Sheng ascertains that these particles bear a striking resemblance to the so-called spiritual energy or extraordinary factors described in various novels he has read. Regardless of whether it is Yang Sheng or the clan members wielding their extraordinary powers, they do not require these particles for assistance. Their existence seems akin to a glitch in this world. Through observing the concentration of these suspected extraordinary factors in various other dimensions, Yang Sheng ultimately concludes that while the extraordinary does exist in this world, its upper limits are likely not as high as one might imagine. If one were to apply the classification system from the literature Yang Sheng has perused concerning the central continent, aside from those of golden rank, there should be few beings that transcend this level in the entire world. Moreover, whenever Yang Sheng casts his gaze skyward, he can perceive two rivers flowing through the heavens, ceaseless and eternal. These are not genuine rivers. Rather, they manifest in this manner simply because it aligns with Yang Sheng's perception. According to his conjecture, one river is likely the legendary river of time, while the other, equally renowned, is the river of fate. However, with Yang Sheng's current powers, he can only barely observe these two rivers. Unable to exert any substantial influence over them, the sole means of effecting change lies in manifesting his nearly omnipotent domain. Within that diminutive sphere, he can alter nearly everything at will. Occasionally, when Yang Sheng feels inclined, he will unfurl his domain and playfully manipulate the river of time. In doing so, he can witness events that once transpired on the island. Although it resembles viewing an alternate version of the animal kingdom, this has become one of Yang Sheng's favored pastimes. Yet, when he attempts to impose significant alterations upon time or destiny, he can only achieve this within the confines of his domain. Once he withdraws his domain, the time and fate he has altered will be forcibly corrected by those two vast rivers. This indirectly the inexorable nature of time and fate. To Yang Sheng, it merely indicates that his current strength is insufficient. He harbors the belief that if one day he becomes powerful enough to envelop the entirety of the river of time and the river of fate with his omnipotent domain, he would be capable of altering everything. Aside from time and fate, other powers that Yang Sheng modifies within his domain face a significantly lower probability of being forcibly corrected. Unless the alterations are exceedingly revolutionary and entirely contravene the laws of science or the extraordinary, they are likely to remain intact. As Yang Sheng engages in these various operations, to Zhu Ri and the other clan members, it merely appears as though their leader is sitting in meditation. Yang Sheng's actions are predominantly executed through mental intention. It is not that only intention can effectuate movement. Rather, he has simply opted to refrain from manifesting it physically for the time being. Beyond idly observing these ephemeral concepts, Yang Sheng's greatest delight lies in creation. He revels in creating land, cultivating plants, transforming animals, and continuously enabling the replication, layering, and proliferation of extraordinary factors throughout the island. As a result, the concentration of extraordinary factors on Xinyu Island has surged to levels dozens or even hundreds of times greater than those found beyond the island. Regrettably, these powers hold no utility for Yang Sheng and the clan members, merely endowing them with a sense of fresher air. With each passing moment, Yang Sheng grows increasingly adept at manifesting these tangible existences. Indeed, his minuscule planets now boast diameters reaching several hundred meters. Under Yang Sheng's control, The surrounding environment exerts no influence over these celestial bodies. The interior of the planet operates autonomously, rapidly evolving under the acceleration of Yangsheng's manipulation of time. Signs of multicellularity and even early marine life have begun to emerge. However, thus far, should he retract his domain, the entire life system on the planet would instantaneously collapse and revert to its origin. Nonetheless, even so, Yangsheng, in a certain sense, embodies a low-tier version of a creator deity. In comparison to Yangsheng, the varied interests and hobbies of the clan members certainly pale in significance. After all, while the clan members are still mastering singular or a handful of powers, Yangsheng has long since transcended the constraints of singular power control. He is now pursuing the amalgamation of various powers, converging them to forge astonishing miracles. However, this does not imply that the clan members' powers are lacking. In truth, aside from Yangsheng, each member of the Shiri clan now appears to ordinary life forms as a low-tier deity. Their lack of prominence merely stems from Yangsheng's overwhelming stature. Chapter 50, Sovereign of the Island, the First Encounter with Humanity, a grand chapter of 6,200 words. As the sovereign of Xinyu Island, the Shiri clan now roams freely upon the island without concern. Whoosh, whoosh, Yangsheng strolled leisurely upon the island of Shenmu, and wherever he passed, all beings that sensed his presence gazed upon him with reverence akin to that of deities. In their eyes was a yearning to approach him. Yet they refrained from crossing the line, overwhelmed by the absolute hierarchy and the awe they held for their sovereign. At this moment, Yangsheng had completed his meditation in the open space beyond the city and was making his way towards Shiri City. It must be said that as a renowned architectural visionary on the planet of Qinsheng, even in this alien world, his inherent passion for construction remained undiminished. Thus, in the 3 years since the completion of Shiri City, the inhabitants not only expanded Shenmu Island but also meticulously divided various regions of the entire island, erecting a myriad of other structures. From an aerial perspective, Shenmu Island resembled a vast garden imbued with primal essence yet marked by human craftsmanship. On this expansive island, which had been notably widened, many distinct areas demarcated by the Shiri tribe were visible. The very heart of the island lay Shiri City, which, apart from being more refined and better organized than 3 years prior, had undergone no significant changes. The original aquaculture and agriculture zones within the city had been relocated outside its confines, leaving behind a variety of edifices. These primarily included the residences of various tribespeople. Ancestral halls, expansive communal kitchens, enormous dining halls, remarkably wide thoroughfares, a grand central plaza, diverse recreational equipment, an oversized conference room for all tribespeople, and a large library that had been steadily accumulating books over the years. Additionally, there was a vast indoor hot spring and a large warehouse for storing various materials, while the previously utilized cold storage for preserving food had been rendered obsolete. For the Shiri tribe of today, there was no longer a necessity to retain such a function, as they could procure the freshest ingredients at any time without the need for prior storage. The warehouse now primarily housed various animal pelts. While minerals, metals, and other materials could be readily produced through their own abilities, requiring no reserves, the pelts, however, remained a scarce commodity, as apart from Yangsheng, the tribe's people lacked the power to create life. Consequently, these pelts became relatively rare within the Shiri tribe. The attire they donned, aside from that created through their abilities, was predominantly fashioned from these pelts, as for the equipment originally bestowed upon them by Yang Qiong. Under Yangsheng's influence, it possessed the ability to be summoned and retracted at will, allowing them to be concealed during daily life and revealed only when necessary. After all, living among one's kin, it would be impractical to don armor every day. The patrols that once traversed the city walls had now expanded their range to encompass the island's perimeter, with each individual responsible for a designated stretch. Along the island's edge, monumental stone towers had been erected at intervals, serving as edifices of sovereignty, signaling to any future life forms that this island was claimed. Should anyone dare to provoke, the Shiri tribespeople would not hesitate to respond. Surrounding Shiri City, aside from the original moat, lay an expanse of meticulously cultivated land, planted with a variety of consumable crops confirmed by Yangsheng, along with some plants possessing unique properties. These flora, having undergone transformation through Yang Sheng's power, had significantly increased in both efficacy and size compared to their former selves. On the opposite side of Shiri City was a vast livestock enclosure, divided into numerous segments, housing the most delectable animals the Shiri tribe had ever encountered. Any species not found here was not due to an inability to capture them, but rather because they were deemed unpalatable. In truth, the Shiri tribe had reached a stage where they could survive without the need for sustenance. However, akin to Yang Sheng, the enjoyment of fine cuisine remained a cherished pursuit, one that would not be wholly forsaken. Their bodies had undergone multiple transformations, rendering them exceptionally perfect. Thus, any food consumed was fully digested and absorbed. Consequently, even the Sunwolf tribe no longer experienced the need for excretion. Throughout the island, the ecological domains radiated by other tribespeople featured many buildings constructed according to their individual interests. Aside from their daily lives in Shiri City, most tribespeople within the ecological domains preferred to reside in their own realms. Yang Yun and several tribespeople had diligently explored the vast ocean over the past few years, undeterred by the elements. Recently, they resumed their explorations of the northern waters surrounding Shenmu Island. Having previously halted their ventures due to the discovery of a shipwreck, they had refrained from exploring the northern seas for an extended period. However, the chieftain had recently summoned all tribespeople, declaring that there was no longer a need to shun the northern waters. Furthermore, Yang Sheng indicated that they would soon begin explorations towards the north, possibly setting foot on the central mainland. Thus, Yang Yun and his companions felt the weight of responsibility and resumed their exploration of the northern seas, eager to uncover any useful discoveries. With a swift motion, they swam freely in the ocean and soon returned to the site of the shipwreck they had initially found. After 3 years of erosion by the sea, the wreck appeared even more dilapidated. Time seemed to have passed quickly, as it was hard to believe it had already been 3 years since they first discovered the vessel. Yang Yun gazed at the wreck and sighed. The other tribespeople, however, paid him no heed and dispersed to explore the surrounding waters. Noticing the lack of engagement, Yang Yun sheepishly withdrew his next words and joined the search. Having undergone another transformation that significantly enhanced their strength, their speed of exploration in the ocean increased considerably. Through their exceptional sensory abilities, one tribesman soon discovered another dilapidated shipwreck on the seabed, several dozen kilometers from the original site. This wreck appeared even more shattered than the first, reduced to little more than a skeletal frame.